Oh yeah, we like that right there. Thick skin, we all jump in. Treat you like the next of kin. Get your feelings hurt, show your skirt. The big homie Mo, putting in work, giving us time to speak our mind. Kelly loves him, so love is blind. My freckle face, Will Johnson, more hood, less refined. More likely to tell you to eat a dick. Troll a fuckery till it makes him sick. If you put together a team, he'll be my top pick. Don't come around here, let your skin thick skin, we all get it in. Eddie triggered me way back when with hope I couldn't cope. Had to learn to love her. Now Mo's like my red bone brother. Still sometimes we get at each other. He really loves John, calls him a sand nigga. It's Sunday night rumble, you might get triggered. That's why we call it thick skin. Go figure. We looking at the bigger picture. No crack on fella, cause boy I get you. If Bernie was giving away free chicken, I'll be right there with you. Late night with Mo, munchies in the kitchen. I said it before, tired of black people. Thick skin, here we go again. If Mo don't win, then we all jump in. The first to say my name way back when I had 2 subscribers, it was both kin. Didn't do social media back then, so thank you for inviting me in. Hard to find a place where an asshole fits in, and if you don't like it, please sit and spin. Don't turn the other cheek, we test your chin. Still sharp and steel, that's how we win.
Out of the old motherfucker, out of the old motherfucker, out of the old motherfucker. It's a bunch. That's a beta male mentality. That's a beta male mentality. You can tell your beta male, look what he got on. Someone send him a GoFundMe and get him a different shirt. It's the album film.
Okay, so where the fuck you put your dick? Not where his goes.
Yeah, you worry about other people's dick, nigga.
in love anymore. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear. I keep forgetting, baby. Every time I hear how you never want to live a life, how it's gone too far, and you don't have to tell me why. Why are you gone, and why the game is through? If this is what's real, if this is what's true, tell me how come I
Keep forgetting we're not in love anymore.
baby.
Things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear.
Yeah, baby. Don't say that, don't say that, don't say that. I know you're not mine anymore, anyway, anytime. Tell me how come
We're not in love anymore.
how come
Things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting how you made that so clear.
I keep forgetting, baby. Every time you're near,
We're not in love anymore.
every time you're near, baby.
Things will never be the same
Hey,
again.
baby.
Forget how you made that so clear.
Every time you're near,
Forgetting.
Go ahead, it's yours.
Oh, damn. I thought you were saying something. Okay. Happy fucking Friday. Well, actually, it's Saturday, really, technically here anyway. So I'm going to be the host. I hope everybody's having a good evening. I'm old, so we don't go out. So I'm stuck here on YouTube. Anyway, I have to air some issues because I'm getting real tired of this shit. I almost feel like, I think I said this earlier, it's like the rabbit chasing the fucking carrot, and it's irritating. So that's one thing I'd like to speak on. So let me, and I welcome anybody to come up and talk with me. But this whole damn thing is so frustrating. You know, I hear lawyers are in, out, they quit. And then of all people, Tucker Carlson, that was like my man. I was like, yes. You know, I've watched him cook so many people. And then just to think he flipped like that. And I get it. Okay, yeah, you got family to feed, whatever. But is anybody loyal? Loyalty is like a thing of the past. So I know people say, be strong, keep the faith, you know, we got this. But man, I'm getting fucking irritated. And maybe I'm impatient. I've been told I don't have patience before. So it's possible. Yeah, go ahead, John. But yeah, Angelina, that messed me up, man. I couldn't believe I hate thinking about Tucker in that sense, you know. I feel like everybody is in the fight of their life, and for people that see clearly, this is frustrating, and I don't know everything. Now, if I had to point you in the direction of somebody that had answers, I'm going to tell you, go talk to Carolyn, go talk to John. these are people that have really, really looked into this hard body and have went down rabbit holes, especially Carolyn. That's my girl. I love you to death. And whenever I've had a question, whatever, bad day, etc., she's been there. So I'm very thankful, just so you know, Carolyn. And John. John's the man. I love you all. I love my moose man. Thank you, Lisa, Michelle, Nacho. Welcome, Vivian. I don't even see Nacho here. I'm just running off names off the top of my head. Mrs. RRC. There's so many great people I've met here, and I am very, very blessed and thankful. So, feel welcome to come up. Maybe somebody can help encourage me to, where I feel as if, I'm not saying I'm giving up. I'm just saying I'm frustrated because I look at the whole picture. I think, well, damn, the boomers are the ones that really got the fighter spirit. Our generation is. Excuse me? Sorry, I'm learning. So if he's talking to me. Oh.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, Da Vinci. What's up, Trucker? I see him in the chat.
Yeah, I'm seeing her live feeding on my other channel. They're having protests in LA. Also I have the protests also in Oregon. They're not rioting, not yet, but they're trying to talk the cops into not listening to them for this curfew. So I'll be just popping in and popping out every so often, just to let y'all know.
Oh, okay. You're streaming it?
Yeah, I'm streaming. Go on my channel go on my channel. It's out there.
Okay.
It's on Pro Life's channel too.
Oh, everybody's streaming it? Well, I'll let them keep
Yeah,
it.
we're trying to get everybody to stream the same thing.
Okay, I'll look for it in a second. Okay.
All right.
I'm
Yeah.
looking for it, but I'll play it in a second. This is
Yeah. Byron's holding the fort down right now, and then also it's on Pro Life's channel at the moment too.
okay. Wow.
But pro life is a copy of Da Vinci, so it'd be better to go to Da Vinci than pro life, because then you'd have a copy of a copy.
Yeah. So all this is happening as it goes. So
Okay.
shout out to Pro Life. I shouted you out on my channel, and you know what? Let's try to get other people and make this shit go viral.
Okay, Da Vinci, I got you.
All right. I'm just gonna mute out, but I'll still be here. All right.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Yeah, this is frustrating. It ain't even the fact of, okay, it's one thing for them, with the whole Thanksgiving issue, but it's a whole other thing, all the other shit we're going through. And I know you told me earlier, John, just hold on, you gotta wait. But damn it, man. Sometimes I feel like fuck waiting. People are bailing left and right. And this is really irritating me. Hey, Pro Life.
What's up?
How you doing? You good?
I'm good.
All right.
Went Anna's room today. It was a little hard, but like I said, there's a reason why I'm doing these videos, because I want this video, maybe the driver's watching this. I want her to know how I'm feeling. I have a right to log my story. And it's a difficult road that I'm headed down without Tom and Anna, but I know I'll see you again. And that's probably what carries me through. If not, I don't know how I would do this. Especially without your love and all your support too. That helps me get through each day. Just wanted you guys to know. So thank you for all your prayers today.
Absolutely.
Hey, bro. I'm sorry I didn't go on. It's like this
It's
broke
okay.
out.
I noticed you were live and stuff like that. So yeah, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah,
it's very
I ended
real.
up being on both your guys' panels.
Yeah, people are
I was
angry.
on Jade, then I ended up on Michelle's, back to Jade.
Yeah. I don't blame them.
I don't ever I look at Trump like this. I look at him. I talked to my dad about this. He's in the hospital right now. And, it's like even him watching the news, he said my dad watches the news faithfully. Okay. And not because he believes mainstream media. He just wants to see what the hell they're lying about now. But, I feel like Trump didn't have to do this. I said it before. He was just fine living his life. He didn't have to walk into this. So he has to love this country. I do believe that. Have I not questioned, like, oh, could this be the Antichrist? Are we being tricked? Yes, I have questioned it because I'm human, but I just can't. I feel as if it's so far gone that his hands are tied. So if we don't do anything, nobody can.
Right.
Nobody can. He cannot miraculously say, no, you can't do this in Oregon. No, you can't do that in Wisconsin. You can't do that in New York. It's not going to happen. What do we do?
Yeah. Well, supposedly the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division is supposed to be dealing with that, but DOJ, FBI, you can't expect anything from them.
And to tell me they're not all in the bed together is very hard for me to not believe.
Oh, you'd be surprised how well the connection and the puzzle pieces all fit. All of it. Between the big pharmaceutical companies, the big banks,
Yeah.
Hollywood.
And each side says, well, this person's going to jail, that person's going. They're not going to send each other to jail. It's not going to happen, man.
Yeah.
How many times have we heard this? John's a little bit older. He probably knows, has heard it before. I've heard it before. They're not going to jail.
Right.
And I hate to say it like that and sound like I'm being pessimistic, but they work together.
Mm-hmm.
It's a monopoly.
Yes. And we're really fucked. And BMT was on here the other night. And I think people got offended, but he kind of had the same question I had, like with leaving. And it's like, how are you going to possibly go on the run? And I'm not knocking anybody. If whatever your plan is, Godspeed,
Yeah.
But how are you possibly going to have these, bug out bags and go on the run and they're never going to catch up with you? They have everything mapped to a T.
No, you just go where you have the better chance to hold out, but you can't hold out indefinitely. That's just not going to happen.
Right. So we're looking at a delay, basically.
Yeah. And it's like in my case, that's why I left Hawaii, because I didn't want to be trapped on an island. So I planned this a while ago. I moved out of there. I'm out in the country now where, I have a little bit of land. I have water source. I have things I can do. And then I prep. Like I tell people, prepare for the worst and hope for the best. That's the best you can do,
Because this is insanity. I see people just keep falling off. Like, really? This person bailed? Not that I'm shocked, because they're going to go with, the quote unquote popular, what's popular.
I brought this up yesterday, and that was that, they're talking about, there's going to be they're going to come back and we're going to fight and take back our country and all this. But I'll be honest, I don't see people even taking back their neighborhoods, let alone the country.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I've seen shit go down and everybody runs in their house, locks the doors and hides. And I'm like, this is our neighborhood. You guys don't want to do anything? So I don't see how that's going to work out like on a national, you're going to, people aren't willing to even fix their own community, let alone, get involved in something for the whole nation.
And
I mean, when I say get involved, I mean other than talking about it.
Look what happened here the other day. The lady had a fucking gas leak 2 houses over. And I mean, these houses are close. There's only 3 houses on this block. 3.
Yeah.
She couldn't even have the decency to come over and knock on our door and say, excuse me, I have a gas leak. You might want to leave the house. Not even the common courtesy to do that. Oh my God. So taking over a block? Yeah, right.
That's what I'm saying. If you guys can't take care of your own blocks, how are you going to even take care of a state or several states? I don't see.
Hey, Carolyn.
Hey, Carolyn. Yeah.
Hey,
You
hey.
know, so basically,
Hey,
what you
yeah.
do is it's going to be
Hey.
a waiting out. You know, people are going to be in their locations and they're going to try to wait it out.
Okay, so I have some pieces to add to that part of the conversation, and I was having too many tech issues last night. So, just in my community here, in this little tiny piece of, south of the White House here, we've already got a community, basically like a neighborhood watch set up. We've got a group of us that are and have been since basically the beginning of the growing season, been getting crops together. We're alternating crops. We have discussed, routines, and we've discussed skill sets. We've discussed who has provisions, who needs provisions. Scout out and talked about different areas that we were going to cover when it comes to resource location and bartering. I mean, we've been discussing this stuff for a good while here. And,
But see, my
taking
point
care of
wasn't.
each other's kind of been through this community. And it has to happen because there's a lot of old folks in this neighborhood. So,
Yeah, but see, it's
you
not
know,
everywhere that's like that. That's the point I was trying to make. See, some
no, I
places,
get
yeah,
that.
there are going to be certain groups that will be prepared. I don't deny that. But what I'm saying on the in mass, you're not going to have
En
that
masse,
kind of
no.
organization. No, there's no way. So a lot of people, they're
But
not
at
going
the
to listen.
same
They're not going to be
time,
prepared. They're not going to.
I don't know if you remember that particular panel that BMT had that I was on, and we were discussing, the Portland chop and all that kind of stuff. And, a lot of people had never heard of that yet. And that really surprised the crap out of me because, I mean, that's been everywhere, all over mainstream. It's been on, Facebook, it's been everywhere. So for people to not be aware of that going on in the midst of everything else was very strange to me. And I was basically telling people, you need to get out of the cities now while, things are open, and get yourself somewhere else, because the
Yeah, see, that's what I
cities are
did.
going to be basically death traps.
Yep.
And that's kind of, every disaster movie and zombie movie 101. I hate to break it down in silly terms of, well, that's a movie, this is reality. A lot of it plays out that way. People are going to group up. People are going to, naturally gravitate to like-minded people and people that are trustworthy. So this is a system that we've been setting up and discussing and actually working out and practicing and doing dry runs and stuff like that for a while. I don't talk about a lot of it, but at the same time, I have been to enough different people that people should have a basic grasp of, the little stuff. Once you get the little stuff, you build on from there.
Yeah, but this is my question. That sounds great, and I get it. But I mean, what is that going to prolong your life a year longer than mine? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you have a whole, I mean, what is one community compared to an army?
Well, this is true. And, we've discussed about what's going to happen and the eventuality of like an EMP. That was the simplest scenario to practice and discuss. Because the first step of having a plan and being able to execute it is, just the discussions of the different possible scenarios, and then plot out what you're going to do, how to, get your groups together if you're separated and stuff goes down, how to communicate silently. I mean, I was telling Trucker, I'm teaching my kids sign language so they don't have to speak audibly and we can still communicate. They're learning other languages. These are basic principles, at least to me, that are necessary, that people need to talk about and think about and learn while you can. Because if it comes down to your safety and having to be quiet and knowing the fact that you're a liability because you have small children,
Right.
they got to learn. They got to get the conditioning in, and they got to understand that, we play different games, and that's specifically for them to learn how to communicate quietly without, audible, sounds and things like that. Because, if something happens and somebody shows up here, I can't have them running to the door screaming, "Hi," giving us away. But these are just conversations that have always been some sort of normal, as, cracked as that may sound. It's conversations that need to be had, and, basic plans for survival that need to be had.
Yes. See, now I'm triggered. I had to come out the Woolworths now. I had to come out the Woolworths, right? See, my take on things. My take about the thing that's going on right now, that this world is hopeless. The reason why I'm saying this world is hopeless is because this world was not put here. This is not our home. You know what I'm saying? This is not our home. This is hopeless. But we are not hopeless. This world is hopeless right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. This country is hopeless right now.
That's right.
The New World Order has been here, but Trump is sent here in 4 years in here for us can just to expose the global, for them to be exposed. But it's up to us, because I promise you, the people will be like a
calm before the storm.
They will be begging for Trump to come back after they see what's gonna happen.
Wasn't I just saying some of this on your channel there, Pro-Life?
Yep, he said it. Yes, he was just talking about
I'll be there. I'll be there in a second. I'm getting ready to sign off on my channel.
He's been in it. If you haven't noticed, the controlling. We've even heard Governor Cuomo's threatening to shut down the thruway on Thanksgiving so prevent people from traveling to get to their families. We've watched
our governor said they would send us to jail.
Right?
If we had
Can
more
you believe
than 6
Hollywood?
people.
All the new television shows are out. All the new television shows, stuff that you probably watch. I admit I watch too. I've been watch stuff. But anyway, notice all their new seasons and new premieres are coming out, and they've done it through the COVID pandemic. But the same district, the same where they go, where these people, I don't know what you call them, buildings where they build their sets and stuff like that. Because, all the stuff. Yes, thank you. I lost my train of thought there, but you have barbershops on that same street or they're down the street who can't even open for business. Or just in the whole state alone. I don't care. I don't care if it's just Hollywood and LA. The whole state was on mandatory lockdown. Now, you explain to me how The Bachelor and The Bachelorette and The Connor Show, all of it. You explain to me how they were all out. Grey's Anatomy. And here's all the TV shows. They're playing a part like they're going through this pandemic, right? Also causing massive fear because people actually believe that shit is actually real.
Well, even more of what they're doing is they're indoctrinating people to the ideas that they're going to be pushing through these shows. So the guilt trip, all that, like your selfish shit because you don't want to wear a mask, you don't care about people, or you're crazy, or you're Nazi, you're racist because of Trump, all that kind of shit. That's what they're going to pump out through these shows. Hey Mo,
they've even gone a step further. They've actually got documentation and articles out there that say that, the people that are fighting the masks basically are to be labeled as psychotic people. That's crazy. That's absolutely absurd.
Absolutely.
When in the hell in history have healthy people ever needed to hide from anything? Where in history have healthy people ever been forced to be locked up for being healthy? I get they don't want to overwhelm the system and stuff like that because, if you're breaking down the A, B, and C of this, they're talking about giving this trial stuff, the new stuff out to, the frontline workers, which would be all of the police, fire, and EMS, and hospitals, and doctors, and nurses, and techs, and all that stuff. Then the sick people, the old people.
What would that make? That would make perfect sense, though, to give it to the people that are most knowledgeable to help the people and the old people. When you think about it mathematically, it makes sense for them.
Well, it does, but when you go about it, when you go about it like that in that particular direction, what they're doing is they're taking out anybody that can help the public as a whole. And when you're doing that, you're basically targeting and eliminating all of the people that are in place to be able to help the populace at large to make it through this in any capacity should it be necessary, through making sure the roadways are working, making sure that the power grids are up, making sure that, things are running the way they're supposed to. They're going to kill all of them people off first. And that leaves the populace, the rest of the population, at risk because there's nobody to step up for them but them.
Right, because we're 8 months in right now. Like, that's insane.
I've got a share screen, which is kind of like to that last post that was there.
Okay.
Just
Hold on.
as an idea, even though I feel and Mo feels the way that we do, I know that Mo understands and believes this too. So I know you guys have seen it, but remind yourselves.
Can
I've
I
never
interrupt
seen
for
it.
a moment before you start that video?
Yeah, but we can forget about him. Yeah, it was just one ant.
Oh, Bug's Life.
Yeah, you're right. It's just one ant. Yeah, boss. They're puny. Puny? Say, let's pretend this ring is a puny little ant. Did that hurt? No. Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all.
Oh, we have that movie. Ha.
Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if
Bug's Life.
they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. That's why we're going back. Does anybody else want to stay?
There you
And
go.
go figure, that's Kevin
No, it's an
Spacey.
excellent clip, but I'm going to interrupt for a minute. The only reason why I came on is because of pro-life. And blessings to you. You are such a strong lady. And I hope you many, many blessings on your future.
Dear Mrs. Claus.
Sorry,
Dear Mrs.
hold on.
Claus, for
Stupid
centuries,
thing.
we've known this.
Thank you. Thank you
I
so
apologize.
much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I mean, I've listened to your channel for a while now, and it's
Yeah.
gonna be the first
Yes.
Thanksgiving, the first Christmas, the first, and that's hard. And I wish you and your family the best.
Thank you. It's not easy. Like today,
Right.
going in Anna's room,
Yeah, of course.
and I want to make a video diary of this because, I want that the driver to see it. It's like I know I have to forgive her, but
Sure.
I can't forget this. It's just like keeps
No,
playing
you
in my
can't
head.
forget. You cannot
Yeah.
forget.
Like that night
Absolutely.
of them ringing my doorbell at 7 p.m. I lived that night over and over. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, thank
No, but I
you.
think you're such a strong lady, and I just really, you have my prayers.
Thank you so much. There's
Yeah.
no words for it. I mean, it's one thing to lose one loved one, but two, it's like,
No, your baby and your honey.
yeah.
like
I mean,
that.
when I walked in the funeral home, I just saw them both in the caskets. I'm like, let this
Right.
be a nightmare. I couldn't believe it. Like, I wasn't myself. Like,
Right.
I was somewhere else.
Right.
People were talking to me, and I could hear them, but literally, it's like it wasn't registering, and I wasn't being rude. It was just, I was just still stuck at that. Like, I can't believe this is happening.
Absolutely. And then on top of all of that you're trying to maneuver, right? Then there's just this election stuff.
Right? Yeah.
And all the sheeple, and that was a great clip from was it the Bug's Life? With the
Mhm.
grasshoppers trying to take over the ant colony, and they're trying to
They're trying to enslave them,
give them
basically.
grain
They're
and
trying to enslave them and kill them all if they screw up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, is that? I hate to say it. I'm not going to say that I fear death because I don't want to die, but part of me is like, well, this is hell anyway. So is that the worst that can happen?
Right. What else have you got?
I would say I don't have children, And I know a lot of folks that do have children. Like if I try to, it's like one of those things. If you're not black, well, you have nothing to say.
Right.
Well, so allow me to say, even though that might be the spectrum of it, I have enough empathy. I love children. I've the closest thing to any kind of child close to me is my niece. And oh, by the way, 3 years ago, 3 months after my sister had the baby, her fiance got into a car accident, and he decided to, after a while, he decided to walk home. He crossed the highway and only had 2 lanes to go. He had already crossed one side of the highway, and he didn't make it. He got hit by an ambulance and then 2 other vehicles.
Dang.
Oh
yeah,
my
man,
God.
man, I'll tell you what, Chase was a wreck that day, man. I remember that. I was there when all that happened, man. Then he had to sit there and roll suddenly.
So I mean, I know those things, those tragedies in our lives that we always like either heard it on the news or heard somebody telling the story and this and that until the day it impacts you in some way,
Right.
more directly. So I mean, I have a lot of empathy, and well, Michelle knows that I've got her back. I totally appreciate her, and I know she's a very strong woman. So
Yeah.
I commend her for holding it together and keeping her faith in God. And how beautiful is that she's struggling, but
Supporting her child and like maintaining the household.
Yeah.
And
But I was
she's
going to
still
say,
doing her thing, man. She the bomb. That's all.
I was going to say something even more than that. That
okay.
even through the hurt and the sadness, that she struggles with knowing that, or at least feeling the want or need to forgive, even though she doesn't have to like the act, but she's looking to that road, because obviously that's going to help her drop some of the hurt baggage that's there.
Right.
And so I tell you,
Well, you got some like crack. I think does anybody else hear that like crackling or something? I hear like crackling or something.
Yeah,
I hear
it. I thought it was me.
But I was muted.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought it was.
Mute
I
your
still
mics.
haven't gone to the court date. They keep canceling it because of COVID.
Well, Michelle, the same thing happened to my aunt. Not the same. She didn't lose her husband too, but she lost her 11-year-old daughter to a drunk driver, and the lady had a rap sheet that was like 5 feet to the floor. It was sickening when we went to court. She got out again. She didn't kill anybody, but she got caught drunk driving again. They only gave her 7 years the first time. She went back, got her probation revoked, blah, 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 got caught a third time. So it was an ongoing thing with her. And, you don't have to feel pressure to move anything out of that room. You can leave it as long as you feel comfortable. You don't have to feel pressure to donate the clothes. You can do whatever you want.
Right.
Whatever
I
makes
will
you
feel
feel
guilty though. Like, I don't want it to make it a shrine.
You can do
No,
you can
but
do
you can't
whatever
rush it.
want. Yeah,
I know.
You can't rush it, because if you're not mentally ready, that's just going to re-traumatize you and
what is all that?
erase and undo all of the healing that you've done so far. I kind of had the
Sevi,
same issue
Salavi, is that
losing my
you?
mother and my grandmother almost back to back, and then
Yeah.
having 2 miscarriages that same year.
I just
And
think about, like,
a
yeah.
handful of us got together and we actively attempted to try to help you to get through that, not only through prayer, but trying to share some of the energy and the pain for you so that you would have at least
remember.
a little bit of peace.
I called her.
You
The
know.
sheriff was in the driveway. Renee, and she was live. Well, I didn't know who to call. The sheriffs couldn't figure out how to get in the fence, and she was crying. The sheriff lady, I was crying, and when she told me Tom snapped his neck, I was, oh God, it made me sick for weeks. I know it was instant, but what a horrific. I can't.
No, of course it made you sick.
Anna died of head trauma
Yeah.
and torso. I didn't get even. I
That's
don't
awful.
even have the medical report yet.
Mm.
Well, you know, the only thing, and I mean, it always sounds so fucking morose, but the saving grace is to understand that based on those injuries, they went quickly. The suffering wasn't there,
Right.
You're
and,
right.
and that's the first step of it. But you know, Michelle, I mean, the pain is yours. You know, you can share and we can empathize, but the pain is yours, and so it's going to take your time. But know that there is an end to the tunnel. It's not like it's ever going to go away. It just changes over time, and you know you're going to cry at those times where you feel you need to cry, and other times you'll be able to speak about it, and you know your emotions will be in check, even though you know how you feel about it. You know, and
It's like Sarah
I
got
know that's
killed.
going to happen. Yeah, I know that's going to happen for you. I mean, I had to have that kind of talk with my sister because I'm 2,000 miles away when this happened, and I had to go there, and I spent 2 weeks, and I had to make sure that as her big brother, you know, I had to like let her know that I understood, but I needed to keep her in check so that she didn't fall into major depression because she had a new baby, so she still had to be a mother, and at that point, because of the situation, all that, that was the most important thing that she had to be able to maintain to be able to take care of the baby. You know,
Right.
so I had to, you know, it wasn't tough love. I just had to tell her. I said, look, you have to face the reality of this. You know, I know I'm not telling you right now. I know you're just going through the whirlwind of it. But you have to face it and know that over time the pain will change, and you will be able to deal with it a bit more, you know, a bit better and a bit clearer. You know, because you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
And I mean, I'm sure Michelle, you've like you know that you know the experience. I mean, you're still on your road, but you know the experiencing of that. I mean, for you to
But
be on,
laundry still needs to get done. Food
yeah,
still needs to
exactly,
get made. Dishes still need to get washed. You know, all you
exactly.
know, your her children that are still here needs to get cuddled
Need her,
and
exactly,
supported.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, I know that at some point, especially when you have a support group of people, you know, it's not to dwell on the pain. It's to get past that pain as much as possible. It'll always
You're
be a
right.
dull pain. It's always going to be that sensitive scar, but it's not going to be the gaping wound.
Explain
You
why
know,
Sarah doesn't care. She's like,
That's
I
a
feel.
that's a blocking mechanism
yeah, it's a
that a
defense
lot of,
mechanism.
yeah.
That's defense.
Yeah.
Not that she doesn't care.
No,
She
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 doesn't know
just
how to
cares.
can't
deal with
deal
it.
with
You
it
know,
yet.
She just doesn't
yeah,
know
she
how to
Yeah.
doesn't know
She
how to.
spent that morning, guys, with her father, you know. So jealous
Oh,
of
no,
that.
it's Daddy's
No,
little girl
froze
who
up again.
is missing her daddy.
I know she does.
Yeah, and I don't know how to fix that for her. It's just a matter of like, you know, maybe you guys could find a good book to read and
I
get
might get
put
dropped off
together
here. I
on
can't
the
hear anybody,
couch
so
and
I
just
might end up
read it
in the
together
Okay.
and
backstage
talk.
again.
All
Okay.
right.
Oh,
Yeah. Sorry for crying on your channel, Mo. I mean, oh
You're okay.
my goodness. Thank you, guys.
no,
Well,
it's the holidays, you
Hey
know,
man, you just got
and
about
we need to
everybody's phone
figure
number here,
out.
man.
We need
yeah.
to
We're all
figure out
here
how
for
to.
you, and you don't need to ever question that. You've always got willing ears, loving hearts, and strong backs that can help share the burden
Thank
with you.
Love you guys all very much.
And don't let there's nothing wrong with therapy either. You know, I know people try to say that,
I know.
you know, if you feel like you need it, you know, I would
I think
check
me and my
out.
son are gonna go
Yeah.
because
Grief
maybe they
counseling,
can help.
yes,
Maybe they can
absolutely.
help. Maybe they can help me with ideas how to fix my relationship with Sarah.
They
Well,
absolutely can.
Both of
yeah.
you need
And that would be
support.
something that she needs to
She won't
need
go.
to, or I wouldn't say need to, but that would be something that would be beneficial for her to at least sit in on, even if she doesn't feel like she wants to open up or feels like she can't yet.
Man,
Right.
too bad there ain't nowhere to
But
go, man. We can ante up some money and send
Salavi,
them to the
whatever you're
Disney
eating,
World.
it's like
You know what I'm saying?
whatever you're
True.
doing, it's crackling. Yeah,
I canceled that big trip in August. And I was so excited because we got White House passes and we had a chance. We were scheduled to meet the president, and it's like I had to call Congressman Reed, told him I couldn't come, and in his office, and they understood why. And they said, "Well, I'll tell you what, these passes will always be here. I can't promise you the president will be in that day, but if you want to invite other family members, just give me a heads up." So. But even like going on vacation when I went just on my small trip to Albany, like that's all I kept thinking about. And again, people were talking to me, hugging me, saying sorry. I was listening to them, but it's like I wasn't there. You know what I mean? Like
Oh
I don't want to
yeah.
say like
yourself.
yeah,
You were
You're
beside
numb.
yourself.
It's
Like,
like
I
you're
can hear
in
him.
It's like a numbness.
Right.
Slow motion.
yeah. It's like you hear her, but it's like really low voice, and I was just stuck there at that 7 p.m. on June 18th. Like I see the sheriffs and I talking. Like that's where I go back to.
That would be
I
That
even
all
asked.
takes
I
time,
even
Joe.
asked her,
terms, I
"Are you
think,
sure
for
they're
that.
gone?" I even asked her, "Are you sure? There could be a miracle. Are you sure?" She said, "Yeah." She was sure.
You'll be all right, man. I know you. I have faith in you. I know you have faith in God. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And
thank you.
you know what I'm saying? And you know what that says? You're very strong, and you're the bomb. As I said, you got just about everybody on this panel's phone number. Whatever you need, just sit there and call and all that stuff like that. Everybody's here for you. You have a really big extended family.
I
I
know I
know you
do.
know that.
I have more of you guys as actually real family members because even like I don't get along with my dad, and it all has to do with me supporting Trump, me being pro-life. When he said I should have never had children, said you should have you're amount to nothing. Would you tell your own daughter that for years? That builds up.
You begin to believe it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've been there. I know.
That sounds like somebody with their own fucking issues.
yeah.
Right.
You know,
My sister, for never in my lifetime, but my sister finally, after I'm 41, so I would say about 35 years, finally walked up to him in the funeral home parking lot and told him, "Cut your shit. I heard what you said in the funeral home." He literally blamed Tom and said it so loud the whole funeral home heard that Tom should have never had that Anna on that bike. I saw a picture and a video on my Ring camera of them leaving. Anna was so excited, that big smile I could see of her first time going with her daddy on that motorcycle. He's an excellent driver, and again, the accident wasn't his fault. And for him to say that was so disrespectful.
People handle hurt and pain in so many various different ways, and
And
from
hurt
anger,
people, hurt
denial,
people.
Yeah.
and they lash out. And
I walked out and saw a double rainbow too that day. Double rainbow.
I can't
That's
understand
beautiful.
a father saying something like that to their recently bereaving daughter, but I don't know. I've taken a hard stance with family too, where I'm all the way to my mother. I'm an only child between my parents, and I grew up with my mom.
Right.
But when like with the conspiracy stuff, I've been trying to wake her up. I just tell her things, and she was just not wanting to talk about anything. But miraculously, she's fallen on she's on the right side of things. And now she's starting to see things, and I'm able to share things with her because all this stuff that's happening now is a reality. And my mom, grew up and lived in Cuba for a while. She lived in Puerto Rico, but she was born and raised in New York. She was born in New York and raised in California, Puerto Rico, Cuba, Miami. So, she had knowledge of communist Cuba and experience. And coming from Miami, that's what I grew up with. Everybody's still casting stones 60 years later, trying to cast stones 90 miles away, but for good reasons. And so she's awake with it. But even with her, there was a time just at the beginning of this COVID where she truly insulted me in basically just calling me ridiculous and stupid. And I got like I was brainwashed or something. I'm like,
Been there, done
I,
that. Yeah.
I had to remind her that I grew up in her household. Okay, I grew up with learning a lot of things, and maybe the way that I act or whatever. That a lot of these things are from her, and
Yeah.
to insult me in that way, I'm like, what does that
That's
say about
nice.
you? What does that say about you? So
Very nice.
That's beautiful.
I'm a firm believer that especially now we're in those times where, and it even says it. That's the spooky thing is it says it. Even your family members. People will be cross with one another.
Yeah.
And it's sad, and that's why it's important for those of us that kind of feel like outcasts of the mainstream, even though we know we're right. We know we're right. Okay, it's we don't
We
even
got to
have to
rise above it to help others.
Yeah.
I want to tell you what my family, man.
She was a beautiful girl.
They're
Very much so, darling. Very much so.
I call them Jesus holy rollers that are complacent.
Oh.
And you know what? And do I really? I haven't been to a Thanksgiving in my own household for over 13 years. Haven't went to a family reunion. Haven't went to nothing. Because I'm the outcast. I'm the black sheep. I'm the weirdo. You know what I'm saying? And they have no interest in what I do. It's always what they wanted me to do, and I've told them that lots of times.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't about what they wanted me to do. It never
Right.
was. It's not about what anybody wants me to do. And then you come to find out that it's very sad, and in a way it does hurt that that your own family, you know what I'm saying, more likely be not blood than our blood. And they say blood's thicker than water. At this point in my life, I'd rather drink the water.
Yeah, that's bullshit. I'll never believe that. My family argues over who had the best vacation.
Yeah,
Like, oh, I just went to Australia. Oh, really? Well, we went to Australia, Ireland, and Scotland, and it's like, come
Yeah.
on. It's like they got a one up.
Yeah, the fucking pissing contests.
Yeah, it's like,
Right. Who got the biggest dick?
yeah, I got a brand new.
I think that's a common family thing there.
Keeping up with the Joneses.
No, but no,
Keeping
no,
up
no,
with the
but
Keeping
it
up with the
wasn't-
Kardashians.
No, I mean, no, because when I was growing up, like I watched my family deteriorate. I mean, when I was growing up, when my great grandma was living, it was more like a family. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But once my great grandma, once the matriarch of the family died, had cousins killing their brothers, stabbings, grabbings, divorcings, and all that stuff, it just went downhill. You know what I'm saying? Since 1980, since November 11th, 1984, that's when my family went to shit.
Hey,
Yeah.
Losing the grandparents as parents and kids and aunts and uncles
here.
and siblings. It can do that. It
It's
can
been a
do that,
Jerry
unfortunately.
Springer Jerry's
then,
It has.
yeah, I mean,
It
once my
has.
great grandma passed, it was it. That was it. It was done. Once my regular grandma passed away, I mean, I took it hard, but I didn't take it that hard. I remember I was talking to Chase when it actually happened because he was around when it happened. I didn't talk much about it and stuff like that. I just told her she died, and I just tried to move on. I tried to make it my strength, and that's what it is now. You know what I'm saying? That her death became a blessing to me. She raised me. My mother, my relationship, my father, I don't know where that's at, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm almost to a point that I don't even care. But my mother is more like, not like my mother, but she's like a sister I fight with. I told her that. She's more of a sister than a mother to me. Knowing that she's my mother, but I feel as if she's a sister.
Right.
Well,
You know,
that's those crazy,
It's hard
weird
to lose
family
loved ones.
relationships. It is. And that's those crazy, weird family relationships that quite a few of us actually have where, the parents feel like siblings and the cousins feel like, siblings and the grandparents are parents and,
Right. That's
it's
the way I was
crazy.
raised. I was raised, and
It's
my
crazy.
grandparents were my
Yeah.
parents.
Did you ever have it?
Well,
in
you
your
were
family
raised
where
in the
people
same neck
died?
of the woods as mine.
Did you ever
Yeah,
have to like? Do you ever know like in like my family instance, people die in threes? Like for some reason, that's always was the case. Like
that's every family. Every
yeah,
family has that.
I noticed that, and I'm like, what else can I take? Like I can't take any more sadness. Like you know.
Well,
I remember
remember
what.
Joe. Just remember Joe.
You know what? You know what?
Well, that's funny.
It got to a point. I take a lot of sadness now. I mean, I said that. You know what? I don't lost so many people. Look, like my pops passed away. I roasted my pops at his funeral. I literally roast my pops. I
Yeah.
said, "I'm gonna miss that crazy old man. That
Aw.
crazy man." Everybody started laughing. That man was crazy as hell. Do y'all know that? I said that real loud in the church. Everybody started clapping and stuff, man. And I just started breaking it down. You got to laugh to keep from crying. We all got to do. But whatever come our way, we got to keep on having that spirit. We got to keep on having that laughter that is good for the soul.
Amen. That's why we need
You
to start
did.
laughing.
Amen.
Yeah, we got high when my mom died. But man, we need to amp this up because she'd be disappointed. Ain't no cuss words, no drinks, no weed. We gotta
Yeah,
get it cracking.
I tell people I want an Irish. I'm sorry. I want like a Louisiana dirge funeral procession, or not, and an Irish wake. You know. I think
Man,
those
I just
two
want them to
go
rent a
well.
club, stuff me in weed. You know what I'm saying? Smoke, have fun. You know what I'm saying? And remember me when I was alive, and don't mourn my death.
No, I don't even want them to waste $7,000 at a funeral. I want them to have the funeral right at the grave and just celebrate my memory.
That's how they get you, Michelle. I learned that with my
Oh,
grandmother.
my husband had the whole thing planned. The guys remember because he pre-planned the funeral, and they remember when Tom came in. He was very specific about what vault he wanted. In fact, the guy said, "We don't normally even sell this vault anymore. It's the most expensive vault." He goes, "How about go with this one?" And Tom said, "No." My husband was always anal, guys. He said, "I want this exact vault."
Still good.
And that was the hardest process sitting through that. I mean, I planned my mom's funeral and it literally made my husband sick because it came to like $10,000. I told the guy, I'll tell you what, match everything that Tom wanted for Anna. Same casket, everything, same vault, everything. I know that Tom would have wanted that if he was here. So, and
Did
it
you
was
have them to bury together?
he didn't add on like the Bible, the cross. Some other funeral homes tack on prices. It was just one set package. It was over and done in an hour. Some people stay 2 hours, 3 hours through that process.
My
I
mom would
wanted
kill
in and
me.
out of there. I didn't want to go in a room looking for caskets. I couldn't do it.
If I would have spent 10,000, my mom would have came back and smacked the shit out of me. Even
But
five.
do you have them buried together in the same vault?
No, they have two separate vaults, and she's to the left of him, and I'll be to the right of him. So we'll be kind of like all in a one line
That's cool.
if I go next or whatever.
Right.
But he
right.
got 6 plots, enough for the kids and their spouses. He had picked out the stone, and it was already put there. So he had everything planned. He had the life insurance, and everything was all in the safe. He said, immediately, if anything happens to me, Debbie will be here right away. Tell her everything she's going to need is in the safe. And she's a lot more smarter when it comes to financing, so she's controlling the Prudential and getting all this money put into the Prudential. So this way here, that money grows. God forbid, if I need that money in the future, I'll have that.
Well, you'll be fine.
I hope so.
You'll be fine.
Because only $100,000 only lasts so long, but I'd rather let that grow, you know what I mean, than touch that. So
yeah, you'll be okay. You'll be fine.
You know what I'm
he
saying?
had separate ones that are small ones, but he was
have
smart.
it help you, or have it help you grow your brand.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
thinking about making my own T-shirts and stuff, but I don't want to do the cheap stuff. I rather buy that digital thing that's new, where they digitally put the print and then you can put it on your T-shirt.
Yep. Yeah, that'd probably be a better idea if you're gonna do it seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea. You could leave it on this channel, but I know you also could do a separate channel to maybe record your journey. If you wanted it, because I know like I watch like Grandma and Ginga. I don't know if y'all guys ever heard of them, but I love them.
Well,
They're
yeah.
like, and I watched Healing with Daisy till the day she died. People like to watch that. It helps them heal. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe separate them, or you could keep it together, whatever you want.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, the sharing of your story and the empathy that you can bring along with that to others that are going through similar things, is a good thing. And yeah, I mean, you're already doing this anyway, so you should have a channel specific to that, and as like maybe a diary channel or one that you know.
That's a great idea, guys.
Talk with others. Yeah.
I
that
do
does
have,
sound like
and it takes it easy to sign up for another account, right?
Mhm.
They won't stop me or nothing, right?
You just need another phone number.
I had some backup ones, but I don't remember the information how to get onto that.
No, you just need to use another telephone number.
Ah, okay.
Yep, that's all. And email, obviously.
Like one of those Wi-Fi free phone numbers.
You can do a Google Voice. That's free.
Google Voice.
Yep.
Cool. Well, thanks, guys. Sorry for taking up some of the show about my grieving, but I love y'all.
Okay.
No need to apologize. We would have told you to shut up.
Love you, darling.
Now we need to change the subject and start laughing. I wanted to share this with you, but I don't know. I have a hard time sharing, so if I put the link, if somebody could do this, would be great. We watched it on my channel, but it's really funny. It's only a couple minutes.
What is it? Where do I get it at?
It's somebody making fun of Joe Biden. It's like 2 minutes long.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to get over being pissed at Tucker, but I guess that
was uncalled for. Because I was even saying, why would the legal team, the strong legal team that Trump has, would even want to share any information on the exact network that tried to call Joe Biden the winner?
Right. I mean, this is all for the courts, and that's exactly what I said when I was talking about that earlier in my show.
Oh, if my dad's not coming home, I'm turning my cable off. I don't
It's on the public and private chat.
I don't watch TV as it is, but I keep the cable for him. But that's going off if he's not coming home, because I'm not. No, I refuse.
Don't pay an extra bill if you don't have to, because that's money going that you could use for food and resources.
You're talking like $100 a month that I don't need to pay for. But
What, we could easily slide into a civil war?
Oh, wait a minute. When I hit that, okay. You got to give me
Well, that's funny. That's funny that it works out like that, because that's $1,200 a year that you could save. And
Conspiracy Box is really good about
coincidentally-
sharing. He knows it all. He knows it better than I do.
Okay, well then do your thing. I'm not good at this.
He's literally a pro.
A pro what?
About sharing videos.
I mean, it's not difficult at all.
I know it's not. That's the funny part. It's why I laugh at myself.
Hold on, I think I might get it. Give me a second.
Well, I got something.
You know those books that you used to buy in the library at the bookstore on Know How to Fix a Toilet for Dummies? That would be me.
You got
Go
it.
ahead.
Share.
Go ahead.
Oh, we mute our mic so we don't make that back noise.
I sent it up. Look at mine. Look on your corner. You'll see the picture.
I see it.
Oh, there it goes.
Watch this,
All
guys.
right,
Everybody pay attention.
All right, I have to press play. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Can you enlarge it?
You got me right there.
What happened to Kelly? Hello, Kelly. What happened to sharing it?
Yeah, I shared it. Just look, Kelly. Look on the bottom of it. I think she hit the wrong one.
Yeah, she kicked herself off.
She's got to come back. She can do it. I did it too.
Yeah.
Where's
Mo's
tonight?
there, man. So Mo's there.
Yeah. He
Mo's
probably
there.
went on a potty break.
He's playing
Either
Pac-Man.
that or he has to work tomorrow.
I literally was cracking up watching that video. My son's like, "Oh, I gotta follow him," so he's now following Mike the Cop. He's retired, by the way. It's just a funny video. He's a Trump supporter. He's actually has a YouTube channel too. I suggest subscribing to his channel. He goes live. I always miss his lives.
Who, me?
Called Mike the Cop.
Oh, Mike the Cock. He's a cock?
Called Mike the Cop.
Why are you talking nasty, man? God damn.
Shut up, Mo. I don't even say that word, let alone even say that out loud.
Look inside. Look on your screen.
I see it, Da Vinci.
All right, let me
Mute mics.
Let me
Except
get
for the
on it.
one who's playing the. He's got to
Wait.
leave it open.
All right.
I'm trying. It won't go.
No, that's me. Let me take it off for a second. I'll put it back. That was me. Hold on. I'm gonna share it again.
Please stand by, everybody. Stand by. You have to watch this video. I wish I could make videos like this. I don't know how to create videos like this.
All right, try again. Okay, now, man, this is all in my face. Okay, put the sound on.
$1.4 trillion.
Let me bring it back. All right.
Hey, sir. Officer Mike with Nunya PD. I wanted to stop by and get some information. My understanding is that you were either a witness or maybe
What
even
happened?
a victim to a crime. So just here to follow up on that. Let's just start with your name.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
I'm sorry. What?
And I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Okay, I'm just gonna go with Joe Biden for now.
I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation.
Okay, sir. I'm sorry.
Roll
I'm
the
sure
screen
you're
down a
worked up
little
and
bit.
upset. Let's just start with when all this happened.
It's a good question.
Thank you.
That was a time in the late 60s, the early 60s and 60s where...
All right, and all this happened back at the community pool?
This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and they weren't allowed to... There was a 3-meter board. And if you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement.
Okay, so someone is trying to push you or someone you know off of the 3-meter platform. Did you get a good look at him?
And Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Okay, so Corn Pop was responsible.
And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Okay, so he had some accomplices. Helps. What happened then? Any weapons?
He said, I'll be waiting for you. He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors.
That sounds pretty serious. Were there any other weapons involved?
You know the chain? There used to be a chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up. He said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head.
Sir, is there anyone else who could maybe corroborate this story of yours?
I promise you, the president has a big stick.
Okay, so straight razors for them, a chain for you, and a stick for Trump. Any other weapons involved in this little West Side Story thing you have going on?
And they said, you're going to take my shotgun.
Oh my, how many shotguns?
I said, I have 3. I now have 5 because my son died and I have 3 of his. I have 5 shotguns.
That math doesn't add up. Sir, I'm just trying to help you. Okay?
You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Quite honestly, I've been called much worse. Moving on, Mr. Joe Biden's husband, the dispatchers advised me that some money may have been involved. Was there a particular amount that you lost?
$1.4 trillion worth.
That sounds like a lot. You were carrying that on you, right?
It will cost 1/30th. 1/30th. Costs a lot of money.
Again, it's just not really a number.
A damn liar, man.
Sir, if you could just stay calm long enough for me, just get to the facts of the matter.
We choose truth over facts.
I tell you what, I can see him getting about as much information as I'm going to get. So here is the number to the department and my name and badge number. If you think of anything else, give us a call.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
Of course not. Of course not. I would have never thought that.
Senator, No, but I mean, I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure. You know, the rapidly rising I don't know.
Okay, yeah, that's super helpful.
Can be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I gotta go too. I'm gonna get to, work.
Wow.
Oh my God,
Hey,
that
sir.
shit was funny.
I know. I would love to do something like that because I always have those funny face expressions. Oh, I would be so good at it. I can't figure it out how he did that. Like
He just
perfect.
he just
Oh,
took
wait.
different
Awesome.
different cuts and just scripted in between them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know, but it's like you got to find that program to put it editing and all that time. It takes
Yeah.
work. I'll give him that. He did a great job.
I didn't mean to mute. He changed his name to Corn Pop. I didn't mean to mute you, Conspiracy Box.
It's okay.
I didn't know. I didn't know if Carolyn could undo hers or not.
Is he ready? Is he
I
ready to?
can't.
Is he
Mine's
ready
stuck.
to? Is he
And so,
ready
Like
to
some of
peanut?
the things he says. I mean, really, and I question the people that voted for him.
Call me
Watching
Corn
that.
It's not about that. It's to put that broad in. That's all it's about. She's gonna get the slot. It's
I
not
can't-
gonna be him.
And as his
Take that
wife,
video up.
I tweeted her. I tweeted at her, and she blocked me. I called her as an insult to American wives to this country. She's an insult to us all. To sit there and watch her husband, knowing he's suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's, and he had 2 major brain aneurysm surgeries, knowing he's been through it. Not that I care or love him, but it's just disgusting. It's like they're using him, and exactly what
It's
they are.
elder abuse.
It is.
It is elder abuse.
Hey, you want to put up
I
that?
don't care. I don't have any heart for Joe
Yeah, they
Biden.
did the same thing with Mueller. Look at Mueller; he had the same problem.
Look at how John McCain died. Same thing.
Yeah,
It's
but
punishment.
Mueller, he didn't even know anything about the investigation,
They got
and he was
punished.
supposed to be the main guy.
Yeah.
You ready?
Okay. Yep, I'm ready.
Want to know how we could easily slide into a civil war? Stay tuned, because it could happen. How could a civil war start? Great question. To understand that, we need to first believe that Biden is definitely our next president. Because he is, right? Emotionally speaking, yes, he is. But legally speaking, no. No, he is not. Not at all. It's a no, even though the mainstream media, the social media giants, and Google have all announced to the public that Biden has won, and they're continually reinforcing it. While legally speaking, court proceedings and legal challenges continue with the alleged voting irregularities with the actual election and the actual results. Not to mention automatic recounts that are happening in some states just because the results were so close. It's the law. But here's a fact that the fact checkers will fact check is false. In truth, the media doesn't have any authority over the election or in determining who the winner of the election is. They just have tremendous authority over how you perceive the election, because whoever controls the narrative controls the people, that kind of thing. So here's how a civil war could break out because of all this. Unless you've been living under a soundproof rock, you'll know there was an election. Your results are going to be one of basically 2 choices. Either Trump or Biden wins. People vote. Whoever gets the most electoral votes wins the election. Simple-ish. Then a few days after the election, while the official vote counts, recounts, and lawsuits were still going on, the Associated Press announced Joe Biden as the winner of the election. So it's happy days for a lot of people who did not like Trump. Easy to understand is he doesn't have the most humble personality on record. So many people's expectations and emotions are extremely elevated over a Biden presidency. Oh, and it's probably worth mentioning at this point, up here, you've got a few very rich, powerful people who want their guy Biden in office and Trump out. They control the mainstream media and social media. The media continues to reinforce the emotions and certainty of a Biden win with a steady stream of headlines like these. Even on this video, you're likely seeing a reinforcement message that looks like this, or this. It's generated by the social media companies to try to convince you that the election's absolutely over. They also produce a steady diet of headline propaganda trying to convince you that even the idea that voting fraud could be a thing that could happen is preposterous as an idea, as a thought that the earth is flat. While headlines like these manipulate people into believing that the reason why Trump won't concede the election is because he's crazy, dangerous, and is refusing to leave the White House. So people are left with a feeling of absolute certainty that Joe Biden is their next president. Awesome. But here's the problem. The media doesn't have any authority to determine who the winner of the election is. Actually, zero. That's the exact amount of authority they have. Determining the winner of the presidential election is actually the legal responsibility of the Electoral College, the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the National Archives, not the media. This is something other countries see very clearly, while our media seems to be clouding our vision. So it's these guys who are legally entrusted to determine who the winner of the election is after a fair and accurate vote count, which currently has a number of lawsuits, legal challenges, and recounts going on, which have to be resolved before a winner can be announced. Now you might say, well, I don't like Trump, and his side can't just declare their voting fraud and get those votes thrown out. And that's correct. It's impartial judges within the U.S. court system who get to determine if there's in fact any voting fraud and if any votes get thrown out. Thank God, because I'm pretty sure each side is dirty and dishonest enough that they'd both be willing to cheat and therefore shouldn't be trusted. That's why we have the justice system, which is presumably the only thing in this scenario that is trustworthy. As the legal proceedings, proceed in determining who the legal winner of the election is, it's very possible that courts and electoral college, etc., will determine Joe Biden is the winner of the election after all fair votes are counted and any fraudulent votes thrown out. That's totally cool. These people stay happy, democracy is upheld, and we can have faith in all future elections. It'd be great. Another possibility, and it might not have a high probability, yet it is realistically a possibility, is that Donald Trump proves to be the winner of the election, even after the media's called it for the other guy. It's happened before. If Trump wins, then you have a very sad group of people over here instantly turn happy and probably act like jerks to the other side. Let's just be real. Yet democracy is upheld and we can have faith in all future elections. But remember these people over here? What happens to them if they find out Trump is the legal winner of the election after many weeks of believing and feeling with absolute certainty that Biden has won the election? Answer: emotional hysteria, and they won't believe the real election results. If this proves to be the case, Trump wins and that's the reality, do you see how far from reality these people have been led by the media? The larger the divide, the more tension there is to erupt. And this is a very large divide. Think of it this way. What happens when you give a child a toy? They love it, right? But then what happens if you take that toy away? Because the child believed it was their toy, they feel as though you've wronged them. So they're willing to explode with emotional hysteria and destroy the house. Except in this case, the house is our country. But when you factor in that we're living in a year where the media has already established that rioting is okay, then the child's basically been given permission to destroy the house because we've already practiced it. And then you have a civil war because the media's influence over people is stronger than the influence that the legal reality has over people, because whoever controls the narrative controls the people. You get the idea. But why has this house of cards been set up this way? Because these people up here that really want Trump out of office are willing to manipulate people to destroy their lives and country to underhandedly get their guy into office. It's an attempt to have emotional persuasion overthrow legislation. Oh, and by the way, who are these people? I don't know. They stay behind the scenes because darkness loses power in the light. And again, maybe this is of the election, and that's great. But just in case, these people have used the media to put this into place. It's kind of like saying, I hope we win, but if we don't, we'll have this in place so we can win even if we don't. Hashtag rioting. Hashtag civil war. Oh, it's also illegal to incite riots, but these guys are kind of above the law, as you can see here. So I don't think we have to worry about them getting caught. But this orchestrated mess of a civil war can only happen if you let the media do your thinking for you. If you truly think for yourself, then the highly charged emotional hysteria needed to create rioting in a civil war simply won't build up inside of you. Instead, you'll have peace inside you, and you'll be contributing to a better world. Whoever controls the narrative controls the people, unless the person chooses to control their own narrative, which you can do. Just something to think about. Oh, hey, this just in, and spoiler alert, everything I just said has been fact-checked as false. Great.
When I was born in the colony of
And I want to let him play this because give him his props.
One more thing. I want to thank the sponsor of this video, Magnesium Breakthrough by Bioptimizers, because it actually helps promote inner peace. Now, I'm sure it's hard to figure out what you could possibly be stressed about right now, but there is one key nutrient that can significantly help reduce people's stress levels, and that nutrient is magnesium. High stress levels elevates the cortisol in your system, which breaks your body down. You start to feel crappy.
All right. Well, and that's JP. Y'all got to check out his channel, man. He's got a lot of great little comedy shorts, comedy sketches.
He looks like the carrot head guy.
Yeah, he does.
See, look, here's
Thank
his
you.
Yep.
That's the page, Awaken with JP. Go check him out if you've never seen any of his stuff. Guy's a comedian, and he does shows as well. He started out doing like he was a real like a serious new age, type, and he was doing skits like that, and a lot of irony in
Sorry.
We got petty time in the chat room. Mo's over there doing timeout purge.
Oh, God.
shit.
You
I
saw what he
like
said
that
earlier
guy.
about being in the bedroom?
He did one earlier at the beginning of this whole pandemic, the lockdowns and stuff, about how the media is telling you everything opposite of each other. Go outside, but stay inside. Stay at home, but go ahead out if you need to go get stuff. Go out and get stuff, but don't go to the store for too long. Shop for all your. I mean, it was hysterical. That shit was comical. He is fucking hilarious.
Here.
You see this plastic tote right here? That's
I got a roust about, man. I got to lay down myself. I'll check it
Kelly's
out.
in
Y'all be
timeout.
cool.
It is. You need to get him to a computer program.
No, I'm told I should be terrified of trees, but I'm not terrified of trees. I actually like being around them. Is there something wrong with me? You should be very scared of trees. A friend of mine's friend's brother had a tree down when it fell on him. He was high risk. Yeah, I still think being terrified is the right thing to do. Oh, no. I sprained my ankle the last time we played. I'm not planning to get until the ankle vaccine's ready.
Oh my God, someone has a peanut allergy. Close down the economy.
For how long?
At least a year. There was a shark attack off the coast of Florida last night, so we are putting a stay-at-home lockdown order in place for your protection. Sir, climate change is getting worse. We need to do something. I got it. We should shut down all businesses. Brilliant, sir. I'll get right on that.
Bless you. Thank you. We should probably wear these to erase our identities and protect ourselves from human connection. I'll gladly comply with that.
I just don't know what I'm going to do. Let's turn on the TV and see what this untrustworthy person thinks you should do. Dude, Magic Johnson got AIDS from having sex. It's not safe for anyone to have sex anymore. We need sexual distancing. What's your favorite food?
Narrative Tommy was supposed to be.
I think you wanted to do pizza.
Oh, then pizza. Like, definitely my favorite food. Hey, excuse me, are you wearing a condom? No. Well, put one on. You're putting us all at risk. Yeah. Roll it all the way down. Cover the whole thing. Okay. Thank you. He's really sick. Someone calling him an appointment at the Apple store. With a mass dehydration problem, science tells us water will cure dehydration. What do you think we should do? Let's advise people not to drink water. Makes perfect sense. Is that designed to be a pregnancy test? No. From a medical perspective, it technically can't detect pregnancy. Sounds reliable. It is. Oh my God. It says I'm pregnant. What am I going to do? I think you need to be on a ventilator. Hey, I want to thank the sponsor of this video, Magnesium Breakthrough.
Yeah, he's got funnier ones, but that's his line of humor.
Oh, good night, Da Vinci. I have a really dry sense
Good
of
night.
humor, so it's hard for me to laugh. I know that sounds horrible, but
You got a very dry sense of humor.
yes, and that's why I don't even watch so-called like funny movies, because I'll sit there and everybody else is laughing their ass off, and I'm like, I don't get it. It's not funny. Oh, it sucks sometimes because I can't catch it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I'm too serious, he says.
Did you see that video I sent you?
Kelly, I thought you were going to rant tonight. You said you had some things you wanted to say.
Oh, I was just pissed off with this whole damn election thing. I know you told me we got to wait, but I just think they're fucking with us. They already know what's going to happen. They know who they're going to put in and why they're going to do it. They're just dangling the carrot in front of us. That's why I told Carolyn I was going to kick her ass. I'm like, why couldn't you just tell me this instead of making me go through all this drama? Yeah. I was like really emotionally invested momentarily. Yeah. Because they do know.
That video I sent you through Discord of the parents and the kid, and it's a guy that's a comedian, and it's like the PC culture overload.
Yes.
Oh my God, that had me dying.
Yes, I saw that.
That would have went with this perfectly.
I'm like, what is explain something to me. What does I get the hashtag truth, yo. Okay. Oh, hey, I'm about to do a dance. Kyle Rittenhouse is finally out on bond. Hey, it's your birthday. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Hey, so what's up?
Now that got more out of the bag.
Was there some something going on in your part of the world?
It's time for a celebration. Huh?
It's time for a celebration. I put everybody in timeout. Hey.
That is
I know.
That is some good news though.
What did I do?
Yeah. You actually got Mo out of bed?
Yeah, when he saw that
I don't see anybody on the screen. Is it just me?
Yeah, isn't that sad?
No, nobody's on the screen. You're
Okay,
good.
I thought I was a bad girl or something.
No, you're good. You're good.
Hold on, let me fix it. Hold on.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. You shut down Corn Pop.
No, I didn't.
Shut down Corn Pop. Yeah, I had one more video for you. It was actually the latest one he did.
Okay.
This one actually is pretty funny.
See, I still got to be a DJ, okay? Could Kelly learn to be a DJ? I'm training her.
Hey, what's up, man? Just got my COVID test results. Oh, how'd you do? Came back positive for gluten intolerance. Oh, man, that's worse than COVID. Way worse. A lot of people have it. I just wish the economy was open so we could close it down because of it. Have you told your parents? No way, man. I could never come out to them. They're so old-fashioned. They still eat bread. It's hard enough to tell them I have COVID.
You had COVID? When?
Yesterday.
Are you still contagious?
No.
Oh, when did you stop being contagious?
Tomorrow.
Oh, I'm going to Portland tomorrow.
What are you doing up there?
Rioting and looting.
Nice. For what?
Oh, this is exercise.
Sounds peaceful.
Yeah, we're really taking a stand against people who take a stand.
Against people who take a stand for anything specific.
Yeah, anything specific.
Sounds progressive.
AOC, baby. Hey, have you been following the election?
Very closely.
Do you think there was really voter fraud?
Oh, yeah.
What makes you so sure?
I committed a lot of it.
That sounds like a
lot
lot
of honest votes for Biden. Yeah, they were.
Hey, what do you think about the COVID vaccine coming out?
It's a miracle.
I know. And only 2 days after the Associated Press elected Biden into office.
I think we should credit all of it to Biden.
It's like he personally created it.
The man's a genius.
For you? Only if it's not mandatory.
It'll be a vintage top shelf injection.
But is it tested yet? It'll be common courtesy to get 1 or 7 of them.
Yeah, you're lucky if you don't get it. Hey, are you into tracking?
Oh, yeah. I love being tracked.
Are you microchipped?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of DIY microchipping. I didn't want to wait for the mandatory ones, so I just used YouTube tutorials.
Nanotechnology?
Oh, no. It's actually a 3-inch floppy disk implanted in my lower back right underneath the skin. It's the best technology
I heard about this.
Nice.
I call it my track stamp.
You must feel so safe.
Yeah, it's like I'm an
Who
infant,
is this
and my mom's
guy?
always watching. But instead of my mom, it's the United States government. So it's even more safe.
You're so free.
Hey, what do you think about Biden's mask mandate idea?
I believe everything they tell him to say to me.
How long do you think he'll live, though?
Well, I hear we're supposed to have a very mild springtime next year. I don't know if he can make it through something like that. So
do you think the Biden administration will be good for our country?
yes, but I think how he got elected will be even better for it.
Oh, what's that?
Just a hunch. Kamala Harris, though, right?
Oh, she loves when people are in prison.
She has pronouns in her Twitter bio.
Why wouldn't I believe everything?
Do you remember on April 2nd, 2019, when she said she believes the women who accused Biden of sexual misconduct?
I don't believe anything she says.
Me either.
But Trump has 26 allegations, and Biden only has 8. And 26 minus 8 is 18, which technically means that Biden has negative 18 allegations, which means that Biden has saved 18 people's lives.
Where would women be?
Oh my
without him?
God.
Nowhere.
Is that RBR right there?
Have fun in Portland tomorrow.
Thanks, man. I will.
It's been great catching up with you, man.
Hey,
Oh
Is
my
that bread?
God.
yeah, why? I thought you just said you found out you were gluten intolerant.
Well, I am, but I always wear a mask when I eat it, so.
Somebody tell me who this guy is.
Well,
I don't know.
Who's sharing this?
I'll give you a shout when I get back.
Oh, I'm not really doing a hand thing, just with everything that's.
Right, totally understandable.
Conspiracy
She's in-
box is sharing it.
Okay.
Oh, what's that?
You gotta give me the guy's channel or what's his name.
All right. It's been the same one.
Right there at the
Awaken-
bottom, it said. Yeah.
Look, you see it right
Awakening
here?
with JP. Hold on,
Awakening
right.
with JP.
Yeah, leave that right there. Hold on. I this is really good guy. This is awesome. Okay.
You know what's sad is that
How creative, man. I love it. And it's making fun of Biden. It's so easy to make fun of like Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters. Like I have some ideas just by watching other channels, not to copy them, but just such great ideas coming to light, you know?
what kind of phone do you use, Michelle?
Tom bought me just before he died the Apple 10 phone, the brand new one.
Okay, go if you want to make. I'll tell you an app that's really good with and easy to make stuff like that with is Video Leap.
Video Leap?
Yeah. I mean, you can put in audio. You can. It's easy to operate.
Okay, hold on. And would that be in the App Store?
Yep.
Okay, hold on. I have to. It takes me a while because I don't know how to. I'm so used to the Android phone. Okay, what's it called now?
It's called Video Leap.
Leap?
Yep, LEAP.
Got it.
Oh, what's that?
And you
God.
are.
Sarah must have put this on my phone already. It's here.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a romantic relationship with blue light?
I'll take a look at that. Thank you.
Sure.
You're
I know,
awesome.
I know people have said iMovie too, but I don't know if I haven't used that one.
Yeah.
You know, I'm in a kick mode.
I think I got that on my laptop because that took up a lot of room.
Mo's doing a timeout purge again in the chat room.
I know. He's
Why? What's going
He's on
on?
a warpath, man.
I gotta
It's
see.
like musical chairs down there.
Really?
We're like in a war or something, man. He's just like taking people out left and right.
Why did you beat Solvey? What'd she do?
It doesn't matter. It's not personal.
Yeah, I was already timed out
You
earlier.
timed me out.
Trucker, everybody got timed out. Go put your name in there, Michelle. See
No, I don't want to. Mo loves me, right?
She said it like a little kid. No,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
only
want
5
to.
minutes.
No.
Thought you'd like that. Anna used to like it when I used to do that.
Hey, Kelly, Sean sent a link in the chat room for Kyle Crittenhouse, the information.
I know, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
he got given bail for like $2 million or something, wasn't it?
I went
10%
shopping
of
today.
that's 200.
Anybody do any shopping? Christmas shopping? I'm doing
fuck-
Christmas shopping the day after Thanksgiving. Wish me luck.
Fuck no, I'm not buying nobody's shit. I'll give my kids.
Ain't got money to buy nobody nothing.
Yeah, I'll give my kids some money and that's it.
No, my sister gave me permission to use some money and she sent me a little check. Not much. You know, the kids get $350 each, but Sarah wanted a desk. So I'm like, okay, well, then you're done for Christmas. Well, Santa bring me the Xbox and I'm looking at her like, yeah, like I can get my hands on one right now.
That's what my son wants, the PS5. I said, well, you better wait for you get your own goddamn money for that. I ain't paying for that.
I
Go
told him that he
fund
can
me.
have it. I'll buy him that, but that would be it, and it would include their birthday gift.
That's like $500 right there.
And I know,
Yeah.
and I told him it would have to be all summer. That whole list that we have to do, you have to complete that, and it's a contract we would sign. Because if not, I take it, unplug it, and keep it for myself.
I'm trying to find this article with cut.
Give it
But if
some
they go
time.
on
They'll be
sale,
in the
Kelly,
pawn shops. Give it some
if they-
time. They'll be in the pawn shops.
You're right.
You'll be able to get them in the pawn shop.
He's right, but I know there's a huge sale called Cyber Monday. Somebody told me wait till then. So
They're having Black Friday month instead of week. Like Black Friday.
Yeah.
Now it's the whole month.
Target
Yep. The rest of the
might have
month.
it.
Hold on a second. If you're Facebook friends with me, if you can send me that link in Messenger, that'll work. Otherwise, I can't click on it from the chat and pull it up
Why? What link to what video?
to the Kyle Rittenhouse video.
Oh, I don't know what one that one is.
Maybe Corn
shit.
Pop can click on it and share it because he's
He's the pro.
good.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't.
I like to hire. I
Especially
like to
since he's
like hire
timed
him
out
as
now.
my video manager or whatever.
Especially since he's timed out now. Mo got him. Mo
Okay.
zapped him.
Guess what? I'm gonna whoop your ass. I'm not kidding. Wait, I got it. I can. Give me a
Why
second.
won't Mo come on camera? What's he hiding from tonight?
He's laying in bed.
Did you give him some black eyes? Did you beat him up?
No, he didn't. Yeah, right.
Mo's having some alone time.
Oh, okay. Never mind. No detail need to know.
Petty
He
time.
said he said it in the chat. He mentioned it in the chat earlier.
Well, he knows I love him.
Now, what is it? Kyle Rittenhouse, what?
That's
Got
the
bail.
Gateway Pundit. Gatewaypundit.com.
Let me see if I copy it and send it to John if it'll work. No, you can't show it because you're on a
Just put-
phone.
I mean, if you got the link, put it on the in the private chat.
No, I just got it on my phone. I don't have the. Hold
Okay,
on,
well,
let me-
give me the title.
Oh,
so that I
wait,
can,
no, I know how to do it. I know how to do it. Never mind. I got it. I know how now. Let me think. I know how to do it. I got it. See, I have to use my brain for a moment, and then I can do it. Okay. I had to think how that was gonna work. Like, how am I gonna send that? But I know how to do it now. I got it.
It's a real Charlie Brown Christmas tree in New York City. I watched that video and I was like, they was
I think I
laughing too.
posted that. Yeah, I think I
Yeah.
posted that. The 2020 Christmas tree, the perfect wrap to the
That's
shit
what
show.
they get. I was
Kelly,
like,
you got
is
it?
the
you're
Because if not,
fired,
exact
you're
I'm
fired, you're
same.
Yep.
fired.
I'm gonna share it over to your messenger if you don't
I
have
was
it.
like,
I got
that's
it
what you
already.
get, Como.
You got it?
Up
Okay.
Yep,
yours.
I got it. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Fine. You know, it's sad that it takes a 17-year-old to really put the smack down.
I know he's got a free legal help, right? Someone is doing it pro bono, right?
Yeah.
And he is getting money through what? Wait a minute, I
think
heard GoFundMe
he's
cut
got
that.
Lynn Wood working for him. Lynn Wood's on his team.
Did you hear GoFundMe suspended and
Yep.
did not give him the money? That's what I heard.
Wow.
It says
Mo just timed himself out.
it says he's stupid.
Has he been drinking?
No.
That's why.
He's just being funny. Contrary to belief, he doesn't drink all the time.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. So he got out on they made this bail $2 million, huh?
Yeah, 10% is 200K.
I don't know if Wisconsin has that 10% here. I think you have to have the whole shebang.
Yeah. Not only that, but you would have to have collateral.
He has to go back to court December 3rd.
What happens if they shut the courts down?
Well, they'll do
I think
it
they
on
do it by Zoom now anyway.
Yep, Zoom.
Well, they've even had to where, people that we know that were waiting to have hearings for like traffic accidents and stuff like that. And
Oh,
they
what's
kept
up?
getting rescheduled.
Fucking Ricky Four Corners. That dude, he shouldn't drink and try to fucking talk about the things that he's passionate about. His feeling is that we'll be able to write all. I mean, I think it's something that should be done, but his feeling is that we can write all this by creating citizen assemblies and being able to go and petition and push our rights. Well, when these fuckers aren't adhering to any of that shit, I don't know how you use that to fucking quell
Well,
criminality.
that's why I asked about the enforcement. How is he get it enforced? I asked him that. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
I said,
no,
how
and
do
he
you
got-
enforce
and he
that?
got-
How do you
and he
enforce that?
And the problem with him is fucking, he started getting fucking insulting, It's just, he's a fucking, a hothead over his own myopic view of how this shit could get fixed. And there's too many fucking heads that have been involved in this, and nobody knows how to avert a civil war. That's really the underlying thing, and because that will be the very thing that will allow everything to be fucking solidified. That and it is like, I feel like doing something, and it's like 30 years of fucking wanting to do something more than just tell people and try to worm away from.
Wait, you just cut out. But it's not. No, I understand. I don't. No, I'm not going to say that I understand 100% because I don't. But I understand what he's getting at, and it sounds good. But I don't see them acknowledging that. I feel them like they're just going to basically be like, fuck you, have a nice day.
Well, at that point, though, the people will have the power to make the changes because enough people will start getting up and saying, yeah, we can't stand for this. We don't want this. We don't want Australia. We don't want to lose all of our rights. We don't want to lose the freedoms and liberties that God gave us and morally are ours.
I don't know about that because I don't see that growing like that.
See what I'm saying, man? This shit throws me out all the time. My God.
Are you on your phone?
I feel your pain.
No, I'm on a computer. I mean, I am using Wi-Fi, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I
just
went through that yesterday.
It's just ridiculous.
I feel you. It freezes up and you can't hear anything.
Exactly. When you start experiencing that, I really believe that the AI is tagging you, and it's starting to hear the
Absolutely.
word, you know. So like, if you say Civil War, that's probably one of them trigger words. You know.
Well, let's not run through the litany of them, but yes.
How you doing, Sean?
Oh, I was just getting ready to read my list off.
Yeah, I was. I've had it do that to me on every single platform I've been on for the
Tell
last
me-
4 months.
The thing about the go ahead, Kelly.
I just want to know. I want to ask Carolyn, what does when people say optics high? What the hell does that mean?
Oh, that just means there's a lot of shit going on, and people, need to understand that this is a very pivotal moment. It's a very important moment. It's a very, potentially historical moment, biblical moment.
What is the word or the phrase?
The optics are high.
Oh yeah, the optics are high. Basically, everything is visible. You can see.
Yes.
You can see what the hell's going on. It's no longer in the dark. It's only a matter of your understanding. If you have the understanding to be able to see it for what it is, as opposed to what the narrative is trying to make a lot of people see it as.
I need you guys' opinion real quick before they run out. There's only one left. If you had your choice of buying your kids a game system or something to get them off games and like videos and stuff, don't you think like a skee ball machine for $350 would be more worth buying for my kids? Like, you know what I mean?
You'll be flushing your money down the toilet.
Yeah,
they
because it
won't
was
be
sitting in
there.
the corner. It was sitting in the corner and gathered dust.
Air hockey.
I had an air hockey table. It's downstairs. It's like a kids midgets thing. Or like, do you think a pool table is better for teenagers? Because I was just thinking more of that idea.
It might be if they're into it. The thing is, if
Those
none
are
of-
weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, if nobody
Those
in your
become weapons. The balls and the sticks.
if
Nah,
nobody-
man. Those become drinking outlets, man. Be real.
it's like if your kids are in the pool, then sure. I would do like a real air hockey table.
I want to buy a surprise gift for them.
and or a ping pong table.
Yeah.
Shit like that to let them
They
get
have
exercise.
a ping pong thing where you could just put it right on your regular kitchen table.
Mm-hmm.
Check,
Like a
check.
net
Can you guys
thing.
hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted your opinions.
I had my dad.
Yeah, we hear you.
Get them lawn darts. Get them a chemistry set.
Okay.
Roller skates.
Get them all the shit that they outlawed in the fucking
Yeah,
90s,
Sarah did want to upgrade her rollerblades.
80s and 90s.
I got a pair in the garage myself.
Well, I
Okay.
used to love roller skating, and I had
Sorry for
because I saw
interrupting.
this.
It's just
I
stuff
saw
just
this
disappearing
nonsense.
online.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask.
Yeah. Yeah.
Free
I
weights
mean,
are always a
we
good
can't
gift.
really.
Use them year round.
Sarah and me love skee ball. That was Anna's favorite thing to do. So, I mean, Sarah would just totally go ape shit over it. But okay, I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
What's up, Sean?
Someone
I'm
had a question
tweeting
about
Jack
the
real quick.
assembly,
Dorsey.
right?
I want to get him to talk. You did. Welcome. I said hi to you a couple times. I don't know if you heard me.
Thanks.
Sorry,
Yeah, it's
Michelle.
cutting in and out
okay.
on my end for a second there.
It was cutting in and out.
Oh, someone have. Yeah, it actually, for some reason, my phone went back a tab to Google to the search tab where I put in the address for the StreamYard. So
Mine does that
just
too.
a little bit glitchy on this old phone. Yeah, someone had a question though about the assembly. So I'm
That was
gonna
conspiracy box
make this
or
real short and sweet.
AKA corn pop. That was
Roger
conspiracy
that.
box that was talking about that.
There's
We were talking
corporate.
the other night a little bit about it. You and I.
Got it. I'm a slice and dice this a little simpler. There's corporate law. You can also relate it to maritime law, commerce law, contract law, and there's constitutional law. The two are very different. There is a two-tier justice system. It's been that way since the Organic Act of 1871. We're trying to get the Organic Act to no longer apply by way of forming assemblies. Now, the thing with lawyers and the things with the Crown and all of them, their reward is their bond. Bond is a key thing. If they do not honor these contracts, if they do not honor the people in assembly, we pull their bond, as in you get them in the wallet. That's how everything works in this world. The world runs on money. So we're essentially saying, as a corporation, they violated the contract. We don't want their contract anymore. Simple. And
Absolutely.
now the peace officers, hey, you know, you wake them up or you don't. But most peace officers actually are for the Constitution because that's what they think that they're enforcing. They don't, or same for the military. They don't realize that they're essentially mercenaries for the corporation. You know, that's read Smedley Butler's War is a Racket. He figured it out when he wrote that book. And he talked about United Fruit Corporation, that he was protecting the corporation of the United Fruit Corporation and the American citizens who worked for it, but he wasn't fighting for freedom. So you got to do a little research. And the thing is just some folks have repeated it so much, they get impatient with repeating it on class number 118, class number 119, class number 120.
Yeah, no.
So
I get it. I get it. I get
how it is.
I
No,
get
but
it.
The question we had was okay. So now we're at that point. How are you going to get it enforced if they're not willing to cooperate or adhere to it?
Well, that's like anyone, if any mercenary, if they're paid money and they think because they have sheer force of arms, they can go and cuff you. That's great. Wait till they see what happens in the courtroom. I would refer you guys to David Icke and John Smith's chat on band.video. They spoke about how it goes over in London. And if you know what you're doing, you can actually frustrate these judges and collect the bonds, you know, on different people. Look, anytime someone raises their hand and takes an oath to the Constitution, it's an open contract. It's an open bond. So when the assemblies, by way of sheer numbers, collect those bonds and contracts, that wakes these guys up real quick because they realize that not only have they violated their oaths, but now people are onto them. So the thing is, you do it solo, you can be picked up by a cop all on your lonesome. That just happened to somebody out in South Dakota, unfortunately. But if you do it, you know, with an actual assembly, they realize you're working within the law, and they know they legally and lawfully can't go after you as a group because that was written in by the founders. That was a catch-20.
Here's what this is. I mean, simply put, this is what I was saying, and I hope that you heard me. I did say that I think that this needs to be done. My issue with the matter at this point in time is that when you have criminals operating a justice system that's not adhering to what should be, okay, that just like sovereign citizens, and there could be an argument, oh, this is different. No, they're using very, very, very similar aspects of understanding in order to make their argument, and they're actually correct. But, you know, aside from that, if they don't want to abide, meaning the judges, because I mean that's really where it comes down to. These judges. I mean, look what they did with Flynn. Look at that judge with Flynn.
Can I cut in real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, so if we add all of that part into, you know, everybody continuing to go to your state capitals, your, you know, town councils and all that stuff and protest, throw that in and say, all of us here are done with this fuckery and do it that way. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. When you go to, you got to understand, as a corporation, you go to that state capitol, it's like you're in aisle 6 at Walmart. They don't have to listen to you. So when you form a lawful assembly,
at this point, what we're doing is we're going to tell everybody that is heading to the, you know, this weekend, tomorrow, over the weekend, next weekend, when you go there, everybody needs to collectively tell them that, you know, you're going to form a unit and an assembly, and we're going to hold you guys accountable to everything that's been going on. So that needs to be the conversation and what happens this weekend and every weekend until they certify all those votes.
That's part of it. The catch is they got to form county assemblies and then state level assemblies, and eventually you can have an actual assembly and you know, repeal finish repealing the Organic Act 1871. Michigan's already gotten them to repeal that. Alaska has gotten its assemblies seated and is up and running. We're looking at getting California rocking and rolling. The thing is, if you show up as a crowd on those steps, I've seen other assemblies do this because they're not instructed correctly. They start writing off all this paperwork with lawyers to the judges, and next thing you know, they're getting themselves thrown in jail because they don't have lawful standing yet. There is a process to this, so it's a cut-and-paste thing. These folks who meet at these capitals, for optics, it's great to do that you wake people up. But none of these people are networking and going back home with their fellow, county and state members and saying, okay, we woke them up. Now, how do we follow up? The follow-up is form that lawful assembly. Because when the grand jury de jure of the people rises, the grand jury de facto, the paid grand jury, has to sit. And if you guys saw Shadowgate, they are now automating the grand jury process to where they pick people who will vote guilty. This means they have abdicated their authority over the grand jury. They have defaulted. So it's not just a matter of the corporation, they stepped out of line by forming an alphabet agency. They don't even give us a jury of our peers anymore. Roger Stone's trial was a complete moment in time, a photograph of them rigging a jury because they used the algorithm that's exposed in Shadowgate to select a jury that would vote guilty across the board against Roger Stone. So that's one of the big reasons why, for those of you who follow InfoWars, why everybody freaked out, because Alex still uses lawyers like Robert Barnes as allies. You don't want to upend the apple cart of the lawyers. The lawyers have all sworn to the bar. An attorney is someone who takes property from one person and gives it to another. So an attorney at law is just, mulling around goods and stuff. They're not concerned about what the law is. They're concerned about taking money from one place to another. If you guys ever notice, conservatives get sentenced to jail. Liberals, they settle out of court. It's a little fine. You guys get it? There is a two-tier system. So we are basically kicking off the one tier, and then the people can form whatever tier they want to replace it with, hopefully within the context of the Constitution. But, the good news is...
But if the judiciary is corrupt, where do you go from there?
You have to reform and restaff it with a non-corrupt judiciary. And the good news is the president of this corporation, this CEO, is open to us. And he's still commander in chief, which means the military through chain of command still will back him and his decisions in support of us in the long run. I will put it this way to you. Remember, the Marines serve at the pleasure of the president within the continental U.S. So when Barack Obama is joking about the Navy SEALs, the SEALs after SEAL Team 6 in Afghanistan, the SEALs ain't got Biden's back. They don't got Barack Obama's back. That's him, being fanciful. And fact of the matter is, the Marine Corps, I'm not speaking like I'm still in, but most Marines would not have been happy with Barack Obama. And when I was in during the Clinton era, we were not very happy with Bill Clinton. So there is a
did you see that letter from the generals and colonels and stuff that said that they were going to have basically a coup to take the president out if he didn't leave?
Yeah, those career officers
that came out like, yeah. Well, I don't know if they're
those globalist career officers are not the enlisted. They're not going to do the fighting. Most of them are college grads.
I served. I understand that.
Exactly. It's going to be the master sergeants and the gunnies and the first sergeants.
Yeah.
They're going to be the ones that'll make these calls, unless these officers want to get themselves fragged. And if that's the case, too bad, so sad. So if you remember, there were 70 officers that Obama let go of. Why? Because those were patriots. We still got General Flynn up there.
Flynn was one. Yeah, Flynn was one of those.
Yeah, Flynn's the whole one who kept us out of Syria. He's the one who started the whole.
But that's what I'm saying. But the point of what I was saying was, and I used Flynn as an example and what that judge did, okay, or what he didn't do actually. So when we're looking at this, because this is all legality. These are all basically legalities that we have to go through in order to run through the system in a proper way. That this information has pretty much been dark information as far as the mass population is concerned. But
yeah, this is deep dive stuff.
And I'm 100% with it. The problem is that we are in the environment that we're in now. We're just one little fucking strike of the match. I mean, fuck. The gasoline is there, you know. All the other incendiary shit
the bricks
is there.
are on the corner.
Okay, the match is out. The match is out of the box, and we're just waiting for the strike. And unfortunately, I mean, I hate to say it like that. I don't want to be a feudalist, you know. But Jesus Christ, man. So when we're talking about, I mean, look at Kyle Rittenhouse. The whole thing's on video. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Why was he arrested? Why did he even have to bail out? Because the entire justice system is peppered heavily with these fucking courts. And as you said, I mean, the same people that are arguing the cases are the same people that are judging the cases. They're all part of the bar. They're all part of that same system. Okay. And so at the end of the day, if we're sitting here talking about, well, you know, we're going to keep on, and which I believe that should. That's why I'm glad there are people like yourself and like Ricky, you know, even though I think that night he was pretty much a douchebag. But I agree with the action. What I'm saying is, do we have time for that? That's the question, because if we find ourselves in a civil war, all that stuff is out the fucking window.
Civil war with who? I'm just asking. Who's civil war with who?
Between us, man. Between us and this country. The ideologies that are at play right now. Okay.
So you're talking about a civil war.
Who's that talking?
Who's your enemy?
That's BMT.
BMT. It's simple. It's like this. There's those of us that, regardless of politics and all that shit, we are constitutionalists. We love our country. Okay, we're not fucking racist. We're not Nazis. We just love our country. We understand what's going on. We understand that our government has been hijacked for a long time. Okay, it has. I know there's good people in government, but there's a lot of shit that's in government. There's people that are in government that they've seen the changing over of presidents, but they were put in their positions because they're willing to go with that ideology and agenda that's underway. And it's a new world order thing. As crazy as that is. It's not a conspiracy. I mean, it's not a theory, I should say. But it's a real thing. It's happening in front of our eyes.
So you believe that you're the Sons of Liberty or something like that? Like you believe that
I believe I'm an American. Hey, listen, I believe I'm an American, as you are. Okay, and I believe that you fundamentally have the same rights that I do. And I'm looking at a grouping of people over a period of time that has been able to really bamboozle the entire world. Okay, and we're no different. I mean, we're part of the victims of that. And regardless of all the social ills that you see, which are really fanned and inflamed by those same fucking parties doing what they're doing, because they need the chaos. They need the chaos in order to be able to slip in all of this shit.
So you're prepared to raise your gun against your own country?
My own country? I'm prepared to raise my gun if I have a gun. Okay, I'm prepared to raise my gun and defend liberty. Okay, and what
you just said
from who?
Is you versus. But I'm asking because you're talking about us versus you're talking about you versus them. Then that would mean you'd be fighting, you'd be shooting other Americans.
Okay. To make it clear, okay, we had the first Civil War. And we kind of, you know, regardless of wanting to argue all the little fine points of why it got started and all this shit, we know exactly.
Let's talk about this one right here. Okay,
well, hold on, because it was still a civil war. So I'm going back to that for a second. Okay, we understood where the lines of demarcation were there, and it was those that were against what the Union, the federal government, was doing. And those who wanted to keep their Southern style of politics and living and slavery and all that kind of shit. So we understand that. In this day and age, what's happened now is that we've been fractured in a lot of ways. There's people that have similar ideologies, but they'll branch off in different areas depending on what the subject matter is. So when you say who's the enemy, that's the tricky question there, because it's a multi-layered thing. But so to make it simplified and understanding the intention of what I'm trying to put forth for myself is that I believe that our country, okay, has been hijacked a long time ago, and they've implemented all of the structures and infrastructures needed. And with all the sciences that they have, they know how to control the people using the media, using all sorts of media, okay, misinformation games, all that kind of stuff, targeting people's sensitive groups of people's sensitive spots, all this stuff, and inflaming it. Okay.
So you're going to go after the media then?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm exactly.
I think if I was look because I have no power, so to say what am I fully going to do? I can't tell you right now. I'm just fucking trying to keep from becoming homeless. Okay.
Well, I think what BMT's trying to say is what's the enemy? Who's the enemy exactly? Like when you say
I think it's simple.
Those okay, I'll say it real simple in this way. Those who are against this country, who want this country to be communist or socialist, okay, who want to create a world where we have to mind every single fucking word we say because of somebody else's bullshit feelings, okay? A world where when you speak your mind, not trying to insult anybody necessarily, but to speak your mind, where you're not being censored or threatened with jail or punishment or violence, okay? There's a level to this that at some point, I mean, what do you want to see in your community? You know, it's like, what do you want to see in your community? What kind of life do you want to live? You want everything handed to you to where you're just told what kind of job you go to and what you're limited to make and what you're allowed to buy and what you're not allowed to buy and where you can go and where you can't go. I mean, is that the world that you want to live? Because if that's the world that you want to live in, then I would say that you would probably be one of my enemies.
So, okay. So you're saying that it's going to be us, you versus them, but you've never been able to fully identify who's your target or who's your enemy. And you're saying it's an ideology. So if it's an ideology, that means it could be anybody.
Well, it's an ideology that's manifesting itself in many different ways.
Well,
may I interject, BMT, to kind of go with what you're?
I like to hear this. I like to hear how this is working because y'all don't have.
Listen, man. I've never been in a civil war. Okay, I've never wanted to fight anybody in my country like that, or actually anywhere else. Okay, I've actually lived a life of being more someone that wants to avoid conflicts and not, because I don't see most conflicts as being something that's rational or just. But there are conflicts.
But you're talking of war. But you're talking about
let me ask you something.
Ideologies of war.
Well, if you haven't noticed it, we're actually already in what's called a soft civil war. We're already in that. Okay, and the problem is, I mean, simply put, if Joe Biden gets in, I don't know what's going to pop off. If Joe Biden doesn't get in, I got a good idea that what may pop off. So
I heard the same thing with Obama. I heard the same thing with Trump. I heard the same thing with Bush. So you
didn't see the same thing with Obama. You didn't say the same thing with Bush. You
you're talking to somebody like me that literally heard, well, if Trump gets in office, all the black people get sent to Africa. You heard another thing, if Obama gets in office, all the black people, that's the Antichrist. You're talking to somebody who's been there and done that.
I did
heard
that.
all the rhetoric from different sides. Hold up. I'm asking because y'all haven't told me. See, you're going off an ideology. And if you're going off an ideology, that means you don't know who you can identify the enemy. So that means if somebody just sits there and says they agree with that ideology, then by default they would be your enemy because they agree with it. They don't agree with you.
I guess what'll end up happening is that I'll know my enemy, unfortunately, when I see them. When they come after me, because if I decide to be on the offensive, then it's a different game. But
you don't know who is they. That's the thing. It doesn't have a face.
Yeah. Let me get in on this.
How about this? How about this? I don't necessarily want to speak all of my intentions and feelings because unfortunately we're in a world where now just being fucking truthful and honest and really speaking all of your mind, is maybe not the best fucking route. All I'm saying is what I'm seeing. Okay,
All right, well,
high information, man.
What's going on, man?
25 years of trying to stop it.
Let me get on some of this, because I was listening to what Corn Pop was saying. I understand what he's saying. He's saying that he doesn't want to be under some kind of tyranny or fascism, even though I think we have forms of all socialism. Yeah. We do have forms of socialism, sir. When you call the police, let me finish. When you call the police, that's socialism. The fire department. So America has always had some form of socialism, not on the level that we would say like a Russia or China or something like that. But we've had various different forms of mixtures of things that are associated with other countries that we call social programs to help other people. This is the thing I have to say to you, sir. All the things that you said, for example, when Obama was in office, everyone thought that their guns were going to be taken away. The last time I checked, you got your guns. And I don't know about
that. Hold on. You're talking about like the majority, and that's a story that was sold.
Let me finish my point. It was said by a lot of people on the right. A lot of your Alex Jones types were saying that Obama was this devilish individual. Let me talk, and I don't want to hear you talk, lady. I don't have time for your nonsense, because you were bullshitting me the last time I was on, and I broke you down with numbers. When Obama was in office, you had a lot of these conspiracy type that were saying that he was the devil, that he wasn't a citizen, the birther movement, which Donald Trump got his start in. He was a opponent of that movement. And people were thinking that under Obama, that your guns were going to be taken away from you completely. There were people who really believed that. I'm not saying that you all here on the panel did, but there were people that were pushing that ideology. Last time I checked, sir, you still have your guns. Now, when I hear you say what you're saying about what you're concerned about, I get your concern. I'm American too. Nobody wants to be under tyranny. But a lot of the things that you're talking about that you're concerned with, I would have to ask to you, and I know people don't want to get into the race issue, but when have white people in whole gone through some of the things that you're talking about? Because I can certainly tell you as a black man, that the things that you're worried about are the things that have happened to my people, and the things that I have to worry about when I go out the door as a black man and hope that I don't get mistreated out here in this society just because I may have a particular skin tone that somebody doesn't like, or that someone doesn't mistreat me, right? So a lot of the things that you're concerned about, black people have gone through, sir. And we still deal with some of that concern to our safety and whether our country will respect us, and whether when I go into the court of law, will I be given the right to the court of law just as you or any American in this society. Statistically and historically, black people in America have not been treated in that way historically, and it continues to happen even in the 20th century. So what you're talking about, as a black man, I should be the one saying that, having more concern about that than you do, because it's been proven that we have been impacted by some of the things that you're saying, disenfranchised and all sort of other things.
So can I mention?
What do you? The white men have not been under the same threat that black men have been in this society?
So what are you talking about? What is the question? So what is the question?
Well, my question to you is, my question is just that. How do you feel threatened by things that historically you hadn't dealt with, but my people have dealt with historically, and we still deal with today?
So let me answer you in this.
You actually have more. You have more protection under the law than I have.
Do you mind if I answer? Do you mind if I answer? Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with you answering.
Okay, no, and I don't have a problem with you either, man. Okay. Well, let me say it like this. First off, I just don't. I am not someone that adheres to a color scheme. So
no, this ain't about this. This is reality. Don't see.
Hold on.
So
You're gonna let me answer? Are you gonna let me answer? You're
gonna say you can't out talk me, sir. So don't even try to go there. Don't try to out talk me because you can't out talk me, sir. So let's just keep it real right now. Now my point is.
Well, let me tell you how it is. I don't give a fuck how loud you get.
Color does have has an impact in America because American society was built on racial divide.
I appreciate
even in this damn election, there's been racial divide. So don't you can't get away from the race issue, sir. Oh, you can cuss all you want. You can cuss all you want. I don't care. I laugh at you. You can cuss all you want. I'm not cussing. I know you're a little. Sir, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you cool? Fuck you too. Fuck you too. Now how you like that? Say what you want to really say. Say what you really want to say. Say what you really want to say. Say what you want to say. Say what you really want to say. Say what you say. I know. Oh God. Let's see. Let me figure this out. Let me see this out. Let me see. I got you triggered right now, which is exactly what I got you exactly where I want you. I got you exactly where I want you. You're cussing, you're going to the gay card, you're doing all those different things and all that kind of stuff like that. Wonderful, sir. Wonderful. I love the way you can do that. I love the way you can do that. I love the way you can do that. Say some more. Say. Throw out some more epithets. Talk about other epithets. I know I am. I feel great about that. Your words bounce right off of me like bullets. It bounces right off of me. I know. Oh, I laugh at you. I laugh at you. You are listening. You're like crickets to me, man. None of your epithets are having any effect on me. I'm very calm. I'm very relaxed. Hey, BMT, how you doing tonight, brother? BMT, how you doing? I know he thought he think he can rattle me. I'm very calm. I'm not using all the cuss words that he's using because I triggered him. Because when you bring up anything about race, then people get triggered by that because they don't want to deal with that particular issue. Because that's true. Here he is as a white man crying about how he's going to be stripped of all of his rights. White men have not been stripped of all their rights. You have not been stripped of all your rights, sir. You got your guns. You got everything you got. You got everything. Oh, shut up. Shut your ass up. You are listening to an idiot talking right now.
Let's ask the question. Like, why do y'all?
So BMT, I'm happy to talk with you, man. This guy was
I know. It's okay. You wanted to get away from the race issue. I understand that, sir. I know. You're listening. I understand. I know. I'm a moron to you. Guess what? I don't care about anything that you're saying to me. It has no effect, sir. You're just wasting your breath. You're raising your voice. Your blood pressure is up high. Are you okay? Do you need some Satirical? Do you need some Xanax? Anything that can calm you down? Your voice is up high. You made sexual epithets, all kind of things like that. I'm a little cunt. I think a little cunt means a female. Are you okay? Do you need anything? Do you need anything? Do you need a drink, a cigarette? You need a cigarette or anything like that? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Nah, I know I got a lot of things. I have a lot going for me, sir. Which all the words that you say have no impact on me because you just triggered yourself. You just got triggered. I'm not triggered. I'm very relaxed. I'm not screaming at you. And at the same time, I think you need. I need to prescribe something for you because I deal with guys like you all the time who have low downs, can't control themselves, out of control, and everything like that, and all that kind of stuff like that, and all that kind of things. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Everyone.
Shut up. Shut your ass up. No, I can't. Really, I can't.
Get at him, Steve. I'll give you full blast. Go for it. This guy's weirdo, man.
Okay, so is somebody on the left causing problems again, pretending that everybody's racist, or pretending that nobody's getting their rights taken away?
Because you're very smart about this topic.
So I hear you, brother, out there talking a lot of smack to people. You just talk, bro.
No,
you just keep talking.
I simply said that I don't understand how white men can complain about feeling that their rights are going to be taken away.
Why do you care about white people so much, bro?
Because I'm hearing no, because I hear white men all the time saying how things are being taken from them.
There you go again.
And yet nothing has been taken away from you.
That
was my question. That was my question. And I think people don't want to deal with race. People don't want. You're not addressing me at all. You're not addressing. No, you're not. You're not addressing me. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You're not addressing me, sir. You're not addressing me. No, you're not addressing me. No, I'm not gonna like anything because you're not addressing me, sir. I wasn't even talking to you. I'm not even talking to you, so you're not addressing anything with me. I'm not addressing you. I got nothing to say to 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 you. Tell the truth.
Everybody's right to
I don't care. I don't really care.
Whether you're black, white,
I don't care. The question I was asking you. The question. Let me get back to my. Let me get back to my original question. Let me get back to the original question. Shut up. You don't control anything either. Shut up. You don't control anything either. I don't really care. The question I had before was, why is it that white men feel that everything is being taken from them? So when have white men had things taken from them? That was my question. Because the last time I checked, black men have had things taken from them. That was my question. So can you answer that? Corn Pop. I was talking to Corn Pop. Can you answer that question?
You're not in control of this live stream.
I'm not going to control anything. I'm not even listening to you. I'm not listening to you. I'm talking to Corn Pop. Corn Pop. Corn Pop. Corn Pop, how you doing? Corn Pop. So Corn Pop. Corn Pop, so what's going on? Can you answer that question, Corn Pop? Can you answer that question, Corn Cop? Corn Pop. That's right, Corn Pop. I'm not even worried about this. And who's this little? I'm not worried about the other guy because nobody's listening to you. I'm not even listening to you. So Corn Pop, can you answer that original question? Can you answer that original question, Corn Pop, that I had for you?
Everyone's sick and tired of people like you. We ain't gonna let you do
Corn Pop, can you answer the question?
All over this country. You people get out of control.
No, I'm not gonna get that. I'm not gonna get upset, Corn Pop. Even though you threw what did we call it? You threw homophobic statements towards me, which I don't know why. So Corn Pop, can you answer that question of Corn Pop?
About your Corn Pop statements.
Corn Pop.
You better watch yourself.
So Corn Pop. I'm talking to Corn Pop right now. So Corn Pop.
You're a clown, bro.
So Corn Pop, what's your answer, Corn Pop? What's your answer?
Bro, you're a Fruit Loop with thick.
So what's your thoughts on Corn Pop?
Stuff you don't even know about. Pretending nobody's taking.
So Corn Pop, I'm asking you, Joe. Seriously, Corn Pop.
Let me address that
Oh,
statement.
jokes to the side. Corn Pop, I'm asking you a question.
I'm gonna be hurt.
That's all. I just want to talk to Corn Pop. I'm just talking to Corn Pop. That's all.
you guys? Who are you?
I'm talking to
Who
Corn
are you
Pop.
that you think you're in charge?
I'm talking to
Who
Corn
told you
Pop.
that? Who told you
I'm
that?
talking to Corn Pop right now. So Corn Pop, can you answer the question?
Okay, I'm just letting you.
Can you answer the question, Corn Pop?
Let me answer him.
I'm gonna answer him. I don't care. No, let me answer him.
So Corn Pop.
I've been talking to this clown. I came on here to speak to him.
So Corn Pop. Man to man. Seriously though, sir.
You ain't no man.
I'm asking you the question because, like I was saying in the beginning, historically, black men have been stripped of their rights. What is happening to white men that make them feel that their rights are being stripped of them today? When historically black men have had their rights and black women stripped of them historically. So Corn Pop, that was my question originally to you, Corn Pop.
You want to ask me to come on a stream, whoever you
So Corn Pop, that was my question for Corn Pop. That's who I'm talking to right now, Corn Pop. So Corn Pop, I'm asking you that question. That's really where I was trying to go. And the reason why I talked about race, because that's another issue that people don't want to deal with. That was the reason why I had said what I said in the first place. Because we tend to think that race doesn't play a role in these particular issues, Corn Pop. That was why I said what I had said to you.
All you got is your race card.
Now, I wasn't trying to go at you with epithets about sexuality and all that kind of stuff. That's not what I was trying to do. I just wanted to get that answer from you, Corn Pop. That was what I was interested in talking to you about. Because I often hear, and I'm being honest here, I often hear white men talking about how they're losing control on this and that. And I just want to know why. Where does that come from?
You're a fool, bro.
Where does that come from? When you all haven't been put under that same kind of oppression in the concern that you have for the country. So Corn Pop, that was my question for you, Corn Pop. That was my question. That's really where I was trying to go, Corn Pop.
If we can have a back and forth dialogue, that's different.
So that's all I was trying to do, Corn Pop.
Okay. So I'm not coming on here.
That's all I was trying to do.
On here anymore.
That's all, Corn Pop.
I'm not being the same as him. I'm not repeating the words Corn Pop 50 times. I'm not.
Well, I'm trying to talk to Corn Pop, and I wanted to hear what he has to say. And I wanted to hear what you had to say, Corn Pop. So if you would, if we could have that dialogue, I definitely would appreciate that. I definitely would appreciate that. And everything like that. So, and stuff like that. So, Corn Pop.
Nobody cares about your race baiting.
So, Corn Pop, I wasn't race baiting. I was simply making a comparison and contrast, an analysis that's based in facts.
You're trying to create division.
So, Corn Pop. Can I get your honest answer, sir? Can I get your honest answer to that question that I was asking? And thank you. I'm glad that he got off the panel. He was very annoying. Let me just straighten up a few things. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was just asking a question in comparison and contrast. And as I was saying before, race is an issue that in America we do try to run away from and don't think that it plays a factor. I was simply saying I do hear white men quite a bit on these platforms saying how they're concerned about their guns being taken away and certain rights and certain tyranny. And I'm asking, where does that come from? Because I know for me as a black man, we have had things taken from us.
Do you want to hear an answer?
Yeah, that's really where I was getting at, sir.
So let's approach this once again from where it actually, because you were asking me the question nicely until I started to answer, and I didn't get 3 words in until you had to.
Well, I was just saying that let's not run away from the issue of race because people like to run away from that. That's all.
You have to allow me to respond before.
Okay, I will, but don't use homophobic slurs towards me, sir. I never called you out your name personally. I never called you homosexual. I never questioned anything like that about your personal. We're just having a conversation here.
Do yourself a favor.
No, I don't have to do myself any kind of favor. I'm just telling you that I didn't come at you that way. So it wasn't necessary for you to go into like sexual slurs, sir. You had to do that.
Lower your mic and let's have a conversation.
Yeah, but can you agree that it wasn't
Hey,
necessary for to use sexual
it wasn't
slurs?
necessary for you to interrupt me.
What? Look,
what
I'm gonna ask you one more time.
So no,
It was wrong for you to use sexual slurs and any type of slurs towards me because I didn't use a sexual slur or any kind of slur towards you. Even though I was trying to, even though I did cut you off, I do admit that I did cut you off, but I never took it personal. And like you did just right now, you're now calling me a moron and all those sort of things like that. I don't, and no, I don't. See, there you go again. Now there you go again. There you go again. There you go again. Go again in. No, I don't have to shut up because you tell me to shut up. I'll be quiet when you're respectful. When you're respectful, I'll be quiet. But when you tell me to shut the hell up, I'm not going to shut up because I didn't tell you to shut up, and I didn't use well, I never used slur words towards you, but you use slur words towards me, and I'm not gonna accept that. I'm not gonna accept that. No. I want you to admit that it's unnecessary. We can have a conversation, but you don't have to use you don't have to use slurs towards me. You understand that?
I don't give a fuck.
Then don't use slurs. Okay, if you don't give a fuck, then maybe I won't give a fuck, and maybe I should use slurs. But I don't need to use slurs.
Right now, I don't give a fuck.
I know you don't give a fuck. No. But I'm telling you that I'm not gonna tolerate you talking to me like that. Now how you like that? How you like that?
Fuck you.
How you like that? Okay, good. Good. You're basically showing who you really are and your true colors, which I already knew.
This is how I really
that was your true colors in the first place.
This is how I really am.
So you're just showing who you really are deep down inside. Yeah. Fix your goddamn mic and get a brand new mic, get a good system. Before you fuck with a pro like me. Yeah. There you go. You got some more cuss words. Come on, let it all out, white man. Let all your cuss words out. I know you really want to say the N-word. You really want to say the N-word. I know it's inside you. So go on and say it. Go on and say it. Because I know that's what you really are thinking.
I'm not racist like
because you've been saying a lot of F-bombs on here the whole time. So go ahead and say something. Go ahead and say something, because I know you want to say something. I know you want to say that though. I know it's inside you. I know. Yeah. There you go. Say the N-word with it too. Say the N-word with it too. Put some extra spice on that. Say the N-word with it, because that's really what you want to say. You saying it? Yeah, say that. That's what you are. Yeah. Thank you. Say because you've been using your dog whistles. You've been using your dog whistles, but you really need to say the word that you really want to say. BMT, I don't know why you hang out with people like this, man.
Well, it's very obvious.
So there you go. Say what it is that you want to say. Say it.
It's very obvious.
Say it.
Being very ignorant.
Say it. Say what you want to say, Corn Pop. Say it. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let you talk. Let you get all that frustration out.
I know what you mean.
Come on, get it all out. There you go, Corn Pop. You feel better? Get it all out. Let it all out. This is a therapeutic moment for you. Let it all out. I'm gonna let you let it all out. Come on. You got some more slurs? Come on, say them.
No, that's on. Yeah, you're a fucking asshole.
I know I'm a fucking asshole. Thank you. I know I am. What are you?
Me? I'm just the guy trying to
say some more slurs to me, because I know you're getting it all out tonight. Come on, say everything you want to say. I know you want to say the N-word too, because I know you got the N-word in you as well. So come on, let it all out.
Answer. Didn't want to hear the answer.
Let it out. Well, wait a minute, Corn Pop. When you were talking, I simply said to you, can we not use any kind of slurs? And then you said, F me, and you kept going on. I was like wanting to listen to what you had to say, but I was asking, hey, can we not use slurs and not get into sexual stuff, which you were saying towards me, which I never said anything like that towards you. And you didn't want to accept that.
You don't see me.
So you know
me.
Okay. Well, I don't really need to know you, but I can hear the things that come out of your mouth that tells me a lot about you.
Man, fuck you in the mouth.
I know. F me, and all of that. I know. Say some more.
I will.
Say some more. Say some more.
Hey, everybody.
All right, good. Sounds good. Get it all out. This is a therapy moment. This is a therapeutic moment for you. Get it all
Now, I
out.
don't care about Civil War.
Get it all out.
Conspiracy
That's right,
box.
bitch.
Get it all out.
Conspiracy
Say
I'll get it
more.
all out. Yes,
Hey,
I'll get it
let
all
me
out.
say
In fact,
something.
you know what? I'll
Say
keep on talking like this,
say what you want to say.
and I'll go ahead and
Get it all out.
fucking sensitivities.
It's very obvious.
Yeah,
You're
get
being
it
very-
all out.
It's
Get
very
it all out.
obvious that you're
Get
being ignorant.
it out. Get out everything you want to say.
You
Come on,
hate what
more
you
slurs, more cuss words, more slurs. Come on.
Whatever. You know you're the cause of your own problem, right?
No, I'm fine, sir. You're the one that's been doing all the cussing tonight and all the bombs coming out of your mouth and everything, and I'm just saying, man, let it all out. Say, get it all out, because hopefully, when you get all this frustration out, hopefully you'll feel better that you got to get all that out.
Where you at, man? Oh,
Get it all out.
man? Come on. Where you at?
Come on out. Come on
Know
out.
where you're at, man.
Come
Know
on.
where you're at.
Come
You
on.
wanna fucking
What else?
talk
What
right?
else?
Talk
What
right.
else? What else you got for me?
Say something to
You
him.
allow
What
people
else do you got for me?
and have a fucking discourse.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Ask a
Well,
question. and direct
I
the
asked
answer.
you. I even said, hey, I even admitted. I knew that I had cut into what you said, and then I said, okay, let's not use the personal or use cuss at each other. And you didn't want to agree with that, so then you went on and continued with the cussing and stuff. And I don't need to go back and forth with you cussing. It's not necessary because it's not really.
I know it's not necessary. That's why
It's not necessary. That's why I was asking you, hey, let's not talk like that to each other. And you once again disrespected me again by using more of that type of talk.
Can I say
And you're
something?
just, to me,
you disrespected
you're the way you're talking is just an example of, to me, who you are.
You disrespected me, pal.
Well, I asked you, but I never use any like slurs like that towards you. You're the one that started the slurs and all that. I know you don't care. Go ahead. Let's get it out. Come on. It's a therapy session. Come on here. Let's go here. Therapy, sir. Get it all out. Get it all out. Get it all out.
Yeah,
Get it all out. Come on. Say more. Say more.
You suck.
Yeah, get it all out. I know you got an N word in there you want to get out too. So get that out too. Go right ahead.
Come on, black man. Tell me more of what you
Go
want.
ahead. I'm letting you talk. I'm letting you get all your frustrations out tonight.
Everything that you want to say. Come on.
No, I actually said what I wanted to say tonight when I asked you that question, and then I said, race is an issue that people want to get away from. That was what I said. But you went into this whole verbal tirade, F this and F that, and gave this and gave that.
No, I guess he doesn't want me to answer the question.
No, well, the first thing I asked you was, can we get away from the slurs and all of that? That's what I asked, and you continued to give the slurs. So I said, let me see, this guy has got some issues. I'm a therapist. Let him get some of this stuff out. Let you get some of this stuff out. Let me let you get this out. Go ahead. Let me let you get it out. Go ahead, Corn Pop. Hell of a name too, by the way.
Because I think the other people involved and the people in the chat deserve an answer to your question. Even though you don't want the answer.
Okay, now you propose that you can think for me, but I don't want an answer. When I've been asking for your answer, when I asked for an answer.
And answer your question.
No.
Is that what it is? It's a tit for tat thing. It's the same thing, man. If you want respect,
the first thing and that was the reason why I said let's get away from the slurs.
I gave you respect.
No, you didn't. You never gave me no respect because you started giving out the slurs and all that tonight. And so, no, I'm not getting anything from you, sir. What I'm getting is a man who's lost his cool. I'm not getting anything from you. I don't need anything from you. I don't want anything from you. But I know I got a man who's lost his mind tonight. I don't want to know you. I just know that you lost your mind tonight and you lost your control. You're unhinged. Which I'm not. Oh man, please.
I can't stand people like you.
All right, then you don't have to talk to me anymore. All
You're
right.
a piece of shit.
Let me
Okay, I'm a
talk.
piece of
Can I
shit.
talk?
Thank
Can I talk?
you.
Can I talk?
Thank you.
Can I talk?
Thank you. You know, I always enjoy compliments. I always enjoy when I get compliments.
Man,
So thank you. Thank you. I know it was a great conversation.
And I don't
Hearing
understand
you
that
spill out
you actually
all your
asked
frustration
me a
tonight.
question.
Fantastic.
I understood where it was coming
It
from.
was
I willing to
fantastic.
answer. But since you want to
No.
dictate the direction of how I answer, well, I don't know. I guess at that point, for me, that's disrespect. So you get what you get.
Well, I don't. I got what I was expecting from you.
Oh, I'm
and
sure
I knew you would basically fall. I knew you would basically have a meltdown and all that. So all your behavior tonight was exactly what I expected.
I understand because you're racist, you have that presumptiveness about you. But
Mhm.
if you can hold that back for a second, man, I would love to answer that question for you.
Nah, that's okay.
Oh,
I tried to. I tried to say let's get away from the slurs.
Oh, you
and
tried
you
to
didn't want to get away from the slurs. So
It's been about a minute. It's been about
Nah. I think the session is over. I think you were able to get out all your frustration, all your inner anger, and what have you. So that's great. That's great. That's great, corn pop.
Hey, Kelly,
Yeah.
believe me,
Yeah.
I'll bail out next time when this fucking ass is playing because this
I
is
don't care.
awful. This is a good
Nah,
conversation
I know.
until this fucking
I
ass
know.
appeared. I'm not talking to you.
Hey, what's going on, Big J, Double X? Yeah, he was disrespectful to me. He was disrespectful to me, but guess what? Check this out. I'm not stressing over it.
Shut the fuck
I'm not stressing over it at all.
No. Yeah,
My man, Big J.
you deserve it.
I'm not I'm not gonna. I'm not listening to you.
I'm not stressing
I'm not
either.
listening to you.
I just decided to be a fucking dick with you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my man Big J, what's up to you in the chat room? Peace to you. I think I saw DJ Moss in here too. Peace to him as well. DJ Moss, what's going on, brother? Peace to you. And then I think, yeah. So thank you, DJ Moss, for coming through. And we got my man Big J in the house. I appreciate you coming through, brother. Yeah, he started with the with all the F-bombs and the gay this and gay that and all that kind of stuff. But that's what
mindset
folks like this do when you get them on the ropes. They start to cussing at you and stuff like that. Not a surprise. But you know, Big J, he got that N-word in him that he really wanted to say. He really wanted to say that. Probably saying it right after he gets off of here. All the words he wants to say. But it does not. It's like water bouncing off of a duck's back. It doesn't bother me. It just proves that he couldn't answer the question in the first place.
And look at how the nigger did.
And when I asked him, let's get away from the slurs, he went back to the slurs. So that's what it is. It is what it is. It's very laughable. Makes me laugh to my belly. Very disappointing, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And but shit, I'm gonna sleep good tonight. Wake up tomorrow and enjoy.
Oh my God!
Life as always.
I know. I just.
I can't hear anything that you're saying, Popcorn. I got you totally zoomed out of my speaker, so you're wasting your time. Whatever you've been saying, I haven't been listening to it. Not a word that you're saying. Not a word. I've got you totally muted out of my mic.
I got you totally muted out of my mic.
Crazy.
Can you hear me now?
Just because you have a soundboard doesn't make you right.
Can I say something? Am I still mute?
Depends if this guy's going to turn his volume up.
I can hear you, Michelle.
I want to finally say something. Like, seriously, just everybody just shush. It's funny how sometimes, no offense, when ignorant people like to put white people...
Pro-life warrior.
Shut up. If you have any respect for what I've been through,
I'm not even listening to you, lady. You're out of my mic.
Shut up. Just shut up.
Kelly, can you please just shut this motherfucker up?
We just let you
Jesus
talk.
Christ, man. We're having good
That's how I
conversations here.
feel.
And this
You
motherfucker
find how
comes in
you
and
feel
disrupts it.
tonight. Now let me say how I
You
feel
know?
about how you acted. I don't think that's very fair, that how your hatred towards white conservatives who believe in God and support Trump, and you got pure hatred for all of us. It's not just one white Christian Trump supporter. It's all of them.
My IQ is very high.
You blame people
You
like
guys
me.
are just kind of goofy over here.
You blame people, obviously.
Listen, man.
white people.
Listen, you're attempting
Number two, number two. Hold on. Let me say something.
Goofy as hell.
You got
not saying any profanities and all that. It doesn't mask who the fuck you are. You're
you
a
have
fucking
no
racist.
idea who I am. You've never even had the chance to
somehow,
get to know me.
along the line, man, the roles have reversed.
Never.
Apparently, I mean, I never had the
You've
role,
never
but
had.
you know, you want to fit me into it, and it's just not going to fit. It can't. It can't fit. It will not work. You don't understand that. But had you allowed me to answer your question without interruption and without trying to dictate the direction of my answer, that's where you disrespected me. Simply put.
Precisely.
Damn, I went to the dishes. Are we still arguing?
Yeah. And I'm just wondering why you fucking kept it on for so long. I guess I
was
could have
on
dropped
mute
out. I
for
mean,
forever,
you know.
and all I just wanted to ask him is why he's
didn't
so
put you on
hateful
mute.
towards people.
I didn't put you on mute.
No, you didn't put me on mute, but homeboy decided to fucking kick up his fucking mic and you know, it's stupid. You ask somebody a question, they try to answer, they don't get 3 words out, and then you try to direct what their fucking answer is going to be. Don't disrespect me and don't insult my intelligence. You want me to respect you and respect your intelligence? You got to give the same courtesy, homie. That's just the way. That's common courtesy. If you don't like the profanities and all that, don't take it there, because you know what? I don't appreciate fucking disrespect whatsoever. Whatsoever.
Yeah, and everything. That
I don't take it from my mother. I don't take it from my father. I don't take it from nobody. So fuck you if you want to disrespect. You want to be respectful, I'll be happy to engage you in a conversation, even though we are diametrically opposed in every kind of way. If that's the case, I'll give you that respect. But if you don't want to give the respect in return, I don't know what to tell you other than fuck you, you're a cunt, suck a dick, all those things. Sorry, everybody, for the sensitivities and the profanities, but he deserved it.
Guess what? I don't really give a damn about anything that you just said. Matter of fact, I don't care about anything that you said, and I don't have to say it with cuss words because you don't matter to me.
Because I don't
it doesn't matter. So I'm glad that you got everything off your chest, sir.
Man, why'd you even get on here if it doesn't?
Because I was asking a question, and then it turned into something else where you begin to say all your cuss words.
But are you forgetting about the before all the cuss words? Are you forgetting about the in between there? You asked me a question, and I went to respond, and in 3 words, you cut me off and decided to direct how I was going to answer you. You're out of your mind if you think that's cool. That's fucking.
No, what I was doing is I was saying let's not leave race off the table because it does play a component. Because I could tell that you didn't want to deal with that issue. You kind of wanted to take it. You didn't want to deal with the issue, and that was the issue that I brought up. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Like you said. You said F me. You said F me and all that kind of stuff. So there's no sense of us talking. No, we don't have to talk. We don't have to talk. We don't have to talk, sir. We don't have to talk. You said what you had to say. You said what you had to say.
And you know what? I understand that. And if you actually understood my background, you would understand that I understand and I know and I dig. But you didn't let me answer. Okay? You just decided to be disrespectful. I think
that is why he used the bass boost. That is why he upped his mic, is because he didn't want you to have an answer. He wanted to direct a conversation and use a form of cancel culture because he doesn't realize we're trying to unify all the races as opposed to playing favorites.
I've always said on my channel that there are racist people out there, but stop.
Hey, do me a favor. Take off the graphic that's on there so I can address this guy. Because even though we've had our moment, like I've had moments with other people,
What
you know,
graphic?
very few, but I have.
information man. Is that how you like to be addressed? I can't hear. Are you guys able to hear?
No, he just wants to get people
He's
blown
not
up.
saying anything.
We
No, I can't. I don't know
Well,
if
he's doing
anybody
his
can hear
job
me.
He's
tonight.
muted
He
his
likes
mic.
you know,
Is he talking?
I don't
Did he mute his mic? Is he talking? Is he
No, I think
talking?
he walked. I think he walked away.
No, I don't see his mic muted.
Oh well, I don't know. I guess he's being silent because he doesn't want to hear anything that I have to say. See, look, the sadness is, and BMT, I appreciate your questions, and I appreciate you allowing me to try to at least answer. The only thing that I can say about the color aspects of things, black people in this country, in that particular conversation, there is a problem. But I think that there have been multiple mounting problems on top of it. And there's been kind of like a reversal of, maybe that's not even the right fucking word. I don't even know how to say, because it just makes no sense. But, you know, we're at a time now where black people in this country are angry, but they have a bigger voice than ever before. And that's a good thing. My issue with the whole thing is that it completely glances over the bigger equation that's happening. And I understand that because I'm not a black man, those issues are not necessarily in a paramount in my life. Not that I don't have opinions, and not that I don't care about it. It's just that it's not the priority. It's an issue, and I think it needs to be addressed. Okay, but I think the addressing of that issue has to be done on a two-part range. You know, not everybody that speaks to you that is not of your melanin tone is racist. And somebody speaking their mind, if all you do is approach somebody with the idea and a preconception that they're nothing but racists and they have no love for black people and all they want is to fucking, basically stomp on black people. I mean, there's nobody that's going to ever have a chance against that. Some honest individual, I don't know, you can point out whoever the fucking individual is. At this point, you don't think that I'm that individual, but that's only because you outed yourself. And because you decided to be disrespectful to me, I decided to be disrespectful to you. I don't have to use curse words, but I'm good at using them. But, honestly, I don't know what the answer is. I think we're focusing a lot on issues that have been, I think, artificially exacerbated to some degree. Not that there aren't real issues. It's just, I think that those issues have been used to exacerbate and generate reactions and attitudes that play a role in a lot of different things, such as the politics of things, such as the social dynamics of culture within this country, and really the world in general.
1 second. 1 second, conspiracy box. I'm gonna let you up. I don't want to add fuel to the fire. That's why I'm hesitant on this, because I have a headache. So I just don't want a screaming match anymore, please.
So yeah, I'm not trying to scream, and my intention was never to go that route with it. But like I said, man, I got no tolerance for fucking disrespect, man, and that's what you show.
No business being on here, conspiracy.
And I appreciate that you wish to dialogue in an intelligent manner without any curse words and not using that thing. But listen, a guy in a sharp dress suit that likes to fucking talk nice and sweet but only puts out poison doesn't mean shit to me. Doesn't mean shit to me. So you can clean up your fucking whole tonality and present yourself like some level-headed, grounded
like Obama
individual.
Did do when he spoke.
But you're not gonna fucking blow smoke in my fucking face, bro.
That's right.
You ain't got me fucking blinded. I see you.
That's right.
I hope to God that you can change and maybe hear my voice and understand that, no, man, I don't have any hate for you because of your color.
Dude, you're supposed to rebuke a demon like that guy. I much prefer having dislike
for people the way it should be because of the content of your character. You've shown the content
of your
character to be one.
He comes on here pretending he's a shrink.
You won't listen.
Conspiracy box. He comes on here pretending he's a shrink. He isn't a shrink,
Listen,
dude.
man,
He's the loony trying to run a loony bin.
I don't give a fuck who the fuck he is.
This is the only time I've ever
I'll
heard
give him respect,
discourse.
common courtesy,
First
respect
time.
as a man and as a human being.
Dude, that
Fuck
guy
the white, fuck the
disrespected
black.
everyone.
I
He
will
turned
give
up
you
his
respect as a
soundboard.
man.
He
But if
didn't
you
let
don't want to
anybody
be
else
a
be heard.
man,
I
then I'll put you
understand that.
second
What
as
I'm
a
saying
man,
is
and I'll
this
call
is
you,
the
I guess,
first
what you
time
prefer.
I've
I'll
ever
call you a
heard
black man
discourse.
because
Hang on, let
that's
Kelly
what
talk.
that's what you want to hear. You know,
Kelly was saying
that's what you want to hear. You want me to call you an N-word because that's going to fit into the paradigm of your
Of course,
thought.
he's a race baiter. That's why I was saying that. That's why I was
I
talking
can't even
you
stand saying the N-word. I'd much rather say the word because it's the word. The intention behind it is what the fuck matters. But if you're sensitive about it, I mean, how many black dudes could come on here and say nigger, 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 nigger at every fucking turn, but want to call everybody fucking racist? White boy, cracker,
That's
Nazi,
the thing, bro. And then he's
racist.
pretending we're racist and trying to draw
there's no
that word
fucking
out of us.
equilibrium. You know, you're out of your fucking mind, man.
He's a
I
clown,
see fucking
man.
psychology, and your psychology is fucking twisted, homie. Straight
And listen,
the fuck up.
when I get on there and I'm sitting there being loud, like I don't care honestly if people think I'm being the same as him. He turned up his soundboard. You know how on CNN they always cut you off or they talk over you if you're a conservative, and then that's the voice that people hear? How do you think indoctrination happens? It's because people watch live streams like this, you know, and then he gets the loud voice and then everyone else gets overruled. Okay?
Hey, Steve.
He was completely disrespectful.
Steve, but listen, I said what I said because at that moment I was requesting for you to pause for a second, allow me to respond to him. He was
I know, but I
directing
wasn't
himself
trying
at
to
me.
get into a conversation with everybody. Someone asked me to come on here, and I heard what was going on beforehand, and I had something to say.
I know, man.
I tried to be quiet at first, and then he said something, and I specifically was talking about how I wanted to address it, and he said, you aren't addressing anything. So when it got to the point where I don't get to address what he says, there's no more conversation. It's time to argue. Because there's no debating.
Well, exactly. That's what I was doing. That's exactly the way that I felt.
Because he's not going to win the narrative and take over.
He's not going to win the narrative, man. It's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate, and that disease, and I'm going to call it what it is. It is a black-centric disease.
Well.
Yeah. The black first. So now blacks are becoming even more supremacist in their ideology.
Racist and supremacist.
And so the roles are reversed. And here I am, a guy that never fucking I can't stand racism because I got too much blood in my fucking veins.
But dude, it's another stream conspiracy box where we're talking about race again, dude. Can we talk about something?
Oh no, that was the beautiful thing about it is that we were talking about good things, and like always, like these folks that come on here, you know, the black guys. I mean, it's like it could be white guys with their particular slant on things. But
it's
in this case,
the left, though.
It's another black guy, like a Taz, different personalities, but the objective is still the same, and the conversation is still the same. They're on a black first mentality. There's no God first. There's no. I mean, a lot of these dudes, a lot of these folks, they don't even believe in God, man. It's a sad shame to see the black community not believing in God. You know,
I hear you,
and
but a lot of black people do. There's some good ones.
A lot of people do, but
on the left are just gone.
That's pervasive. This is the voice that's the loudest.
Right.
And in doing that, they cause a great disservice not only to themselves, but to the world. Yep. You're going to wake up those real racists. You're already doing it. And I guess that's what you want. So I guess within a civil war, the civil war will kind of be a pseudo race war because, like I said, it's going to be a multifaceted layer thing. There's going to be racist war, race wars. There's going to be gender wars, That's really going to be LGBTQ.
That one will be funny.
XYZ.
I would like to be a fly on the wall for the gender war.
They're going to be throwing dildos around and all that kind of stuff. And, you don't want to get hit with a dildo, especially a used one. That's I'm just saying that this is the realm that those folks are talking in. And I appreciate those guys that like the fucking drama. They like the Jerry Springer. But, man, I'm telling you. This is not time for Jerry Springer. This is not time for us to get involved in that shit. And the only reason why you heard me getting involved is because he wasn't going to allow me to talk, as you saw.
Well,
you saw exactly what the fuck he is. But he doesn't like when he wants to call out my bad words. That's right. I got a fucking mouth that you might as well pour some fucking Clorox down into it.
Anybody got any election result news? Can we change the subject? Because I'm having a very hard time going on Newsmax.com. If anybody else is having that problem, then my guess would be right. Everyone's being blocked from accessing their page. It might just be me. But
Well,
I
use
What are you getting
the
for a
app.
2 hours.
I use the app.
I'll go on.
You don't
I'm
have
on
the
the
app?
internet here.
It's free.
No, but I
have to pay
will
for
now
it.
that you
I mean,
just said that.
I don't have
I
an
don't
account.
know who this let me in is. I don't know who it is.
I don't have an account as on Newsmax, but I mean, I was
They're
able to log
good.
onto the page.
I thought that was that.
Yeah, I'm on the page. Are you talking about logging in, Michelle?
From my channel was asking to come on. Yeah.
Is that VW in the back?
I don't have an account. I wouldn't know about that.
No, I don't know who it is, and
Anybody can get on Newsmax. Let me know though.
I've been porn bombed, and I'm not chancing it.
A Twitter troll just told me Newsmax called for Joe Biden in Georgia, but I doubt that. It's 4:00 in the morning. Like last time I checked,
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. Can I say you about this? Because the facts of the election, regardless of what's happening with this, and regardless of the route that it's going to take.
Right.
Okay, we've got two issues. If Trump gets in, you know what's going to fucking happen. You know what's going to happen, and that at that point, that's going to jump off the other side of the equation to stand up and say no fucking more. If Biden gets in, well, the same thing could happen on the other side, I think, but unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm not sure which one it is. I think that other side of the equation has a little bit more control over their fucking emotion and are logically trying to think this. Although there are many with the emotional aspect of it.
You got that right. But you got to worry about the turncoats, conspiracy bucks.
If Biden gets in, understand. Don't fucking kid yourselves. The stuff that Trump has done has been able to thwart and stop a lot of it cold, but only in action, not in infrastructure. It is not broken down. And so therefore, if Biden gets in
the news,
you will see the ramping up of the New World Order tenfold.
Of course.
Hey,
Okay?
Michelle,
right now,
we pulled it up on the webpage. Deborah on her phone.
Why is there an echo?
I don't know. Did I do it?
I don't hear it.
What did I do? Was it me?
I don't hear an echo.
You don't hear an echo?
Deborah was able to pull up the Newsmax on her.
So no change, right? We're still at what we were.
I didn't see anything.
Okay. Phew. It's just Twitter trolls lying then. Because I've been
I
trying
was
to go
gonna
on
say
it for a couple
something real quick.
Go ahead.
All right. The two leading Michigan Republicans, if you go to Newsmax right now, this is like headline stories on there, okay? And it's connected with what we're seeing out of Tucker Carlson, and I'm not saying that Tucker Carlson isn't still a good dude, and I'm not about to turn on him completely, but you got to look out for people that are in the media, okay, that aren't going to give up their jobs, that will sell out. We've seen it from the best of people and the worst of people, where people's butts are on the line, their jobs are on the line, and then suddenly they say stuff you would never expect them to say, and you're like, there goes that one. There goes that news channel, whether it's Fox News or whatever, And right now you got the regurgitation of there's nothing, there's no evidence, okay? As if they're the courts, as if the media is the courts, as if these Republicans are the courts that would be presented with this evidence, And the fact is they're not releasing this info to the media because they're going to use it and smear it. And this is their desperate last-ditch effort to still smear Trump and all of the election fraud and covered up by saying, oh, look, two leading Michigan Republicans saying they'd so far seen no information to alter the voting outcome. Two leading Michigan Republicans? Who says that they're leaders or leading? If they're doing that and saying that, when all of us have seen countless amounts of evidence, and now they're focusing on just the voting machines and the voting software, okay? As if we didn't see people burning stuff, as if we didn't see people putting up signs so people can't watch because they were filling out ballots, or if they were throwing them in the trash, okay? As if we didn't see all the other stuff, and then they're trying to tell us, they have the audacity, these rhinos, okay, to tell us that they don't see any information so far that would alter the voting outcome? You know, man, like, honestly, something needs to be done. It should have been done ages ago.
Yeah.
I'm so tired of the 4D chess rhetoric from Q or whoever else is pushing it. You know, there is no 4D chess. This isn't a game. This is our freedom. It's our life. It's our future. And these people should have been arrested, and now they're running for president again. Okay? And I don't see any arrests made. I don't see any breaking news of these people being arrested.
I hate to break it to you, but they're not going to arrest them.
I know. That's the point, right?
That's the sad part. And this is where people lose faith, not just with the police department, but with the whole DA and the whole judge system. And I always believe what my husband always said, woe unto you, lawyers and judges. I mean, think about half these judges in the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, all Obama appointee judges.
And it's all about money too, Michelle.
Yes.
Think about the lawyers who won't represent you and take your case when you have an issue come up. I have had so many lawsuits that should have representation, but the lawyers won't take the cases because they're sellouts or because I'm just a little guy, okay? They're supposed to uphold the Constitution and the law and represent people. Yes. Somebody say,
every
may I?
lawyer takes... That was me, Sean Stryker.
Okay.
Every lawyer takes an oath to the bar. They become an esquire. They serve the crown. You have to understand we are occupied with two tiers. But I can't repeat it any more cleaner than that. And exactly. And I will give you guys something else. When people ask, did Obama take the guns? You explained that it took Rand Paul and the Republican Congress to block him. Rahm Emanuel said, never let a good crisis go to waste. They had school shootings. Use information to debate people who want to talk over you. Don't give them a rant about how you think or don't think. Just hit them with the facts. If they can't take the facts,
but that's the thing, brother.
Ramble.
We hear you, and you're right. But the problem is, a guy like that who just constantly spoke, he turned up his sound so everyone else was sounded out. I couldn't even hear anybody else except vaguely once in a while. And that's why I was shouting, because I knew he had something that would turn his sound up. And if I didn't get loud, I wouldn't even be heard. And somebody had to put that guy in his place. It probably wasn't going to be Michelle because she's too nice, and I should maybe be nicer. But I get ticked off, bro. I'm out of the streets. Okay, these people ruin my life. They're trying to ruin the country. They are ruining the country. They're taking all our freedom and our rights away, and then they have the audacity to come on these streams and either be complete foolish, ignorant problems, and then tell us that nobody's taking our rights away. Like, dude, that's not even a debate. That's not even a topic that's worth debating. It's obvious that that's happening. It's all over the news on the mainstream and alternative media. You know
what's really sad? You know what's really sad? It's like folks like Mr. Information Man and the ilk, that type of ilk. It's vindictiveness. It's like, and I mean, I don't mean any disrespect to women, but I mean, it's women behavior. It's vindictiveness. It's as if, because they have it bad, now they want everybody else to have it bad, or because they have it bad, nobody else should be fucking concerned about it. Or why are you crying? I mean, black people have had it bad like this all this time, and it's like,
yeah, exactly. Like, you didn't like it though, and so we shouldn't like it.
There's no way to balance out the conversation when everything revolves around blackness. If that's the case, man, I mean, if I really want to speak my mind about it, I might sound racist, but let's roll into certain facts here. Okay? If black people were the superior race.
Let me say one thing first. I have never, ever, that's the first time I've ever heard Information Man come up here and not have a productive conversation. That's the first for me.
Who cares, though? That was bad enough. I don't even think he should ever come back on the channel. If that was my channel, I'd never welcome him back for that.
It's real simple.
He doesn't have any place here.
You've seen me. You've seen me and heard me, and we've talked for weeks. You know how I usually conduct myself. Sometimes I like to get a little bit in the melee, but usually I dislike it because I really want to be productive. I want to help, try to see if we can find solutions, or at least feel inside that there are other people that see a better course.
Like, I hear you, man, but the feelings thing, dude. The feelings is too much. Too much with the feelings.
Hold on. Don't get lost in what I'm saying. Even if it's just to feel that you're not alone within your mindset. I mean, this shit is fucking nuts. All of it is nuts. So to know that there's other nuts people out there that are just like you and that nutsness, it's a nice thing. You know,
But dude, I don't think it's nuts to be passionate, to overspeak someone if you're right, to stand up against demons and rebuke them when they're wrong. You know,
no,
I mean,
You're right. You're right. I don't believe that's wrong either. But here's the thing: before you got on, he had asked me a question.
You guys were already arguing.
Yeah,
I heard. I was listening.
So before you got on, there was a productive. You know, I mean, I understood where he was coming from because I already could understand by his questions where his mindset was. But I was willing to engage on
his
a
mindset
conversation.
is wrong, though.
Hold on, man. He hadn't gotten
holding on.
wrong. He hadn't gotten to the wrong part yet. For me, I was having a conversation with him. When I went to answer him and
that's not what
respond to his
Michelle
question.
texted me about either. Michelle texted me and asked me and said I should join. And then when I got here, that's not what I was hearing. Okay, you guys are already arguing without me. I just came on and I started getting loud because he had that sound turned up.
You know exactly. You know a little bit more about.
Well, what are you? Are you the attack dog?
No, he's more
maybe
street smart than me. Like he's
Kelly,
really street smart.
Somebody's gonna
Kelly,
go
can
back
I say something real fast to you?
Go ahead.
I've learned a lot.
Ricky Schroeder and Mike Lindell from My Pillow, they paid that bill for Kyle Rittenhouse. They just set it on the news.
Nice.
Oh.
Who was it?
Kelly, you wondered where the money came from. Now you know. It's Ricky Schroeder, the actor, and Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy.
Is that a tax write-off? I don't think so.
I don't know about that, but because Lynn Wood was talking about it. And
To answer your question, and to precurse what I was saying before you got on, Steve, the conversation was actually it was a productive conversation. BMT got on. He asked me.
Guys, we're gonna get there. Sometimes it happens that way.
Right.
That guy sounded like though that he was.
This is what happened. He asked a question. And through the long dissertation of the question, I stayed quiet and I listened to this question. I was giving him courtesy and respect, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't show you that respect, and I'm not saying do unto others.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm not finishing my story.
Dude, you've been talking the whole time since I joined. I get to say something too. But you don't get to keep going to finish stories. Other people have stories they want to talk about. I understand. But there's 9 people or 8 people on here.
Why I said you're starting to be like him. When we were arguing,
I'm starting to be like him. No, I wasn't, dude. I'm getting tired of you saying that. You're wrong, okay? You're completely wrong. I disagree.
I'm wrong.
I disagree with you on that. I'm tired of people saying you want to talk.
Conversation.
See, okay, you go back to talking again. I don't get to say anything.
It's the same thing, Steve. This ain't a black and white issue, man.
No, it's not the same thing.
I'm just trying to finish
and
what
he
I'm
made
saying.
it a black and white issue conspiracy.
After I finish saying it, if you'd allow me to finish.
Dude, all right, but dude, no, actually, I would like to finish for once and say something because I've heard you talking a lot. I want to say something. Other people want to say stuff too.
Because I really want to hear what you have to say after I finish saying this.
After you say
when
something.
He asked the question and I went to respond, I got 3 words in.
Dude, unbelievable.
And he interrupted me and tried to direct how I was going to answer because he presumed what my answer was going to be before I even got it out.
I told you I was listening. Everyone here was on the call. We all heard. We know how it went down.
So that's when it went south. You know? Are you going to let me finish? That's what I said. Are you going to let me finish answering? And he just kept on going with his diatribe. So that's where I am now.
That's my point. That's where it was when I joined. Michelle was like, dude, you should get on here. And, people like, oh, dude, they think so badly of a guy like me who pushes back against a guy like that. Like, there's nothing worse than a guy who's a wolf in sheep's clothing coming on here pretending he's a shrink and he's calm, cool, and collected. Like, just because you stay, like, calm like that as you're spewing poison, like you said, you put it well with the suit analogy and the poison, dressed up nice but kind of pushing your poison. That's true. And that's what he was doing. And that guy, he's not a productive conversator, or however you say it, okay? Because all I see out of that guy is he wants everyone to shut up. He wants to say his liberal poison, and then you have to be nice, and you have to be respectful because he's a black guy. That's all liberal nonsense, dude. I'll be respectful in general of people. I'm not going to be respectful if you're saying something that's completely wrong, evil, and divisive, and just race baiting and pretending everything's racist and everybody has to feel bad for you. Like we're living in like the slave movement where they're selling slaves. I mean, this isn't the time we're living in. I don't care what they say. I'm sick of entertaining that having conversations about that, the back and forth is going to end. There simply is not as much racism as they lead on. It's not nearly what they say it is. They are criminal. They're criminal at so many levels. They want to just be criminal and they want to get away with it. They pretend they know how to have conversations and that you're not well. It's psychological projection. It's a mental illness. They have mental disorders. Gender dysphoria is another one of them. Trump derangement syndrome, you name it, and it's just adding up and building on itself. And yes, we might be passionate. Yes, we might care about freedom in America. And I'm going to shut up in 2 seconds because everyone else got to talk. But, you know, enough is enough, dude. Like, we got to have some conversations. But that guy's not a guy to have a conversation with. No, by no means.
I don't know. My son's half black and he ain't a fucking criminal. I'll tell you that.
I didn't say all black people are criminal. What are you talking about? I never said that.
Okay, well, that's what it sounded like.
No, that's my point. That's a leftist way of looking at it. That is not what it sounds like.
Steve, I was going to interject to just say,
no,
for the sake of full disclosure, what is the they that you're saying? Because, you know, then the people, let's say, like
even you asking that question about the they is a very leftist way of doing things too. Okay, it is, because here's why.
I know. And what
the left includes. Okay, so let me explain. You asked me that question. Can I tell you who the they is to me? It's Black Lives Matter. It's Antifa. It's socialists. It's communists. It's Muslim terrorists. Okay, just to name a few. It's cartels. It's the people of the Democrat Party who are hijacking America and our freedom. I mean, you know who they is. Do I really have to go down leftist channel or whatever you want to call it? You know?
No, I think a lot of them criminals are white.
Oh, God. Of course there's white criminals. Are you on the left too, Kelly?
No, but I'm not.
Well, you certainly sound like it.
I'm not a right either. I understand that
the middle ground. Friend to everyone, friend to no one, huh? I'm sorry.
I know that they wash each other's hands. Two sides of the same coin.
They're not two sides of the same coin. We stand for total opposites. We're like polar opposites now more than ever. That's why there's the divide that there is in this country. That's why we can't have conversations.
In big government, I will never, ever believe that they are on opposite sides. They do not hail anyone.
That's a fair point. Yeah, the rhinos that I'm talking about. Remember, I said that. I agree with you there. That's the point. The establishment. But that's politicians, career politicians, establishment. I get you there. Absolutely. But I'm talking about what?
Solving race problem says this guy Steve is delusional. I can tell he's been consuming a lot of Fox News talking points. Good job regurgitating.
Yeah, good job, buddy. Psychologically projecting as you guys regurgitate CNN and MSNBC and then project onto me that I watch Fox News all the time when I barely watch Fox News and I was just talking crap about Fox News and Tucker Carlson. Good one, though. You got me.
I think we have to really talk about where the most heartbreaking racism is today. And you know me, pro-life warrior, I'm going to go there. Is abortion. And I just wish people would understand it. The most people that are target are minorities. That's why they plant these clinics in minority neighborhoods. They want to force black women, especially if they're single. Maybe their baby daddy got locked up, you know, and people do change. I'm not mocking people who get locked up. I'm just saying it's hard for them. And I know it's scary times for them, but they can do it. But you got people on Planned Parenthood who are recruiters like the devil. They push, lie, making them believe, oh, maybe because you didn't complete high school, you're not worthy enough. They make them feel they're not worthy enough. They get this idea in their heads they're not worthy enough, and the best idea for them to do is kill their baby.
I've been to an abortion clinic. They do that to white people too.
Oh, they do it to all people. And instead, what they really target, in New York City, they target, and it's more black babies right now being aborted than born. And I want to know why people like Black Lives Matter stay silent to that. Why?
Can I add to that, Michelle, real quick?
Nuclear family, look at their fucking playbook. It's all about different genders. Look at it.
It's all about population control. That's what it's about.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
It's all had it done turned into the white channel. Everybody on here is white.
So what? Black people can join if they want. Mo is black. He runs the channel.
Now,
so I don't know if he's on here, but
Mo's a ginger. That's different.
Whatever.
May I interject here with 3 quick points?
That's why I love everybody on this panel, because we
3
all
quick
love each other, even though we
points
sometimes
that
disagree.
will help.
Sean's up.
Go ahead, Sean.
I'm sure some of you who are old enough will remember these terms. Utilize these terms when people try to bring the race crap at you. Remember, Hegelian dialect or problem crisis solution. Second, cloud and pivot design, collapsing economies by creating an underclass. And then third, lack of fathers in the home. If there's a father in the home, usually the family feels confident in having children and raising the children and giving them a role model. So
They don't have.
it's
They
those
can
3
do
issues.
it alone.
You can.
I know, but they can do it alone.
Not my
They
junior
can
year of
have
high
that
school back
dream.
in '94. I'm writing an honors language arts paper on the welfare system back in 1994 because I was raised on the welfare system. If we had had a father in the home, we wouldn't have qualified for benefits. We would have still been as broke, if not more broke. You guys have to understand that this is not a matter of one group being a slave. It's a matter of them making everybody now.
Everybody a slave.
Yes. Panel.
That's what I was saying, dude.
He's kind of addressing the panel and pointing out Steve and pro-life.
Of course.
So here's the deal, man. Out within this thing, even though Steve is passionate about the all-encompassing, and so is pro-life. So am I. We have.
You keep cutting out conspiracy.
Subject kind of. Okay, I said that Steve and pro-life have specific issues that play into this grander picture of things that they are more in tune with, so to speak. So when they talk their points, it's not necessarily talking points from any particular direction. At some point, the language starts to become the same, and the explanations start to become the same because we're actually now becoming synchronized into what the issues are. And so that's what you're going to start hearing, and it has a chance to become an echo chamber and a circle jerk of sorts.
But let me say something about that, if I could, conspiracy box. Because here's the thing, all right? Echo chambers in themselves aren't bad any more than the word bigot or intolerant is bad. If you're intolerant of evil, that's actually good, okay? And they just pretend that you can't be intolerant of anything that's usually evil that they're pushing on the left. They pretend that we're an echo chamber on the right, you know, and that's fine if you're actually saying stuff that's true, correct, and right, not invalid, fictitious, and fake news and evil. You understand? So it's not like if God teaches a certain thing and there's a certain right way, and I keep repeating it to people and trying to be like, yo, you're doing wrong. If I repeat it to myself and I say, Steve, you're wrong. Steve, you lost your temper. Or whatever I do that I need to fix even, right? Does that mean that I should stop saying it and stop echoing that sentiment because it pisses people off? And why would that be a bad thing? To keep trying to do the good thing and say the right stuff. It's not that the echo chamber is bad. It's what is going on in the echo chamber.
I don't. Yeah. No. I mean, I agree. I agree with what you're saying, and that's the point that I'm saying is that if you're talking about something that you have passion about, you're going to hear it. The stuff that we're talking about today and every day seems like is all on the tops of everybody's mind, and it's being discussed in mainstream news. It's being discussed now. It's being discussed in different ways. And different information is being thrown in, and the twist is being happening, I think, more on one side than the other. But even if I stepped away from all this fucking left-right paradigm and you know, Republican, Democrat, white, black, all this shit, it doesn't change the reality of what's going on. And so if you're looking at what's going on and you see that there's a big problem, if you choose to only look at it all through the myopic view of color or one subject and think that is going to be the end all and tell all of everything, you are sadly mistaken.
Well,
you're just sadly mistaken. And not only that, you're not contributing to anything of solution.
Right,
I got a question for you though, Steve. I got a question for you. This is a direct question.
From you, or is this from someone in the chat?
Do you care? I want to play this devil's advocate game with you. Do you care about black people?
Of course.
Do you care about black Americans?
Of course.
What
I care about
do
all
you
people,
feel?
man.
What do you feel? What do you feel that black Americans should do, considering they have a distrust in a great way? And I think we can all agree that there is some kind of reasoning behind it. But
no.
What do you think
I
would be a solution? Let's say we were in this political climate. What would you think would be a solution?
I think the solution is this. I think it's for them to get off the indoctrination plantations where they're still being enslaved. Instead of being physically enslaved, they're being mentally enslaved by all this propaganda that's being pushed and has been being pushed now for years, okay? Especially by Barack Obama, you know, the communist, the Marxist, the Muslim terrorist who purposefully was doing this to divide and destroy our country because they knew they couldn't take it over militarily, and so they were trying to get creative. And communists have been plotting this stuff for years. So you have to understand that. You have to educate yourselves on all the topics, like you were saying, Conspiracy Box. And if anyone thinks that I'm regurgitating Fox News talking points, they have no idea how much I research this stuff. You can go to my playlist on my channel. I'm not promoting my channel at all. I'm saying if you're interested in finding out what I'm paying attention to, you can see the countless different sources on the countless different playlists. I have about like 30 to 40 different playlists with 40 different topics, and only one of them is related to race and Black Lives Matter and the true history. I have other ones about the true history of America. I have ones about abortion and being pro-life. I have ones about immigration, you know, all this stuff. So like, I'm not somebody who's just your average ding dong coming out here, you know, like a lot of people do. I'm just saying, I mean, maybe ding dong isn't nice to say, but it's kind of true that people oftentimes do what you say, Conspiracy Box, and they know about one thing that they might have researched a little bit. And so it makes them feel intellectual, and it makes them feel like their voice should be heard. And it's not that their voice doesn't matter, but if it's an uneducated voice and it's based on fake news, fictitious, or uneducated things that don't even add up, then you're not doing any good to anyone.
No, you know what's funny? Hold on. You know what's solving the race problem? Here's the thing. It's 4 a.m. and yeah, we're all chatting and having a conversation, and you're in the fucking chat room talking and just talking shit.
And a chat room that you could get on the live stream and actually have the conversation in the way we're having it right now, where we slightly disagree even amongst ourselves and go back and forth, okay? But nobody should come on and be left or right like that other guy turning up his sound and talking over everyone. That's when I go up and with my voice and I make sure that you don't get your voice heard because you're not a good person. Your message is not good. It doesn't need to be the prevailing message on a conservative channel's live stream. It doesn't, and it shouldn't be.
You know, solving the race problem, the other issue with that is that it actually takes the other side of your equation in order to help create that. And the people that you see on the panel here, whether you wish to believe it or not, are not against you and not against the black race in any kind of way.
No.
Okay? I have issues with people. And then I do have certain issues with certain groupings of people that have certain ideologies. And so therefore they conform to a certain kind of attitude and a certain kind of speak that leaves no room for, hey, let's find a common denominator here, you know, because we're both in this fucking boat, whether you like it or not.
We're all called to one, right? Isn't that what Jesus said before he died?
You know, and I hate and you know what, I really hate to say this because I don't want to fucking empower anybody. But
and they don't want to believe in Jesus. A lot of people.
There's only a certain population of black people in this country, still, and there are a lot of white people, and I would be willing to guess that most of those white people that you say are not racist, but you do have groups within that. And I can tell you that the more you do things to incite and put a view and allow the media to also dictate how you guys are looked at, and if you decide to play into it, look, don't be amazed when all of a sudden, some fucking ugliness starts rising in people because of it.
And conspiracy box. What happens when there's something small that does exist and you put a magnifying glass on it, right? What happens is it looks really big, and then the sun gets through the magnifying glass and the fire is lit and everything starts to burn. And that's exactly what we're seeing happen in America.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. I agree 100%. That was the point that I was making. Is you're looking at the world through one set of goggles, and I understand if you think that the only set of goggles that you can see it through. I don't care about your blackness. I don't care about Steve's whiteness.
Dude, I don't even care about my own whiteness.
Like on a reel, when it really comes down to it, I don't give a fuck about what my lineage is. It doesn't matter.
No,
I'm here now. Me, this fucking incarnate being. I'm the one that's here. I'm the one that you got to judge. If you want to, if you come up to me, if you knew me in any kind of way, you'd probably have a lot of a different kind of thought about me than what you might even have right now. Okay, so I don't know. I mean, I know this is Kelly's night, but I spent a lot of time on most chat room. Shit, I go to Taz's fucking thing. I don't agree with Kelly's night, but
I missed something.
Yeah, this is Kelly's night, isn't it?
Actually, that's Mo was out here, but he went to sleep.
Oh, Kelly, I'm sorry. Are you you're Mo's girl, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I forgot. It's all right. I still would say the same stuff I said before you, man. I'm just who I am, I tell people the truth.
No, I know you're an arrogant fuck. I've heard you before, but
no, I'm not arrogant. See, that's the thing there's a such thing as confident, and then arrogance is overconfidence. If you're actually confident and you have a reason to be, and you don't back down from people who always are coming at you with stuff that doesn't even make sense, and then you have to speak up for yourself, that's not being arrogant. That's just what people think. I know people think I'm arrogant, but I think that's them being a prick. It's haters. Haters gonna hate, and you might not think you're a hater, and I might not think you're a hater, but I'm just saying haters who hate.
Confident. It's the good thing about the confidence is he's got the long extended plan of that. So his confidence can get out there big time.
No, he reminds me of this guy. I told Maurice, I said, man, he reminds me of this guy Chad I went to high school with. And
no way. Chad, my best friend was Chad in high school.
That's really? Weird. And I'm like, it's an annoyance because
very funny.
We had a love-hate relationship, so
You dated Chad, didn't you?
No, but we did. I'm not even gonna tell the whole story, but we did not date.
Tell the truth. You did something else, though. I bet. Yeah, you did. I could tell by hearing your voice.
No, we did not do that.
There's more to the story.
But it didn't happen. It didn't go down, truth be told.
It was just a cuddle session.
Right. You just watched Netflix.
Honest, I'm an open book. I'm very candid. I would be honest. We did talk about it.
I don't know about that. I'm going to give you an example. I had a girl that I used to date, and she was telling me that she was honest. To the bitter end, she told me she was honest. And then you know what? I found out that the guy that was trying to take her to the World Series game, that I was going to, that he was trying to take her instead. That he was a guy that used to have a relationship with her, and they had some sexual relations. Okay.
Test. Who's in this picture, real quick, before I forget, because I got to wrap it up for my
Betsy
son.
Roth.
I imagine Ben. What is
Roth.
that?
I can't see it that well.
Put it closer. It's Betsy Ross. Betsy Ross and
founding fathers.
Jefferson, Washington.
Some guy with a wig.
You're not centered, and you're a little bit too distant.
Sorry,
Kelly. Can you solo her screen? Solo her screen.
Some guy with a wig.
That's how much I care about my whiteness right here. I don't know who the fuck those people are.
Move to your left, a little bit more left.
Nobody cares about color. Only racist people on the left care about color. Nobody on the right gives a crap about color.
Hey, how come the guy in the middle looks like Trump?
On the left.
He does a little bit.
My son loves history, and he wanted this. So, guess how much this was?
Whoa! How do I?
$1 million.
Yeah, right. $30.
No, it's just planned. It's from Austin Powers.
You guys saw that big one I got, right, of Abraham Lincoln? So, yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I like that he asked for stuff like that. He wants to start collecting. I've never heard of it before. I've heard of this before, but you can build like your own battlefield. And he wants to start off with the Civil War.
Hey,
and
all love in the race problem, love. Okay, we're just two human beings
Conspiracy.
trying to figure
Michelle
this
is talking,
out,
man. See what I'm
I'm
saying,
sorry,
bro?
Michelle.
Come on,
It's
man.
okay.
It's getting into that time of night, man.
That's all right. I just love it that my kid's really interested in the real American history. And I said, absolutely. If you want to use some of your money on eBay, he wants to start collecting these Civil War figurines and build like a battlefield.
That's cool.
That is cool.
You
I know somebody that collects that, and he's got a YouTube channel, but he was banned because he was explaining how to clean his AR-15, and they took his channel down.
Oh my God, these people on the left, dude, they're crazy. Like, think about that. Think about how stupid that is.
One video created exactly because he creates these battlefields, and they're not big ones, and then he sells stuff too.
Wait,
and
are they
one
crazy?
video he made? They took him down.
Are they crazy, or are some? Can you agree that some are maybe have a different ideology in the fact that they're maybe they're a little bit ignorant, or they feel as if it's something it's not?
Why do they hate the founding fathers? Some people. What is it? Why were they taught everything opposite of what the truth is?
It's solidly the tainting of their legacies through slavery.
And where do they
That's
get this
really what it is.
information from? I want to know where this solving the race problem gets this information from.
Dude, it's like they totally discount the fact. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay. V whatever Boogie his name is in the chat, since he's not here in the panel to talk with us. Whatever his name was, he's asking some race stuff and all that. He was making reference regarding Jesus. Last I checked, Jesus was Jewish, so he probably looks more like Osama bin Laden than a black person. So let's not sweat that, because guess what? Middle Eastern people get curly, gray, bushy hair too, if you want to go with the whole burnished feet and hair like wool. Now, moving along, as far as the founders go, yes, some of the founders were Freemasons. And yes, they wrote about the Dark Masons in France that became the French Revolution. So yeah, Jefferson, especially in his diaries in Washington, those two wanted the slaves to be free. It's just they knew they couldn't get the South on their side in the Revolution if they put that issue on the front burner. So they were working towards that, and it took time. It took 77 years. The flip side, Civil War, Lincoln, both the North and the South were put up by the British to have the Civil War. The South was actually waiting for gold from the British, and that's what got them up to want to go ahead and have their revolt against the North. Even Robert E. Lee and the founder of Texas that Alex Jones talks about being related to, in their journals, they said this Civil War is a stupid idea. It's a bad idea because it's a trap to collapse the country and then to have Northern industry take over all the jobs of everyone, slave and sharecropper and freemen alike in the South, and run everything industrial style, which is what happened. And the United States, once bankrupted by that Civil War, had to get the bar to come in to run things, and that's why we're at.
Central
this
banks.
is exactly. Andrew Jackson stopped the central banks in his period, but when Lincoln got on, Lincoln didn't realize he got played. When he declared martial law and then got taken out, when he got taken out, he didn't end the martial law, guy. The military don't know how to run the country. That's why they brought the bar in. That's why when I talk about Trump being commander-in-chief, he can still do stuff. That authority goes all the way back to Lincoln. But the bar is from Organic Act 1871 forward. So you guys have a little bit, it serves to say that Lincoln preserved the Union. On paper, yeah, he preserved the Union at the cost of his life, but he was played. Right place, right time, and a little left-wing, actor took him out.
Yeah, but he was a good man who stood up for the right things. He was a good, godly man. He believed in freeing the slaves. He believed in everyone being equal. He really believed that. Like everybody, if you have read about his personal encounters with people and what they've said about him, even people who were black, that's what they were saying about him during that time. So I mean, there was a lot of people who might have got played, and a lot of people. He was not what?
I'll tell you this: Lincoln's not the saint he was made out to be. There are quotes from him that put his priority being saving the Union over the liberty of the black slave. So, in this regard, it is helpful as a country that we have this myth that Lincoln's this good guy. In reality, Lincoln just wanted to keep the Union together.
Exactly. He said he would
blackmail.
I want to go back to the swamp here in DC. It's ran by blackmail. Well, Lincoln was doing the same thing in his time, blackmailing people to get them to vote with him on these issues. This has come up in many biopics on him, that Lincoln, as a lawyer, as a member of the bar, he was the first lawyer to get elected to that high office. And ever since then, the bar has constantly been our business. There's over 70% of Congress that are lawyers. Think about it, fellows.
Yeah, it's
why
like in the
can
movie
they
Lincoln that they made.
Yes, why
You
not
seen
go
that
with
movie?
common law? Instead, they create more codes, more statutes, more legislation, so that common law and common language no longer defines our law.
But if you don't preserve the union, then you can't have a union where there's freedom for all. So it might be, you know, taken out of context a little bit in the sense that maybe the guy, he might have cared about preserving the union as the president first and foremost, but he cared about the black people too and them being free and not being enslaved. I think he really believed that. And I don't know. I mean, I didn't know the guy, so I can't speak to whether he put one over the other for sure, but I think he was probably multitasking there. And if you don't have a union, if you have it run by the South, well, you're going to have slavery, that's for sure.
Well, here's the thing. The Southern economy, because it was a slave economy, these plantations were able to turn a huge profit. They didn't have the time to industrialize what the North wanted to oppose on them. And that really is the issue, is that we had the cotton gins being, able to mass produce cotton, but the South wasn't ready to convert over, in the time that they wanted it to happen. The push of the Industrial Revolution was that the whole country was supposed to become industrialized. And look what happened. Schools went from kids being homeschooled, getting with a guild and getting education, to where everyone gets the Germanic factory style school structure that people aren't meant to be educated for. And then if your kid doesn't pay attention, they diagnose them with some type of mental illness versus being a kid. This stuff's this is generational stuff that, anyone who thinks it's just black versus white, they have a very narrow view of history. And if you're enough of a nerd, you'll eventually find out that, again, they play off these factions. And the reason they're playing it more now is because Americans, with the internet and all the knowledge at our fingertips, when they're not scrubbing the internet, we have all this knowledge at our fingertips.
Fake history.
Well, that's the thing. They're scrubbing the Wayback Machine. So how much history are we really going to know? All those Mandela effects, I'll give you an example.
Yep.
Let me give you a quick example. True example here. There's a movie called Little Shop of Horrors. Mandela effect is where the past is different than you remember it. Little Shop of Horrors is a little movie. Rick Moranis and Audrey 2, the big fly trap monster and all that. Here's the thing. In the actual audio tape that I had as a kid with the lyrics, and in the actual VHS tape, they have a riff when this monster's singing about all the Universal monsters, because he's putting himself over as being bigger and stronger and badder than them, from King Kong to Frankenstein and all that. In the DVD, that lyric is gone. You see the monster lip sync to different words, because Universal Pictures, of course, has the copyright to those Universal monsters like Frankenstein and King Kong. So they had to change it for the DVD, but anyone who sees the DVD is going to think history is different and think that was always the lyrics to the song. So just like the Wayback
That's where
Machine,
people are getting their history anyways, is movies and DVDs and all Netflix, whatever Netflix tells them. This is history now. This is my point. So that's why I was kind of saying the butterfly effect. Obviously, you guys have seen the movies. So it's like history was one way, and then this guy has the power to kind of go back and change it. And so that's what they're trying to do, is go back and rewrite history and say it was totally different. And it doesn't actually change it in reality, but it changes it in our reality to these people who don't know any better, And so people say reality is perception. So they perceive it as being different than it actually was.
Years ago, Rage Against the Machine, even you don't have to agree with their politics, they had a great lyric. They don't have to burn the books, they just remove them. That was from Bulls on Parade. The point is, libraries, we know libraries used to ban Mark Twain, and they used to ban and burn all these different books they didn't like. Well, here's the thing. Some of those books, people are finding missing copies of them. We found, with our assembly stuff, we found an Army field training manual from 1922 that FDR had ordered destroyed. Why? Because in the Army field training manual back in the day, the Army took civics and taught civics. They taught people how things actually ran. And FDR couldn't have that with his New Deal.
You get it?
Yeah, FDR
They
was
want
a
the people to
Democrat,
know
of
they're in a
course.
constitutional republic.
He was sympathetic
Well,
with Mussolini.
beside the point.
A lot of people don't know that either.
And Hitler. And Hitler. You know, he almost
FDR
got
was not
himself
a great
thrown out by the
people,
business class.
I love people like solving the race problem, think they're more like better at American history than we. I just get
Some of the people who talk about race the most know the least about everything.
like
honestly.
he thinks he's smarter than
Mm-hmm.
people who are scholars. Like I could tell you some famous history scholars. Look at Mark Levin.
That guy's brilliant.
He is, and
He
took
spends his
how
whole
many
life
years?
doing this stuff.
Exactly. He got his. I don't know what kind of degree you call it, but he went all the way up to the top.
But even after that, I mean, you think, and this is, something that I got asked
yeah.
during my unemployment hearing. You go to school for what? 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, whatever it is, 12, whatever you go to school for. Okay. So what? You have a whole lot of life after that. What are you doing after that? If I went to school for 4 years and someone else went for 8, and then they like, well, I went to school for 8 years and I got a better degree than you. Well, okay. But what have you been doing since then? Because I've been researching for a decade or whatever, now on the political realm and educating myself on all these different things. Well, if you went to school for 8 years and you had 4 years extra of education, the other thing is, what did you do in school?
Right.
Did you cheat like Joe Biden, or do you lie about what you did? I mean, or what did you learn? What did you really maintain from what you learned?
Exactly. And I think it's so important for a person like that, do you know what I mean? To go that far in college and just like, he's much smarter than anybody put here. He can cite everything.
I'm sure. Oh, no doubt.
And I
put us
try
to
to
shame.
encourage my son to take college courses because he's getting more intrigued by it. And I
Yeah,
said,
the problem is they're going to indoctrinate him, Michelle.
I know.
That's the other thing about school now is like, which school did
Well,
you go to? When did you go to school?
I'm talking about online courses, Hillsdale courses.
Still.
Even I can take courses.
Yep. Well, I
get
tell
what
you,
you're saying.
I know a
Well, my
kid.
phone's gonna die. I'm gonna be in the chat room, and if
All
my
right,
phone
John.
charges up and you're still up here, I'll come back.
All right, much love,
See you
brother.
guys.
Nice seeing you.
All right, take it easy. Yeah, I got a picture sent to me from a kid who is like in high school, or just going to college, one or the other, and he had an exam to take, and his liberal professor, you're not gonna believe this. I'm gonna read it to you. I'm gonna try to pull it up now as to what she sent him and told him that he had to respond to and answer for a test. Let me pull it up.
I wouldn't doubt it. You should see the stuff that Sarah came home with.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what's going on in the classrooms.
The one time Tom marched right over to the school and I said, let me go. And he goes, absolutely not, because one of us will be in jail. Because I'm more truck driver mouth when I get to things when it comes to that stuff about my kids in the school, where he's kind of passive.
Yep.
But he speaks his mind, kind of. Yeah.
Hey, I just want to put this out for V-Dub since he's still there in the chat.
They're closing my school. Monday and Tuesday is the last day, and then they're going to remote into January, the end of January. And I said, oh, that's nice. You think since COVID, I kind of was going like this on the phone, even though they couldn't see me. I was like, since COVID's up, but yet you're going to put my kids in school Monday and Tuesday anyway, so they can get COVID? Really? Whatever. Because Governor Cuomo, he puts these colors in each zone. I don't know if you saw that news interview, but if I could share that video within tonight or tomorrow, where he was really nasty to the news reporters, and he was talking about orange color, blue color, different zones of the school, and he was saying, oh, he didn't know that anything about the Buffalo schools, which is bullshit. He does. He didn't know anything about the numbers he was claiming, which was bullshit. And then he gave excuses why New York City also and all schools across the state will be going to remote fully. Crazy, right? I don't know what happened to American Patriots. What?
Pro-Life Warrior, are the school teachers getting paid the same when they teach a student on the home computer?
A year. Yeah. One teacher's getting over $100,000. Explain that.
Well, wait a moment. They don't have to supply paper and pencils. They don't have to use textbooks, and they're still getting paid the same. Funny how that works with them and their unions.
They think by doing a webcam, my son's got learning disabilities. A webcam Zoom class is not going to help him. He's in 12th grade, and my son has made it this far. He deserves one-on-one. If not, send the special education teacher to the house. She can sit at the kitchen table and help him. He can't do it through Zoom. I already know it. And you know, Sarah, I'm sure you've heard her before. She's got that attitude, I don't care. And you have other students who are going to have that attitude, which I don't blame them, because sometimes they need that social interaction with other kids, and they need that one-on-one with teachers. Because a lot of kids these days, some of that stuff, I can't even understand it. And you can't blame them for being frustrated. And it just pisses me off because they make this COVID stuff up as an excuse. And now, do you know today was the last day small businesses like restaurants stay open? Like, how are they going to feed their
I'm in
families?
California.
I can't.
I'm in
California
California.
pisses me off because look at Hollywood. And I don't know where these actors
Let's just say
live or where they go to work, like Grey's Anatomy, where that setup is, and all the TV shows where all these setups are. I know a lot of it's in Hollywood directly, but how come they can continue on? Meanwhile, the whole rest of the state of California suffers. Explain that.
Well, you saw Newsom
laid off since April from the school. He lost his job at the begin, like closer to the beginning of the year.
Yeah. I can't believe all the new. I thought a lot of these TV shows were just going to keep doing repeats. I didn't think, they would be allowed to, look at The Bachelorette.
No. They have to have the TV shows so they can give you commercials about COVID. They have to have the shows to show you, like on CSI or whatever it is, where the character's wearing the mask.
They're all playing COVID. Yep, they're all playing COVID parts. And I was laughing my ass off because some of them were wearing masks, some of them weren't. I'm like, you guys got it all a mess.
It's TV programming.
Thank you. And I wanted to people are brainwashed by that. Thank you for saying that. Thank you.
I wanted to throw this to our friend V-Dub there in the chat. I'm not judging here, guys. I just want to put a perspective out there. Since he's kind of pulling the atheist card, I'm the token atheist in this chat, and I'm going to put it this way. I'm for human life, and I don't worship the state, government, or personalities. So if anything else, V-Dub, you're going to find yourself that you don't have to worship a religious figure, but you should realize that you should want the human race to reproduce and not the state. The state only exists to grow and to suppress humans into its grinding gears. If you want to pull the reason Jesus is an important figure, even for me as an atheist, is it gives us the Western bedrock to have free will and discover for ourselves what we do or don't believe. That's the Christian ethos. Versus,
but you got to believe or else you don't go to heaven. You can't live an unholy life you can't live an unholy life and think as a sinner that you're going to be able to go into the holiest place for all eternity with Jesus.
This guy's trying to tell me that these teachers deserve it. No, I don't think so. Not these teachers who literally put my daughter in tears when they started this COVID stuff. Mommy, how can I do this? That was the second time I heard her say she wanted to kill herself. She felt so bad because she knew I couldn't understand it. And these teachers didn't even reach out. It took my husband to hire a lawyer, right? And finally, the lawyer calls me 2 days after I bury my husband and daughter to tell me I won the case, that the school had to pay almost $500,000 for the lawsuit that we had against the school. I told the lawyer it's not about us getting money. It's about my kid getting the help they deserve. And we won. That school failed both of my kids. And now that Anna's gone, they're going to fail Nate. When he worked so hard to get where he's at.
Can you put him in private school?
I've looked into 2 other schools. I'm waiting for a phone call. Actually, it's an online Christian school that would help him and send somebody to the house. I just have to see. I don't know if we're qualified. But a lot of these schools, again, are remotely, and there's a lot of private tutors who are not willing to come to the house. So you got that too, because a lot of people live in fear.
Yeah, well, they got to stop doing that. That's the whole problem, is they're using fear to get everybody on
everything. As long as I don't
have
mandatory Common Core, I can do it. I just can't.
Yeah, but they're going to have mandatory masks. They're going to have mandatory shutdowns, mandatory, I can't get food anymore and go to the supermarket, So this COVID-19 stuff needs to end.
Yeah, my grocery bill goes up now again.
Well, they're ruining the economy. They're making the price of food go up. They're going to make your taxes go up. They're going to tell you that, They, meaning the left, they want everything to go down the tubes, and they want you to vote for them.
Got a-
And all the dumb people do it. They're
High
like,
school
yeah, let's
principal
sign up.
making over $135,000 a year at the Gwanda school, over $135,000, and then he gets over what, being mayor of Gwanda? And he calls me and Tom our friends. You're not my friend, buddy. Don't even go there. I hate people who are phony like that, especially people who are weak on the school board, the teachers, and everything. There's so much brainwashing going on, guys. It's disgusting.
Yeah, but nobody speaks up. Nobody really says anything. I mean, very
do.
few people.
I
Very
got
few
picked
people
out.
do.
Doing that. That's like when I was in school and telling me Columbus was a great guy. No, he's
I got
not a
kicked off
fucking great guy.
the PTA Facebook
No,
page.
Columbus wasn't as bad as they label him to be, though, either. He wasn't.
Yeah, but he also wasn't the Santa Claus they made him out to be in my classroom.
Mm-hmm.
Well, dude, I don't know, man. I'm not a scholar of the guy, but from what I learned, all right, and what I know they're teaching people today, it's quite clear that they want us to hate everybody that had anything to do with America, founding America. Anything to do with America, you better hate it. They're all evil. Hate America. That's what they're brainwashing you with.
Read what solving the race problem is. Should I answer him or maybe Steve? I think, Steve, you should take this
What's
one.
he saying now? I've seen him a little bit in the chat before. I can't switch over. I'm going to lose you guys again, I think. So.
Do you make I'll read it. Do you make the same argument against police getting paid in communities that still have high crime? Do they not deserve to be paid?
Does that mean, like, if you do your job and you don't do it well, that you don't deserve a paycheck? If you don't do your job right, you get fired. So they should be fired if they're not doing a good job of controlling the community. If it's actually only on their shoulders, I mean, you got to put the blame where it belongs. If there's more agencies involved, if it's a particularly bad neighborhood and they're understaffed, you got to take those factors into play too. It's not just does the police deserve to get paid if there's a lot of crime. That's a very simplistic, simpleton way of looking at it, you know.
And here's my answer too. Do you think the police can solve all these black on black murders? I feel bad for the parents who lose their children to violence and crime, or maybe
Jesus can solve it, Michelle, but they don't care about Jesus.
But here's my thing, nothing's going to ever change until the community starts helping. I mean, they can't solve everything themselves. They need the community to come forward, see something, say something. How many times do I have to say that's important?
But it all goes back to the morals, Michelle. Like,
they don't want to say nothing though, because they're afraid.
They're not actually living their lives right. No, they're afraid because they're not Christians, and even Christians are afraid because they're not Christians. Because the Bible says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. It doesn't say cower and be scared of everything. And, even with COVID-19, we're all going to die. Well, what happened to trusting in God? If you believe in this supreme being, I'm not saying you. I'm
talking to the guy in the chat. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm saying that if you believe in God as a Christian, and you believe in the supreme being that made everything, and if he has that kind of ability, which I believe he does and a lot of other people do, you're telling me he can't keep you safe from COVID? You don't really believe then, and it doesn't mean that he's going to. He might have a plan for you to die, okay? And through that, you might have a testimony. Maybe you'll get it and you'll conquer it, and then you'll have a testimony, or like my dad had cancer and he beat it, or someone tried to kill me and I lived. Now I have a testimony of what happened, and he kept me from death.
I wonder if he sees what's coming. Everything you're saying, I feel for you, but I wonder if he sees what's coming, the future of America, where our country's headed. No, solving the race problem. I wonder if he can see where our country's headed, where we're going.
I don't think he cares. I think he just wants to talk about race again.
I mean, I know, yeah.
That's all he wants to talk about.
And you guys are falling for that particular trap.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Exactly. That's why I'm not really getting into it.
You want to talk about the high crime in the cities, go to UN Strong Cities Initiative. Again, you got to know your talking points here and let them learn. You don't be a gatekeeper, but you give them the little bit of knowledge, let them go eat the bread.
That's why I made playlists, dude, with endless amounts of material on all these topics, so I won't have to debate anymore. I don't have to go back and forth, dude. You know what? If you have a counter argument, I encourage you. Make playlists on your YouTube channel with countless amounts of information like I have on mine, and then we can compare. I could watch yours if I ever was interested in finding out why you think the crazy things that I think that you think that are crazy, and you could do the same with me. But that's what the thing is nobody can be bothered. Even when you do the research and you watch all the videos and you compile all the information, and it's as accessible as one hyperlink per playlist, and that's all it would take to share with people and say, like people who say there's no election fraud. I have an entire playlist dedicated to it. If you watch that, if you watch the videos in that playlist, there's no way you can come out of that thinking there's no such thing as election fraud. It's impossible unless you're just a deceived, like mentally disturbed person who refuses to accept reality and facts,
Well, let me give you a little something that
because
you
there's teachers
will
that,
appreciate.
yeah, I agree with you. I'm talking in the chat.
And-
Go
and
ahead.
Pro-life warrior will appreciate this too. Because COVID is taking out our elderly, especially our World War II and baby boomer generation, and because we have many kids without fathers or grandfathers even in the home, or grandmothers and mothers in the home in some cases, we are losing the passing down of knowledge, including previous election frauds, or in my case, I'm old enough to remember the Rodney King riots. That was in high school. My parents were alive during the Watts riots. So we've seen this all before, these histories repeating ourselves. The millennials do not have the link to their history because they came up in a generation where divorce was 50% of the parent, the parents that are out there, 50% divorce. So
yeah, the difference though, brother, is the communist infiltration and the Muslim terrorist infiltration and the gangs and the cartels and the refugees that they import under the name of refugee, who are actually terrorists that like make camps in our country to destroy us. And it's the corrupt FBI and the corrupt CIA and the NSA and the Department of Justice and the Department of Defense being corrupt, and the FBI, if I haven't mentioned them yet. It's the police, bro. It's a different state. It's a different state of affairs because of all of that makes this that much more concerning.
Yes, but because it replaces the father figure, whether they respect a man in uniform as a cop, or an imam at a mosque who gives them spiritual guidance, or someone who's a professor who gives them, a political theory that throughout history, again, has failed. I can talk about in grade school knowing Cuban migrants whose parents were disappeared by Castro. It's like, hey, this,
exactly.
There's a case for, refugees being made, but not because the refugees want to get rich at America's expense. And that's what they've been taught.
And not because they want to come here and ship out the money back to their home country that always ends up wasting it, and then their country's collapsing. Like, what good does that do? If anything, like, let's work to get those people to wait in line legally to come to America. And you can't just cut everyone in line because you feel like it because you got problems. Everybody's got problems. All the people who are waiting in line from Cuba that are coming here legally have problems, for example, or Venezuela or Mexico or anywhere, all these places across the world, because everybody wants to come here and most people have problems, and that they want to come to a better land and have better opportunity and jobs. But if we just sit there and we give illegals jobs and they ship the money out, our economy doesn't get stimulated, our social security goes underwater, and the whole country and the foundation of it collapses, and then there's nothing for anybody,
Than I referenced it earlier. You just explained it.
Excellent. Well said, Steve.
Let's throw this at you. There's what's called brain drain. If the best, strongest, brightest keep coming to the United States, which, if they're motivated, they will, they're not there to get their country free. They're not there to fight for liberty in their country, or to go into their military and law enforcement and to change the mindsets. So
I got to say, I disagree with Trump on that a little bit.
As a descendant of Cuban and Puerto Rican ancestry, and not too long ago, so I'm not like removed 100 years. My grandfather was born in Cuba, and my grandmother was born in Puerto Rico. And
I've been there.
I grew up in Miami, and so the whole thing about socialism and communism and what happens in that ideology, understanding it from a Cuban perspective, and then understanding it from the more American perspective, where you had the George Orwell idea of things, and because I've always known about like the one world government thing, right? That's a kid thing, but listening to the stories of what happened in Cuba from people who I mean, it was only. I mean, I was born in 1970, and you had Cubans that came in through the 50s, and my grandfather was one of them. And my grandfather became a citizen because he was a merchant marine during the war. I can't remember which war it was. I think it was World War II. So living in Miami and listening to these stories, it makes a solid impression. And then, just watching the news as growing up in here and watching all these stories of shit going on around the world and what happens. And so I don't have a fucking problem seeing that that's definitely not where I want to go. I like the idea of being an individual. I like the idea of knowing that I was put on this earth, I was birthed, but I'm a child of God. I know a lot of people don't like to follow that line of thought, but I'm a child of God, man. And I have every right to be here. I'm here for a reason, whatever that reason is, and
we're all trying to figure that out, I think, still sometimes. Even Christians struggle with that. I mean, you're a Christian, I'm a Christian. So people on the outside that aren't, they might think, oh, Christians supposed to be perfect or they don't struggle with the same stuff, but they do. We struggle with it probably more.
Well, that's because it's a hard line to walk.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure is,
some would say, oh, it's an easy one, but a lot of times I see those overzealous Christians and, a lot of times they have more problems than they wish to display. But,
I know. I hate when they're deceptive. You're not supposed to be deceptive like that and pull the wool over people's eyes and make them.
Well, you know what, man? But not everybody. Listen, man. Not everybody has the same kind of temperament amongst them, and as sad as it may be for certain things, that's a beautiful thing, because we can't grow or learn without having
to be positive,
Can I interrupt and say one thing? That we had a mass shooting here today. Did you guys hear about that?
Oh,
I did.
I tried pulling it up.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about earlier.
I think I'm in Twitter jail. Could you share with us?
Honestly, I don't know a lot about it, but I just know.
Was there any suspects yet? I heard there was 8 people that were.
Is that
or was it a false flag?
No.
Well, it's always going to be a false flag one way or the other. Whether it was.
It was 5 minutes from Mo's job. It's right down. It's not
really.
Yeah, it's right. It's the city over. So we're in Milwaukee. Wauwatosa is it's like 5 minutes from here.
Yeah.
Do you live in a neighborhood where there's a lot of shootings? Is that very rare?
Hell yeah, they shoot all the time around here, but that don't bother me.
Kelly.
So yeah, I mean,
new to this.
What I was saying about the false flag stuff, a false flag isn't always just something that they orchestrate and organize and then use. Sometimes they allow things to happen and they have intelligence and they don't stop it. Other times things just happen and then it's them using that, only. And regardless, that's why they have the strategy of never let a good conflict go to waste, right? Like Rob Emanuel said, that's the strategy
Who
of the
runs
left.
these cities that are dangerous and high crimes? Who runs these cities?
Yeah.
I guess
Let me
I
also.
haven't caught anybody yet. It was a white guy in his 20s or 30s. 8 people were injured.
Oh, they're gonna highlight the white guy. They're probably putting that all over the news. It's a white guy. It's a white guy. Here's the thing. Who cares what color he was? Who cares what color he was? The media does because they want to create division.
You know what? You're right. I'm reading it right off the thing.
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying that's what they do.
Evil is evil.
Right. But what you really got to question is the motive.
Oh yeah, you can't use the word they. They don't like
Yes.
that. They get very upset.
I use it all the time. If anyone wants to know who they is, I'll tell them. But I'm using it all the time. I'm not gonna stop.
I do, and then you got to explain yourself to them.
I don't have to explain it.
And then no matter what, it's like talking to a brick wall every time. I can't get through. Never can. And it's like, I don't even know if I want.
Maybe you should use those instead of these.
I told solving
Let's make a combo word up.
Don't come on my channel if you're going to be a brick wall. There's just no point. If you can't be open and have an open conversation and listen to the people who are trying to explain we're not racist, it's not us. You're looking at all of it the wrong way. But he's still not going to agree with us. So it's like
back to the shooting, right? The shooting. So the real question is, what is the motive of the shooting? Right? That's what it always really is. And, you know, if I say, was it a Muslim? Muslims can be white. Muslims can be black. Muslims could be orange. Muslims could be red. Muslims could be of any ethnic background. It's an ideology that you choose to believe in. Okay? So if that's why I'm always questioning, you know, what the motive is. It might not be Islam in this case. It could just be a guy who was crazy and,
the rumor was that he lost his job, but
so he shot up a mall or whatever. Why would you do that? Because he's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like he's crazy. Like where was his job, in the mall or what?
That's what I was told, but the news is not saying. They're just saying it's isolated.
That's nonsense. That's fake news. It's isolated, my butt. They're lying. They're keeping information.
Sorry. They're saying that it was not a random act and it was a result of an altercation.
Wisconsin shooting, you're saying? Yeah, but it says multiple people injured in a shooting.
Right here. We did see it.
About the mall?
Or was it somebody targeting someone and they just fucking went on a melee and a bunch of people got hit?
So you know what you got to do with stuff like this? You know what I do? I call up the police department and I talk to the police themselves.
Oh,
that's what I always do. That's what you should do. You call them. We could even have that, and then they wouldn't even know they'd be on this call. You should probably tell them, but I mean, it doesn't matter. That's what I do. I talk to them directly, and then I make YouTube videos based on what they say. And if I think the police are keeping something or being suspect or being wrong, then I mention that when I have my streams go about an issue like this. The best thing to do is go straight to the source.
You don't have to ask because we're a one-party state. So if I agree to recording, I don't have to tell them.
Okay.
Nice. So I have a quick question here for the chat. Didn't Barack Obama end the embargo with Cuba? Because somebody's saying Cuba, you know, has an embargo, and that's why they're.
I totally forgot to respond to him. Thank you.
Yeah, last I checked, Obama ended that.
That's right.
That's why we get Cuban cigars now. Oh, but wait, the Cubans still drive broke down 1950s cars.
Who was he? Who did he go to a ball game with and stand next to and did a baseball wave? By the way,
the engines are built with rubber bands and paper clips.
Yeah,
that's no good. That's not going to work.
I'm surprised the media forgot about that yet.
And Bic lighters. I'm telling you. Dude, you think I'm kidding? They have to concoct parts because they didn't have replacement parts. So they would take all kinds of things. They would take a can and fucking pound it out. Make a mold, fucking. I mean, all kinds of shit.
Remember that part in Fast and Furious? I don't know if you guys watch that, but that's like one of my favorites.
Yep. Where he rebuilt the car, the pink slips.
Yep.
I saw that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like if your radiator springs a leak, you know, and you don't have a lot of money to fix it, you can put in a few eggs, crack a few eggs, throw them in there, goes through the radiator, and it clogs up the holes because
witnesses say it was a white man, but do they actually have picture, video, audio, anything to say that?
Exactly, you wanted that too.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
The media is, of course, they're going to say it. They're probably already saying it's a Trump supporter. They're probably saying it's Donald Trump's fault. It's Donald Trump's fault. It's the Republicans. They own guns. They support guns.
I'm not denying that there's not white people out there that are evil, that kill people. Absolutely. But it's exactly right what the media will portray it to be.
Right.
Exactly. People don't kill people. Guns kill
guns
people.
No, people kill people, not guns.
Well,
that's what you mean.
People kill people. You get what I'm saying. It's like Franklin Graham said, he could take all the guns in the world, put them in Central Park, put them in a pile, let them be there and sit there, and none of them are going to kill anybody.
Right. Well, that's obvious. That's why the arguments of the left are so ridiculous, and there's not even any point on debating people. It's just at this point, it's like, listen, I know what my freedom is.
Exactly.
You're not taking my inanimate objects. They're my objects. I bought them. It's my property. I have the right to bear arms. I have the right to keep and bear arms, and I'm going to. And if you try to take that away, then we're going to fight about it. And not because I like fighting. It's because I don't like you and what you're doing. It's not that I hate you. It's that I hate the evil little deeds you're trying to do as you steal people's lives, livelihoods, and freedoms, and shut down our economy and our businesses and tell us we're non-essential if you deem it so, you know?
Exactly.
So
Well, if they,
that's my
if they
rant.
can make you buy,
That's really the simple, sad truth of it. And yeah, you know,
they can
and you
make
know,
you give up or
this.
buy
So I've been
property.
hearing the argument. So like they're trying. So what's going on? What's going on with
They can make
the black community? I think is that, and not the entire black community, obviously, but there's, you know, they come on these shows and there's a lot of white people, so there's a lot of dialogue between, but they're hearing the talk of civil war, and they're not, you know, look, they're not seeing it
They
from
think
our,
we
the
want to
left is
fight
not
black
seeing it
people.
from our point, and like,
I know,
you know,
that's
that's
what
what
they
I'm saying. It's like
think. So
there's this whole idea, and I think that there's like this symptom of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, you know, maybe if the New World Order is against patriots and they view patriots as white supremacists and all that, well, then that system must be a good thing because it's going to tear down what they believe is the monster and the boogeyman in the equation.
They have no idea how much bigger the other monster is. That's the actual real monster.
And it's not even, and it's not just secluded to black folks. It's just the ideology that fits into that left margin. You know,
they'll just make them join up with it, dude. They won't even need to do that. They're gonna make them believe in the stuff that the New World Order teaches. They already have. Look at the UN and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals right now as part of Agenda 30, brother. Look at the World Economic Forum. Look at all that stuff. That's exactly what the left is pushing politically in America and abroad.
And compare that to the Georgia Guidestones that Jones visited again this morning.
Yes, sir.
Let's also put this in check. I know one of my former tag team partners, he's a Hispanic male. He thinks that Trump is the Antichrist because Trump has a cult of personality, and it's like they get it in their head that, you know, oh, all these people that are Antifa that are burning places down are feds, and they're right-wing feds. They're not left-wing feds. And it's like,
yeah, okay.
Oh.
I heard that too from somebody else too.
You know,
before.
that's the
problem. They don't even go out on the streets, though. Here's the thing. I literally go out to the streets and square off with them and have conversations. I had a sit-down conversation with Antifa BLM people for over an hour and a half, believe it or not, okay, face-to-face at UCF campus, like the same way that Louder with Crowder there, Steven Crowder does when he goes to campuses, except they had tables set up, which I said to them as first when I walked over, because no one else would walk over to their side, and I walk over by myself with my Trump flag right in their faces, and they're like, here, let us help you. I'm like, how can you help me? You can't help me. I'm here to help you. You got it all backwards as usual. I said, but I'm like, I'm impressed that you at least have these tables set up over here to actually have a conversation, because that's a step in the right direction. Because usually all you bozos do is just spew your rhetoric that doesn't make any sense and then think everybody's supposed to just come over to your side and do all these evil things with you. But, you know, let's talk about it. So I sat down, I talked with one guy for a while who, of course, was connected with the Nation of Islam. And I told him all about the things I know about Islam. And
yeah, I watched that video. I watched that video a few weeks before I ever fucking met you on here.
No, that one wasn't on video, bro. The only video footage of that was by Antifa and BLM. And if it's out there, they probably deleted it, because here's what happened. After I talked to one guy for a while, it was the more hostile of the two. Another one came and sat down and talked to me, and he got triggered real fast because he's used to thinking that, you know, convincing all the people around him that everybody, that he knows everything, I mean, about all the topics. But then when I was actually countering him.
I saw that video. But the person that was filming it wasn't Antifa. At least I know what I saw though. Yeah,
there was one guy, really, because there was a guy who said that I talked to, the guy who filmed it. Okay, I know what you're talking about. There was multiple people filming it, but the main guy, the one guy, he was Native American, I believe. I think he said he was Native American descent, but he was telling me that I'm just kind of here documenting stuff, and he seemed like a good guy, and we talked afterwards, and he actually filmed me afterwards telling the story about what happened. But I don't know if you saw the footage, the actual footage of us sitting down talking at UCF, then you would have seen the guy throw a punch at me, and my arm, I put my left arm up and blocked the punch and laughed at him. And I said, bro, that's the best you got? That's all you guys got? All this talk on the streets, you act like you're so tough. You know, you say you want to talk, and then you guys throw punches, and I block them and I laugh in your face. I'm like, you guys are weak. You guys are weak in every way. Intellectually, you're weak physically. You don't even know how to throw punches. I said, at least, dude, come out here and challenge me next time. You know, intellectually challenge us and challenge me physically. If you're going to come out here and throw a punch, at least know how to throw a punch, dude. And I even prevented the cops from arresting him. I was like, he couldn't even land the punch because they were going to arrest him for throwing the punch at me. I don't know if did you see that footage?
Can't say that I have. Just for the sake of the chat, if they're talking about slavery, China's got that going on with the Uyghurs. Stalin had slave camps as well. So if you're going towards the communist socialist angle, slavery is the bread and butter of communists. And also, we have the other little question in that chat. I want to go ahead and hit that real quick. There are no real pro-blacks associated with BLM or Antifa. I would have to disagree. Look at the Sunrise Movement. Look at other folks. We've caught these people coming in on buckets. They're people of finance. This is that V-Dub Boogie or whatever his name is. He's just someone putting out, ignorant talking points.
People think on both sides of the political aisle. I always say this. I get mad at both sides.
Wow.
Think before you speak. Please, to say that, obviously there's people on the left that care about black lives. They just don't realize that Black Lives Matter is rooted in communism, or maybe they don't care because they're commie supporters themselves.
No, I'll tell you what he's saying is that when he says there are no real pro-blacks associated with BLM or Antifa, he's saying that there are no true blacks that really care about the black community aligned with that organization, because a real pro-black is for the nuclear family.
That makes sense.
Reproduction of the black community.
Okay, that's totally different.
If I'm interpreting it properly, B-Dub is actually an intellectual.
Okay, well that was when you say that, and that's what he's saying. That does sound intellectual. So. But people do say a lot of things that you have to be like,
intellectual. I missed it. Who's intellectual?
B-Dub is an intellectual. I've talked with him on a few different occasions. He's very intellectual.
Does he not like white conservatives? Does he have this idea that we're all racist?
No, I'm not going to say that he does not like white conservatives. He has questions, but to say he hates a whole group of people, no.
Yeah, because he doesn't know me. He doesn't know Steve. He doesn't know conspiracy.
No, it sounds like that's not what he was saying. At least in this time, it sounds like all he was doing. Is making
just in general topic, or anybody who thinks white conservatives are racist.
Yeah.
We're not. People need to get to know us.
Well, some would. I guess there's always an exception to the rule, right? And
if there's a racist that pretends they're conservative, they're pretending. You're not conservative and racist. That doesn't fit the bill. It's not who we are. It's never been who we are. It's not faking. It's not Christian to be that way. It's not conservative because we're the ones who, whether they like it or not, are the ones who freed the slaves, voted for civil rights for black people. We're the ones who actually care about black people.
That's right.
And so it doesn't even make any sense. And to say that you're racist and conservative, and I would denounce them and tell them that they're not what they say they are, and they should go somewhere else.
And it upsets me when they call Lincoln racist and all that. I'm like, I will never understand that.
Yeah.
Lincoln.
Yeah, people.
He's actually my favorite president.
I can't say. I mean, I wish I knew the guy from the things I've heard.
I wish I would have gotten to know him too.
I would have liked to know him. He seems like he would have been a good guy, good president.
If you could have anybody at your Thanksgiving table, give it 5 people, and everybody take their turn. People in the past, people who've died, that could sit at your table, who would it be?
I know this sounds wrong, but I'd probably be Babe Ruth would be there. I'm a baseball guy, so I mean, it wouldn't be like that would be the top priority.
You can have 5 people at your table, so
yeah, I'd say Jesus Christ first and foremost.
Amen, brother. Same as mine.
No doubt about it. That's a no-brainer. I mean, even if you don't believe in Jesus, he was a man who walked the earth. He was the most significant human figure in the history of mankind, no matter how you look at it. Wars fought over the beliefs, people who are atheists that don't believe, that he's the most talked about, infamous and famous, whatever you want to call it, person. So him, I'd like Babe Ruth. For political people, yeah, Lincoln would be up there. I definitely would like to have Trump at the table,
Yeah.
So maybe I'd have to choose between Trump and Lincoln if we're only doing 5. I don't know. It'd be tough to fill in the other 2.
Your mom, probably. Definitely your mom, right?
Well, my mom has been at my table. My mom is
she's
obviously
always there
somebody I'd want there.
Yeah.
Wait,
She's
I have a
everything.
question. What if I struggle with this whole religion thing? That means I can't be conservative?
No, it
No.
doesn't. What it means is that there's a right and there's a wrong. To be something is to be something, and if you're gonna be something, then be it. That's all I'm saying. Whatever it is, right? Like
Yeah,
you know,
whatever
if
it
we
is that you believe in. Believe in it with all
but
your heart.
right, but it means something to be conservative. It has meaning, and it has traditionally certain values that are attached with it. And so, like right now, I don't really much like how I think conservatism is being hijacked, even by some of the people in the LGBT community, pretending that we're supposed to welcome them in with open arms. It's not like we're going to hate them. Obviously, if we can have more people be conservative, that's a good thing, you know. But you can't come over here with the other stuff, right? The leftovers, as I like to call them, and then think that that's part of the right. It's not part of the right. It's
Dude,
your
where the hell
stuff.
are you from? The East Coast or some shit?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you from the East Coast?
I'm from Boston originally, but I live in Florida now.
Oh, okay. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought this guy said he's in the South. He sounds like he's got.
I'm in Florida, but I've got a Boston accent.
Jesus is God.
I'm not God.
No, I'm talking to the person in the chat. I'm talking to the person in the chat. Sorry.
Michelle, you are fake news. I never heard you say fake news. That was fake news.
Yeah, I meant to say I was replying in the chat.
Yeah. No, you know what I'm saying though. It's like I talked to the homosexual guys that stand with us at the Trump waving events, and I think he even says he believes in God and Christianity. And when I talk to him about this stuff, he even goes, "I know."
Is he the
I'm like,
singer guy?
He's the black dude that stands with us on the Paint the Trump videos. Like I'm on all those rallies, and
white guy.
he's a really nice guy. No, Paint the Trump is Jeff. He's a white dude, but there's a lot of black people that stand with us. Puerto Ricans, you know, Coptic Christians from Egypt stand with us. You know, white people.
I love
Coptic Christians are awesome. I interviewed one the other day, and it was perfect because I get so much heat from people about Islam and how I stand against it, and they pretend it's hateful. I'm like, tell that to the people getting their heads chopped off, okay? Tell that to the people that have terrorist attacks waged on them all across this world. I'm like, and then, I was just at the Trump rally interviewing people saying, well, why do you support Trump? You know, obviously I knew a lot of the reasons already because I researched this stuff, but I said, I want to hear what you guys think. Why are you here holding a Trump flag? Why do you support Trump? Or why did you vote for him? And he's saying, well, I can't vote. I just got here, but my mother could. And we talk a lot about this stuff. And so she voted for Trump. But if I can vote soon, I would obviously vote for Trump. He referred to him as like a savior figure in the sense of this. And now, obviously, I don't agree with that, being Jesus is the only savior. Jesus is the savior. Trump is our president. But what he's saying is that region is so affected by Islam and its terrorism and the ideals that they push that come from the Quran, that it's destroyed the lives of Coptic Christians in Egypt and of Christians in the Middle East.
Did I say that Jesus Christ is the Son of God? I forgot to put the Son of God. Oh my goodness. I'm going to go to hell.
I'm going to lose my mind.
Where did you go, Michelle? Don't go to hell.
This guy, I know, but I literally forgot to put Son of God. I'm sorry.
Jesus is the
Well,
Son
now
of
we're
God.
getting into if you're a Unitarian or a Trinitarian. Dun, dun, dun.
I am a born-again Christian. I am
Me
a
too.
follower of Jesus Christ because he is my Lord and Savior.
I struggle with some things, though. I got to fix it, man, or else I'm going to go to hell with the rest of you. I'm telling you. I'm just honest. No one else is honest like that. I'm American patriots for God and
I'm
country.
struggling with this driver that killed my husband and my daughter. I forgive her, but it's like I don't know if I can fully say that 100%.
You're better than me because I ain't forgiving shit.
You have to, though. You can't let that bitterness grow in your heart. God specifically says that's one of the big things that really is held against a lot of people that are unsuspecting, thinking they're going to go to heaven. They come and they're not forgiving. And it's hard. I don't know how she could do it either.
Being a mother, you fuck with my kid, I'm coming to air you and your whole family out. I don't care.
But that's not a bad thing in this sense, right? I mean, the swearing is, and but what I mean is that you're a mother. You're doing that out of love. You're doing that because it's something unrighteous that's going on, and an injustice
against your child, and it's human nature and mother nature to protect your own and child.
Yeshua,
You know?
isn't it? Is it Yeshua? How do you pronounce it? Messiah.
Yeshua.
Yeshua.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeshua HaMashiach.
See, I learned from you guys. I learned from everybody here on YouTube. I never cared about this stuff growing up. Honestly, I did
You mean politics?
Politics, history. I never, none of that
God,
really
all of
mattered
it.
to me.
Well, you're growing older. Things actually affect you now. I mean, think about it. I didn't care. Even me as a Christian, like I've been a Christian my whole life. But I'll be honest, I used to go out. I'd smoke with my friends. I'd drink. I'd go to keg parties, and I gotta be honest with you. It's fun, and I miss it sometimes because you miss the camaraderie, the friendships, the girls.
Jesus,
but
God
it's not right.
called Allah, right? I'm sorry.
Huh?
I don't. He's saying Jesus called God Allah, right?
No,
that's in Islam.
No, Allah is the Arabic.
God,
so obviously
Islam,
he's not.
Christianity.
He probably doesn't even read the King James Bible.
Who?
This guy called VD.
I get confused with all these names. I can't even keep up. Yahweh.
I'm going shooting outside and doing some training tomorrow at like 11. So I'm gonna have to get going soon, but not yet. I'm having a good time at this moment on the chat, so I'm gonna stick around a little longer, even though I shouldn't.
So I have to stay. I have to take my mom to go pick up her free turkey at 11 a.m.
You gotta promise me something, Michelle. If you go to do that, if there's people walking on the side of the road, you have to pull down the window and you have to gobble at somebody, and then you have to drive off like you're a crazy person.
Okay.
You have to do it. That's an inside joke with me and my friends. We do that in Boston. We used to do that. We used to mess with people. It was just something we did to have a little fun.
I wish I could like put it through my car like a yeah. I can't make it, so I would have to find a sound thing.
You can't do that?
No.
Come on. You gotta learn. Just practice.
Didn't Jesus speak Hebrew?
Yes, he's Aramaic, I believe, right?
Oh, okay. See, I don't even know these things. I don't.
It's all right.
Hebrew's the mother tongue. Aramaic's the regional tongue.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
The Bible, the Old Testament was written in Hebrew. The New Testament was written in Greek. Originally.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I use not only my King James Bible, but I found out in my husband's briefcase he had this thing too. And this is very interesting. And he told me about it once. I'm showing what it is.
I can't. Strong's. I see the word strong.
Exhaustive coordinates of the Bible.
Yeah. This means like it's a concordance Bible, like the Strong's Concordance Bible, which means.
What does it do? Tell me. I'm an idiot, I guess, on that. What does that mean?
This means it has many things. It's got like. I don't know, like how can I explain it to you? Like you can take
Is it an expositor's Bible? Like is it explain the different verses? Is that what the idea
is?
It
explains the different verses for like even if
that's
we're
what
talking
I have.
about commanded or it takes a word and it gives you the scripture and the meaning.
See this Bible right here?
Kind of like a dictionary for the Bible.
This is the same thing. This one that I'm showing you?
Yeah, that's the same kind.
So this is a King James. This is the Expositor's Study Bible. It's the best Bible I've ever owned in my entire life. Okay.
My husband bought me this.
That's a good one too, I'm sure. Is it a King James? Did you say? Or
and it's large print King James. Well, it's not large print, but it's larger than the. Yeah, it is large print. It's King James, and it's a parallel amplified Bible, which is like a Bible for people who are just learning the Bible. It's the same thing as King James, but just the words, the grammar are a little bit easier to understand. Mm-hmm. And it compares it side to side. So it shows you one King James and then it shows you the Amplified. And that's how I learned my Bible.
So the only thing is, you know how Jimmy Swaggart, you remember him? You know how
I never really cared for him. But
I know, because everyone turned on him because he was with hookers or something. And so that wasn't godly. Did he take money from people or something?
Yeah, and he cheated on his wife. She cheated on him.
Yeah,
it was a big thing. Yeah.
So I mean, here's the thing, right? The way I look at it is that man dedicated himself to the Word of God for his entire life. He knows it like the back of his hand. He studied it. He believes in it. He messed up. He's a Christian. We're all sinners. He sinned. He messed up. And so like for me, it's like I never expected Jimmy Swaggart to be any more perfect than anyone else. or he's gonna do something wrong. That's why
He's just more of a public figure.
he's more of a public figure. His life came into the open, and he got exposed. That's why I try to tell people everything I do wrong right off the bat, so you can't expose me. So I'm just an open book. I lust after women. I smoke a joint once in a while, and I shouldn't. It's not right. God doesn't like it. I'm fighting with those things. And I just kind of always have liked doing that stuff, and it's not good. I don't even like telling you that. I'd like to just be the perfect little Christian soldier, telling you that I'm perfect and I don't sin and that I don't struggle with the same things.
I'll never admit that I am a sinner. I
But
smoke
I'm not-
marijuana because I got pain.
Well, there's medicinal purposes, and my mom, like I told you, I'm not going to go there again. But when she got sick,
I get that.
I got her Rick Simpson oil to try to help with her cancer. So I mean, there are medicinal purposes. They're still researching it. I think a lot of people often use.
Yeah, my biggest thing is nausea and
I think it helps with that. But medical purposes, a lot of times people say they're using it for medicinal purposes, but they just like to smoke weed. Let's be honest. I mean, my friends included, and we always joke about it. I have friends who are I have one friend specifically that thinks marijuana is like the end all the be all. He's like, oh, we should make everything out of hemp. It's true. There is a lot of good uses too. It's not like it's not all. He's like, it's God's plant. It's God put this plant here. What's wrong with that? I'm like, yeah, but it's like anything else. If it has negative effects on your lungs, for example, or any negative side effects, your body's supposed to be a temple. That's what the Bible says. So you're not supposed to pollute it.
You're right.
So that's the idea of it. So like, if it's a drug and you don't need to take the drug, why are you taking the drug?
No, right? You're right. The love of Jesus and the blood of Jesus should fulfill us. And that's what he tries to tell us in the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, though, that, I wonder how much God would be mad if I smoke a joint once in a while, or versus, having a glass of wine.
I'm not in front of him. I've never asked him. He's never responded to me.
I know you can't be a drunk.
Steve, I think you'll be okay, all right?
Maybe, maybe not, but you're not God, and neither am I, so I don't know. No. You don't either.
I think it's a pretty good chance that you'll be all right. I'm pretty sure people have done.
Obviously,
I know, but I don't know.
You think you're better than everybody, so let's just bow down to you
Who?
Because you're smarter. I'm
Who's smarter?
responding to VD Dub.
Like, what did I miss?
I'm sorry. He's just agitating me, and I'm allowing him to get to me.
Theology route.
I'll just ignore him.
Kelly, I was going to put out there for you, if you want to have conservative thought. If you want to have conservative thought, I'm going to recommend someone who's as misquoted as Alex Jones, a gentleman named Stefan Molyneux out of Canada.
Wait.
I know him. Didn't they take him down off YouTube?
Yes, they did, because
he was about I followed his channel, man.
Yeah. Non-aggression principle, and treat children, in a respectable fashion. Try not to hit them.
Background with his mother.
Last name.
Raise them right.
Molyneux, I believe. Molyneux.
Yep. Stefan Molyneux. Very good guy. Free Domain Radio is his little setup, but again, YouTube and other social media are trying to censor him. And and
he's not even completely conservative on everything. He's very conservative a lot of times, but he's not offensive. He doesn't, he's very calm, cool, collected guy. Very rational guy. What am I leaving out?
He's empathetic. He'll take calls. He'll discuss things with people like, do you feel this way because your parents did this to you, or did you have a disagreement that you didn't discuss with them? Basically, he uses logic, evidence, and reasoning to get them forward. And even though he himself says he's an atheist, he understands the template of the Christ figure. For those in the chat, whether you want to debate whether Christ was a real man or not, God and man or not, the template, the character, the archetype is still needed. Just like in the hero's journey, you had Luke Skywalker. Christ was that template. They took that from. It was the hybrid of the Egyptian mythos, the Greek mythos, the Hebrew mythos. Whether it was a man or not, the story is still a good story to tell, because it's a person who perseveres even against a corrupt government, is innocent of a crime, does not renounce his belief, and it comes back from death, because you can even believe a message is immortal. So even if the body dies, the man's message, aka the spirit, the mindset, i.e. the Frida Corps and the Marines, lives onward.
That's what God would say. Jesus himself said it. My word will never pass away. That's what he said. That's what he meant.
And thus immortality. So if you only go at it with one narrow definition, no book in history is ever going to meet a narrow definition. You have to understand it's a big conglomerate of things. So even, again, whether this was a Jewish carpenter who made it all the way to India, as some of the Christians believe in regards to the shrine in Kashmir that the Muslims have desecrated from Pakistan, that's why they're fighting over there. Maybe Esau was really Jesus. Yeah, the Pakistani Muslims destroyed the shrine and got rid of they got rid of the human remains. And I'll throw one at you, Ark of the Covenant, Ethiopia, guys. Look that one up. Why are those priests going blind like they have radiation poisoning? Either that's an ark or they got a piece of uranium they're sharing. Remember Solomon's wife? They went South to Africa, guys. So you got to realize Christianity isn't just centered in Europe and just centered in the Middle East. It went east and it went south. If you follow all the theories about, if you follow the theories about Mary Magdalene, supposedly she made it out to France and to Europe. Who knows?
She was not Jesus's mistress or any of that, though. That's all fake news.
Yeah,
Jesus is the perfect lamb of God. He didn't get with the hooker, dude. That just didn't happen. That's just disrespectful.
See, you consider Mary Magdalene the hooker. She was never the harlot. That was from a pope. That was from a pope combining the two stories into one.
No, the Bible.
There's several verses.
The Bible talks about her history and how God didn't care because she had that background, and all the people of that time would shun away from people like that because they would think, "Oh, I'm better than you," so to speak, and they would think they shouldn't go near her. But Jesus did, and they thought that was very surprising. I'm trying to remember if she reached out and touched his cloak, and then he talked to her and was like kind to her, and I believe that's the story. I might have it slightly off, but that was something that was like made their jaw drop in that day, especially coming from Jesus. And he was like, essentially like, this woman showed more faith in me than a lot of you do because she believes in me and she believes that I can save her from her sins, so to speak, because I am the Son of God, and that's kind of what I do, But the left kind of tends to want to do anything they can to smear Jesus and make him not perfect, but he was the only perfect, the Lamb of God, the Lamb that was slain, the Bible says. The idea of that is, the Jews believe in sacrifice at the temple because they don't believe a Messiah has come, and so that's a confusion. So as Christians, we believe that Jesus was the sacrifice. That's why he refers to himself as the Lamb, that was saying the Lamb of God. He came. He died for our sins because we're all sinners so that we wouldn't have to go to hell, so that we could have a chance to be redeemed, from our sins. Otherwise, there would be damnation because the wages of sin is death, and we're all sinners. Christians, everybody, The difference is, as a Christian, we acknowledge Jesus came, he died, he was that sacrifice, he conquered the grave, and he is the solution. He is redemption. He is the answer. He is the truth, the way, the truth, the life. And people say that's narrow-minded, but nobody comes to the Father but by him. That's what that means. It means everybody wants to go whichever way they want, especially in the world today. You see all these people, they think they have all the answers, and they think anarchy even is the answer. Anarchy isn't of God. That's like the most godless thing ever. But like, you have to admit in life there's right and then everything else is wrong. It's not that there's not usually 50 things are right. It's like, what's the right answer? Unless there's multiple choice and there's multiple things, there's exceptions. But I'm saying when it comes to a path to heaven, it's a narrow path. It's hard to stay on it. That's why the Christian life is not an easy life. And the world
Hail
looks at
Mary
you.
for me. I don't do that. Sorry. I had to say that out loud.
That's all right. The Christian life is tough because the Bible even says narrow is the gate and few are those that will find it. And it tells you to follow the straight and narrow path. Would it be any surprise that the world who hates and despises and ridicules and tries to get you not to follow God would tell you to be open-minded? Open your mind. Go this way. Go that way. It's okay. There's a lot of paths that lead to heaven. Whatever we say, if you're a good person, you go to heaven. Well, it's not that it's bad to be a good person, but, because faith without works is dead. But at the same time, you got to have faith.
if you don't have faith in Jesus, the guy that was sent by God himself in human flesh to be God in human form, to be a sacrifice so you can go to heaven. If you don't believe in that, and that's what God says you got to believe in order to have that opportunity to be saved from being a sinful person, you can't go to heaven. And that's why like people think Christians are very hateful, because you tell them they're going to go to hell. I might go to hell. If I'm not careful, if I don't do it right, I could go to hell too. We could be left behind if there's a rapture or whatever, but you have to stay focused, you know, because it's hard. It's a struggle every day.
Can I
Well-
ask you guys something real quick? I just have
Sure.
a quick question. If you had to say what would be the safest part in the country, what would be your answer?
Florida.
If you had to pick a state, I'm not going to say a region. If you had to pick a state,
Maybe Florida. I'm talking to some serious people down here.
okay.
I was going to
If you're
say,
looking
go
at-
ahead, Sean.
If you're looking at strategic relocation by Joel Skousen or Leon Skousen, I'm drawing a blank on which. Usually Idaho is one of their top ranked states. Believe it or not, Utah, because of all the influx of left-leaning people, it's going to become a situation with a lot of people scavenging. But by the time you get to the mountains of Idaho and a little bit of Montana, you're okay. You're just still close to Yellowstone, so that's kind of an issue. But
Right.
usually that area.
Yellowstone, danger zone. But freedom's also big in Florida. I mean, it's not as big as it used to be, but it's there's a lot of things you can do in Florida that you can't do it in a lot of other places. And there's a lot of patriots here. There's a lot going on here. It's crazy because I came from Boston and they fired me and they made me have to leave everything and sell everything I owned to come to Florida when I had no job.
Why?
What?
How the hell?
Because I was standing up for God, country. I was standing against homosexuality. I was speaking out against Islam and its terrorism. I was being a Christian, and I refused to be silent. They were stalking me on Facebook. They reported me and tried to get me in trouble with HR.
Kind of like how I lost my
job.
job at the grocery store. Exactly. Said I lived in a cult and I was disgusting. I was a raceful, hateful person, and I should be ashamed.
Yeah, they tried that with all of us. I was almost making six figures. I was well on my way with my career. You know, I was working in the corporate back office of Santander Bank. I don't care. I'm going to say it. And that's the bank that it was. They're an international bank, probably one of the top 20 banks in the world. They're big in Central and South America and Europe, like in Spain. And basically they were trying to influence the U.S. market. They bought Sovereign Bank, and they needed someone to run the commercial credit card operations department. And I wasn't the guy running it per se, but here's the deal. I had a director I reported to, and I had a manager under him that I reported to. But none of them, they were very laissez-faire, hands-off. They didn't have any involvement. I did everything for operations. Started up the whole thing with only a few other people from a few other groups for the whole United States. So, you know, you could have commercial credit cards. So like if you had a business and you had a fleet of vans, for example, and you wanted credit cards to give them for gas, let's say, or for other purposes, then you would get the cards from a bank like Santander, and you'd get that contract signed with them. So that was the business line would reach out and set up the contracts. And when they bring them in, I make it all work. I issue the cards. I train people. I would do everything. I did everything. I was doing awesome. And they were nuts. They were too leftist, and they couldn't tolerate my politics. After 6 years of working there, they got me fired. They had an unemployment hearing, which I recorded the second one, and they were reading my Facebook posts during the unemployment hearing to try to make sure I didn't get unemployment, and it worked. And ever since then, I've been broke. I was making $85,000 a year. That was in 2017, and now I can barely make $10,000 per year because I'm blacklisted. No matter what I apply to, I can't get work. I've applied to jobs as ship hands on ships, data analysts, managers, operations relationship managers, you know, anything and everything. I've applied to it, and I can't get work. And
I'm making my apartment into an apartment. You could live downstairs. Be my handyman. I'm just kidding.
I'm not the most handy. I'm more handy now than ever. Strangely, that's what
I was trying to be cute. I was trying to be jokeful.
Sorry. I'm very
No, but always,
serious.
if you ever, you know, my home is your home. Everybody here, I love you all.
Thank you. No, I mean I'm worried
How
about
old are you,
losing my
Steve?
house right now. I'm 38.
Yeah. I got another
was
friend who's worried too, and I
35.
always say the same thing. Never worry. There's my home's your home. We got a big home.
Man, that's crazy.
Feels empty.
And they were trying to say I was racist
That's
too, and I brought that up in the unemployment hearing. I said, here you are trying to pretend I'm some racist, terrible person, and I'm going to do disaster relief in Puerto Rico because the storms, as soon as I got to Florida, were hitting the Cat 5s, you know, Katrina and it was the other one. Maybe I'm getting the names wrong. I think it was Katrina. I forget the names. There's been so many now. I don't think it was Katrina. It was something else. But there was a couple of storms, massive storms. Puerto Rico got slammed. So I went down to Puerto Rico and did disaster relief. And I'm like, what do you people on the left do for Puerto Rico? Huh? What are you doing? I'm going and doing armed security, never having done that before. Going into the neighborhoods where even the people giving disaster relief to that country or state, whatever it is, province, whatever, you know, they won't even go to these neighborhoods. I'm going in there with the Oath Keepers that everyone calls racist, and we're reaching out into the worst parts, lifting trees off people's houses, cutting them down, talking to the people, giving them medical care, keeping generators running so the hospitals can stay going, so the dialysis patients don't die, because even the military was trying to shut down the hospital because it was in bad shape. And I'm like, you can't shut down the hospital. We wouldn't let it happen because like these people will die, you know? This was in the west side of Puerto Rico. This was 2017. So, you know, we hear this stuff from the left about us being racist, and we're the ones always helping the black minority community because they're people, and that's the way we think of them. The left thinks of people on identity politics. You're white, you're black, you're gay, you're straight. I think people are people, and they all need God, and you should do what's right. You should treat people right. And if people are wrong, you should tell them they're wrong, whether they're Republican, Democrat, Muslim, Christian. And that's why I don't make a lot of friends. That's why people think I'm an arrogant prick.
Awesome,
you know?
and they were nuts.
I hear a background echo. That was weird. Did you guys hear that?
Well, Conspiracy Box is bouncing in and out, so maybe his audio is acting up.
Maybe he has the YouTube on. Just hearing it that way.
Yeah, I guess I did call you arrogant, but sorry.
No, it's all right because I get that everywhere I go. I get it on the baseball field. I'll tell you though, in order to have a certain makeup that you need to be an all-star in life or on the baseball field, you have to be confident. You should not be cocky. I'll be honest, I probably have a little bit of an issue I got to work on with pride, with being cocky, but it's a tough line, especially as an alpha male guy, Italian guy. You know, you grow up, you're taught you got to be confident, especially with baseball. You got to be.
Oh shit! You got the Italian part too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Exactly.
Fuck.
But you know, it's like with life, it's the same thing. You can't sit there and I can't worry about the haters. I got to do what's right. If I have to say something, I say it. If I don't say it in the way people like it and they say, "Oh, your approach," I'm like, "Well, what am I saying though? Is it wrong? Isn't that what you should be focused on more than people's approach? Because not everybody's going to say everything perfectly the way you like to hear it. And there's 50 million ways you can say it, and 50 million people might like it, and then another 100 million won't. But there's never going to be a time where you, whoever you are, whatever you're saying is going to make everybody happy. That's why people got to get over the optics, get over the fake news media, get over what the left thinks and says, or what they're going to label you as. You have to stand for what's right. You have to do what's right, and you have to find other people who are going to do it with you. And if this country pops off into a civil war, you're going to want that. You're going to need that. And you better find that now. And you better make sure you have it. And if you don't have it where you are, you better start it. Because you're going to need to have it.
Conversely, I'm assuming you've coached and trained people then?
I've trained people. I've done some coaching with baseball. I've done some training with business in like the banks that I've worked at. I've trained like a whole classroom of people on stuff sometimes, and I do PowerPoint presentations and stuff like that. I've given speeches in Washington D.C. I'm just the average person though. I just put myself out there. You know, I do what I need to do, and a lot of the conservative people they don't ask me back to speak ever again. You know, they don't even like what I say because honestly, I think conservatives these days stink. They aggravate the crap out of me, okay? Because I think they're soft. I think they're uneducated. I think they're drama queens. I think they're on power trips. I think that they root on YouTubers. Like, just because they subscribe to the channel, there's nothing the YouTuber can say that's ever wrong. Like, I tell people on my channel when they're over there, I say, don't do that with me. I'm like, I don't want to hear that nonsense. Okay? Unless I'm talking about something that's concretely, indisputably, factually sound, you know, don't just be a cheerleader for people. Unless it's God. Cheerlead what's right. You know, that's it. All these personalities and all these people, they don't mean anything. All that matters is what's right. And that's what I try to speak. That's what I try to stand up for. I'm not perfect. Don't expect me to be, you know, or anyone else for that matter.
No, I get
Not
that
at
too.
all.
So when you said that, you know, that you got fired over that, that's, I wonder how they can fire over religion when I've had to let plenty of employees take certain times off and be able to pray to whoever they're praying to, because I don't know anything about the Muslim religion, but
You
they
don't
had
want
to
to know.
have specific times where they had to go face a certain way, and it was never an
6
issue.
times a day.
They're praying
Yeah.
to Mecca is what that's called.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I
you
never
face
paid
Mecca and you
attention.
pray to
They face
Allah.
Mecca.
I
Yeah.
just knew they had to, you know, do what they had to do on their mats and face a certain direction.
I like the way you put it. It's funny.
And
It never bothered me. It was just like, okay, do your thing, whatever. You
Well,
know,
I'll tell you what. I tried talking to lawyers, and you know what the lawyers said to me? They said, well, if it was about race or sexual orientation, then we would take the case. But I'm like, what do you mean? The First Amendment you're talking about right there. That's the same First Amendment that protects my right to freedom of quote unquote religion, right?
right.
I'm like, so I said, it sounds like I should sue you guys too. Naturally, I burnt that bridge pretty quickly, and I didn't make any allies because these lawyers are garbage. Lawyers are the snakes of the planet. I'm telling you, they're the worst of the worst. If you ever find a good lawyer, you pass that guy's name out and give him all the business you can, or ladies, because it's few and far between, man. Morgan and Morgan, they're useless. They're not for the people. They're tied with Democrats, and they don't take any case that you need them to take. They even say,
Insecurities? He's saying
What?
you have insecurities, VD, or
No.
do I have insecurities?
No, he's
maybe they're talking to me.
I'm saying he doesn't have insecurities. I think you're misinterpreting.
I'll never understand it why people who, no matter what we say, like people who are, I don't know. I love you so much, Kelly. I know you're conflicted with that. And I think Sarah has every right to be conflicted right now. Everyone has that right, especially the times that we're in. And I love you so much like a sister. I just want to tell you I love you so much, even though we're not always agree 100% on everything. I love you like a sister. Seriously.
No, I have
Oh,
love
you
for
guys are
you
talking.
too. I'll tell you why the disconnect is kind of there, because I have spent a lot of my time in the Black community, and I hear things from my son and him growing up that you're not going to hear. It's hurtful. Okay. Being a mother, and when your child comes home and tells you certain things, I wasn't aware of these, you know, things happening.
Like what?
Your perception changes. You get a different viewpoint.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, what viewpoint? Like, because if somebody is saying something racist towards a black person, how few and far between is that? I mean, because again, isn't the majority of the time that you have your son or whoever is interacting with a person, there's no issue with race at all?
Wait,
you know?
Say that again. I didn't.
I don't know. I'm trying to understand what the issue is that your son or the people in the black community are dealing with.
There's a difference between white guilt and empathy. I have empathy.
Of course. Yeah, but empathy is fine. There's nothing wrong with empathy for things that they're legit.
I
They have to be legit.
I want everybody to be on an equal playing field. As in
So
my
don't
son.
we? Yeah.
Yeah, my son brought it to me, Mom, don't say black on black crime. He's like, that's dumb. He's like, people kill within proximity. It's crime. And I'm like, you know what? That makes sense.
Well, I hear you, but you know why the people say black on black crime on the right? It's because all the left does is focus on race. So if we're trying to talk about the problems, we have no choice but to talk about the color or the race, because that's what they bring it to. That's how they know how to have a conversation. Otherwise, they don't know how to have the conversation. So you talk about things and you try to say, well, listen, whatever the case, whether you're in proximity or not, that's kind of a moot point as well, because I'm around white people. I don't just kill white people. I don't just commit crimes against white people because there's white people around me. I don't do that. You got that kind of exempts people from personal responsibility for their own actions. You know what I mean? Whether they're white, black, or whatever. You know, there's no reason to be committing crimes against your fellow man. You know, mankind, whatever. You know, that's just an expression.
In this day and age, it's an issue. Now, in the 90s, I didn't experience this. Okay. But in the last, let's say 5 to 10 years, this has become one of the biggest issues I've had.
Yeah, they made it that way. Absolutely. That's the whole point, though. They made it that way. They're making this world into a chaotic, anarchist free-for-all of a bunch of lunatics who have had buttons pushed to trigger them. Okay? Whether it's left, right, for one point or the other, they're making everybody erupt. And that's by design. That's these trigger points, you know?
Good
What's up?
morning. Good morning, folks. With that being said, how y'all doing? With that being said about buttons being triggered. Listen, young lady, man, I am not in the chat room trying to antagonize you. What I said.
Oh, this is the dude in the chat room? All right.
Yeah, what I said to Kelly was referring to her talking about HR and people being fired for racism. So that's why I'm not offended by ignorance or whatever else I said in the chat.
Right, he said he likes his money, goddammit.
It has nothing to do with anybody on the chat. That's it.
He said I like my money.
Yes, period. I don't care about your racism. You can call me whatever N-word you want. Where's my check?
Nobody's racist, bro. So I don't know what that's about.
You're taking it out of the context of the conversation. Me and Kelly was having.
I wasn't watching the chat, like I said, so I don't know what the conversation
So that's why I'm up here now to tell the young lady.
I'm just saying nobody's racist.
Hold on. Did I hear say anyone was racist? I don't think. Hello. Are you racist?
No, I thought you might have been implying that.
Were you triggered?
If you call me racist, you're darn right I'll be triggered about that. Yes,
all right,
if you call me
I'm
racist.
not. I didn't even associate.
Okay, all right.
I didn't
That's
even associate you in the conversation with
brother,
being
we're
racist.
Good. We're good.
You're triggered though. I just want to know why
I'm triggered if you call me racist. If I'm not a racist.
No,
I didn't say
don't
anything
you
about
understand? He thinks all people like you and I are racist.
But when did that come out of my mouth, man?
Wait.
You mentioned racist, dude. Whatever. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
No.
You didn't mean I was a racist. That's fine. Do we want to fight about it? Like, what are we gonna do?
No, because she actually said that I think conservatives are racist. I said no, I do not. Kelly answered
that's
for
good.
me, but
well,
I said in the
half
chat
of the
room, I don't think. Wait a
room
minute.
obviously thinks you are.
Listen?
You think
Jesus
we are.
Christ. Y'all talked about.
Hey,
I don't take the Lord's name in vain.
Listen here.
Yeah.
I don't care what the chat room says. You have the opportunity to talk to me, right? That's what y'all was saying the whole time. I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
So you're going to talk to the chat room about me, or you're going to talk to me about me?
I'm not even in the chat, bro. I haven't been in there. I know Michelle was, but that's good that you joined, bro, and you're talking. So let's talk. What do you want to talk about?
Let me talk, because you guys were offended that the other black guy came up here and turned his microphone up, and you had to turn your microphone.
I was offended that guy was a clown, bro.
So now I'm talking.
That guy was a clown.
Can I get the respect that you asked me?
Yes.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So I didn't say anything about you guys particularly being racist or me thinking that white conservatives are racist. I don't think Neil Bork's, whatever that Levin guy's name, or Russia racist. Idiots, yes. But racist? No, I don't think that. Now, when it comes to sometimes how I feel about conservatives, I just feel that when you guys get caught up in a bundle, you guys start calling names. I think that's stupidity, but that's what I feel.
Calling names.
Oh my God!
Everybody does that.
But if you're asking what I feel about conservatives, there's my answer.
Okay.
Got it?
Well, dude, I think everybody does that. You know, even me as a Christian, I'll be honest, I get pissed off. Like when I'm on the streets standing against Black Lives Matter or Antifa, and they're saying a lot of dumb stuff, and I know that it's not true, and they're trying to pretend it's real. I'm like, bro, I've researched this stuff for the past decade. I know for a fact that what you're saying is not even close to being.
I lost my cool with pro-choice people trying to tell me what they think they know. They don't.
My thing is, once we take it to political arguments, right, we should keep it political.
Stay political.
If we go into insults, we belittle ourselves in that argument. We lose. So if I'm debating you from the left, right, quote unquote, because I'm not left or right, fuck all that direction and shit. But if I'm debating you from the left, you're debating me from the right, and you insult me, guess you just lost.
You didn't necessarily lose in this regard, right? Hear me out. Because if you say something that's true, it doesn't mean it becomes false simply because you got pissed off at somebody. No, but if you begin to hurl insults, that just shows
It doesn't
you're not
make you
capable
look
of
nice. You're supposed
It
to be
doesn't. Yeah,
kind,
exact.
technically,
No,
yes,
forget
especially as a
kindness.
Christian.
It shows a lack of
Hey,
intelligence.
V-Dub.
Yeah.
Debatable.
Hey,
Well, I
V-Dub.
don't know who this is. Can anybody vouch for
V-Dub.
this person?
Am I?
I'm kind of
Who? Which person?
Am I on?
Everybody's on. I hear somebody saying, "Am I on?"
Mr. Research. Okay, well, I'm gonna chance
Someone
it.
else is on too.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was me. It was me. I just my service is crap. V-Dub.
No, someone else is on
No,
too.
there's another person on too. How you doing, Mr.
Oh,
Ados?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Slide.
Hey, how are you?
What's
Slide.
up?
How you doing, brother? V-Dub.
Who is V-Dub?
V-Dub Boogie.
Oh, V-Dub Boogie.
Mr. Boogie.
The gentleman that was on the screen. It's the gentleman to my left. I'm in the middle.
I see. I'm a little slow. It's
The
6
gentleman
in the morning now.
that Steve
My
was
goodness.
talking to.
What am I still doing awake? I gotta go to the woods and
Is he
train in
still there?
friggin' 5 hours.
This motherfucker. Yeah.
V-Dub.
Yes, sir.
You still there?
Yeah. I'm
Hey, brother.
trying to
How you doing, man?
I'm trying to get a
How
little
you doing?
smack right now, but yeah, it's working.
Like I was saying.
How you doing?
No
How you
comment.
doing?
So were you on when the other brother was on?
That guy was a clown. Can't
I was
stand
not.
that
I
dude.
came
Yeah,
right after.
Information dude. You came in right after.
Wait,
Here's the deal.
Who was it? First off, I have to rewind the show and listen to it
Oh
later.
God, you don't even want it, man.
I will tell you.
I was the one. I was the one that basically went off on him.
Do we have to talk about that again?
Instead of speaking an intelligent conversation, he
This is not
disrespected
going to be
me
the ending. Don't
by
end on
by trying to answer. And I
Wait,
got
hold on,
three words in.
Let me talk to him. Can I just talk to him about the situation that happened? Let's actually show some respect to each other.
Yeah. Let me talk to him. So anyway,
I know. I just
so he
don't
had
want to
asked a
talk about it
question.
again.
Okay. Well, he's on here, and I know he got
Go
on
for it.
sometime in the melee of a lot of shit.
And
so
No, he
when I
was not
hopped on,
around for that. He was not around for that.
I was around after it when he began to explain it. So I'm not going to get loud because now I'm in the house with the baby. But I was on when he explained what happened on his side. So now if this is the brother who he was engaging with, can I hear what he has to say?
Yep.
Yeah. So simply put, it was this deal. He came on. We were all engaged in conversation about the concerns about what's going on in the country and the viewpoint that a lot of us feel that we see this country going into a civil war. And obviously, I'm not for that. But if I have to face a reality like that, I know that I have to figure something out for myself, and hopefully for my family and all that. So he asked a question. And the question that I find often is that, we're talking about that specific subject, but then an interjection within racial connotations of issues that are going on and race issues into the conversation, which is important, but I think the dynamic of the issue is of greater importance. And so I'm trying to answer his question. I go to answer his question. I get 3 words out. He interrupts me, presumes the direction of my answer, and then proceeds to want to direct the way that I answer him. And then he wouldn't stop talking, and I kept on asking him to let me go ahead and answer. Let me go, and then it was it. He just wouldn't do it. So I said, screw it. If you're going to be disrespectful with me, now I'm going to step out of spectrum, and I'm going to be really disrespectful with you. And so I just started calling him all kinds of names and this and that because I had enough of it. And then he went ahead and boosted his audio and was just blaring over everybody. And it was just like, you know what I'm saying? Like you came in and yeah, the conversation could have gone left in all kinds of ways just with the little repartee that happened. But both of you decided, hey, let's respect this conversation. Let's have a conversation. So if we're having a conversation, man, and I'm not trying to throw any shit at you, and then you're asking me a question like that, which is volatile at this point in the game, because I've heard plenty of people come on that have I'm not saying that you do. I don't know any of. I'm not gonna have presumptions, but there's a black first idea, but in a lot of ways that black first idea is put forth, and to my ears, it just sounds like racism in the same. It doesn't. It's not. You know, and I understand the concept, but when it's spoken about, it sounds racist. There are people that have an extreme aspect of it. They sound racist. Okay,
I
and they say shit that's racist, and I'm not, you know, and so he asked me a question, and he wasn't being extremely racist, but he's interjecting that idea. I've been in the conversations before, but I was okay. Let me respond to my own experience the best way that I can explain it. And when he didn't, and he disrespected, and he started on that chain of just stepping over me and not allowing me to speak or even answer the question, and then presuming who I am, and what I was going to say, that was it. You disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you. If you have respect for me on just a common decency, you know, we don't know each other, so I don't have any preconceptions of you. You don't have any preconceptions of me. We're having a conversation, you know. And if I ask you a question, you know, I appreciate an answer because it's the dialogue, right? You ask me a question, I think I should listen to your question, give you time, and then allow me to respond and maybe elaborate if I need to. And I think that's just general courtesy in conversation. But on a repetitive nature, there's a lot of folks that do that. When it comes to ideology, that it seems that and fair, he didn't say that, okay? But there's a common attitude and personality that seems to fly. So I might be presumptive myself, but I can tell you that the attitude that he conveyed in his actions and his disrespect for the conversation with me and allowing me to answer and presuming and all that, that was the disrespect. He wanted to say it was disrespectful because I started to use different words. Their words. His actions already spoke for themselves when he interrupted me and didn't even allow me the courtesy. And then we weren't even in a volatile situation. I was just trying to respond. So, you know, that's my view on it, my take on it, my experience from it. And that's my answer to it. Otherwise, you know what? It's not a big deal at the end of the day, but it just sucks that if somebody's going to have a conversation, let's have a conversation, guys. We're not at war with each other at this point, and I hope to God it never happens. But there is a war going on, you know, and it's all kinds of fucked up. It's fucking psychological, it's political, it's economical, and it is social as well. But we're having a big problem where this country seems to be going absolutely apeshit. You know, regardless of what side of it you want to look at, I don't think we can argue with that point. You know, so
I think it's media driven.
Yeah, I mean, I love the format because, you know, a lot of us, hey man,
media is the enemy.
There was a point in time in this planet that where none of us would have probably ever met. There's been a lot of people don't travel, a lot of people don't have that chance and all that, and so we have this opportunity to like break away from all the outside noise. And I know we tend to talk about the noise that's going on in here, but I think
that's why YouTube channels have moderators too, so the guys like that don't ruin the whole stream. And people who can actually talk and go back and forth are on here. You know that guy doesn't belong on a live stream.
I'm gonna stop talking. That's basically what I wanted to say about that because I heard you were talking about it, and then I figured, oh wait a second, he was probably on the chat when that was going on. So I wanted to let you know and elaborate on my end of it. There's enough video to look back at it. You know, if I was off kilter, then my apologies. But quite frankly, I mean, I was actually trying to just answer a question.
And then I raised my voice specifically. I raised my voice after specifically to talk over him because he raised up his sound because he had some kind of way of doing so that no one else could be heard. And honestly, people on the right are kind of tired of people on the left who don't know much about a lot of the things they like to seem to think they know stuff about. And we know that from putting in days and hours of our life that we don't even want to put in to research this stuff. And then they come on channels and all they want to do is pretend everybody's racist, you know? It gets old, and then when you turn your volume up and you kind of hijack the conversation in the channel, you treat people with disrespect, tell people that you're a shrink and they're all mental patients. Dude, he was the mental patient. Everybody knew it, you know? A guy like that, just because he talks nice and pretends he's calm, cool, and collected as he pisses everybody off and doesn't actually know how to have a conversation, he's not fooling anybody but the dumb people.
You know.
So it seems that it seems that if you two were to really have a conversation, you would need a moderator to kind of
no doubt
go between you two, because you can't have a direct conversation because you guys have.
But that wasn't just me and him either.
No, he ejected me too.
It was everybody on
I
this.
kept on trying. Even when he started protesting about it, okay. So I tried to digress from where I was, go back to the fact that I said, listen, if you want to let me answer the question, I'll answer the question. And he kept on with shit, so I kept on with shit. You know, it was just a back, because at that point it was like, all right.
Let's hear what Mr. Research got to say. He's been trying to say something. Mr. Research.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
What's up, brother?
So Kelly, I interacted with you on BMT show and also through Mo's. But let me make this suggestion.
Sorry, I didn't remember. I apologize.
It's no worries. It's no worries. Thank you for letting me on. It's hard to be intellectual in a group. Let's admit that first, because what ends up happening is it's not that the person who's trying to make a comment, it's the person who's throwing in the jabs. The person, it's always the third person, the person who's throwing in jabs. When people throw in jabs, it gets the conversation convoluted, and then you can't hear the person that's trying to make the point, whether you consider it valid or not. I wasn't here for the other thing, so I'm not going to speak to that. I'll just say, as a long-time conservative since '85, I am a black first conservative, but I look at it like this. It's hard to have some of these conversations because listening ears are not always ready, and people have a narrative based on where they live that they can't fathom it's different someplace else. And that creates the problem. My last point, I'll share the mic on this. When we talk about all this stuff that goes on, I remember a lot of this stuff was not as severe until that Australian guy came over to America and created Fox News. Now, we did need some conservative talking points, but it became very anti-skin color from my experience. Now, maybe a Russian guy was able to hide amongst white folks, or a Polish guy was able to hide amongst white folks. Hey, we had some Russian spies hide in GOP circles who hated Americans, but they were able to hide because that Fox News energy said they're okay because of skin color. But that guy who's been a conservative since '85,
what?
He's not real conservative.
I disagree with you, man. I disagree with that last part. I mean, you had me until the last part. I mean, I don't even care about Fox News. I mean, they were conservative, but I don't think they were pushing any anti-black conservative stuff, or like preferring white conservatives. I've been a conservative my whole life. Been a Christian since '82. Since I was born. And dude, I'll tell you, from hearing you speak, you sound like an intellect to me. You sound like a guy with his head on right. It doesn't mean we'll agree on everything. I don't agree with anybody on everything. Nobody's going to agree with everybody on everything. But what you sound like is someone who's smart. What the other guy who joined the call before sounded
which part are you disagreeing with, though?
I don't know. I thought from what I was hearing that you said. That's kind of like what it sounded like, yeah.
Bias on Fox.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. The bias
so
I don't buy that.
He's saying from your perspective, you can't see it
you can't see it. See, you just proved my point, though.
No, I know what you're saying. I understand that, but what I'm saying is, how do you feel like? What makes you feel that?
So the question is how. So let's imagine this. Let's imagine you're from Cleveland, and I always like to put things away from blackness and make it a skin color thing. Let's say you from Cleveland, and every time you turned on the TV, you had somebody presenting to you, look at these Cleveland people. Oh, Cleveland's doing it again. Cleveland.
I thought Cleveland rocks. I thought that's what Drew Carey was saying.
See, that's a jab. After about half a decade of hearing Cleveland in the negative,
putting forth red herrings, as they used to say in college. You're going to have these younger people come up thinking that Cleveland is a terrible place. Now, you can't see that because you live in Wisconsin.
Are you just using that as an example? You're not really saying that happened with Cleveland?
No, I'm using that as an example. I'm using it as an example that
I'm just
way
trying to be clear.
because when you give an example for me,
Right.
I try to make it something outside of blackness that everybody can relate to, which is why I say if you're a Russian who hates Americans, you can come stand right next to Steve, talk just like Steve, and Steve will never know that I as a Russian really want to hurt him. So this is what I try to display as far as that's concerned. But I'm microphone hogging. I want other people to speak. Let me back up.
No, you're fine, man.
No, you're good. We've been talking all night. So.
Yeah, we
We've
need to
talked
break.
all night, and it's nice to hear a different perspective. I mean, because I made a joke about it earlier. Okay, man, we become the white panel now because we had nobody that was black on here.
I was like, we got Mo. I'm like, wait, where'd Mo go?
Mo's asleep. Kelly's taking the helm. I mean, Kelly can she's got a half black son, so she can kind of empathize on her level, So it's good to hear. It's refreshing to hear different perspective in a conversation as opposed to chastising or antagonizing. Because
I know what you mean too.
A lot of times it'll get on here and it's there's different people. One of the most extreme on it is RBR because he'll get on here and every white person is a racist and a Nazi.
Everybody.
He's a clown even in black circles. Nobody.
No. We know. But then here's the thing. Then you'll have other blacks that are on the chat or end up coming on the panel that All right, so now we're all having an issue with RBR because he's on here spouting his shit. And Mo will have fun and bring someone else in, and then it becomes a serious back and forth racial hate, and it's like bringing the worst. It's the Jerry Springer mode. It's bringing the worst of society and posting it up for everybody to view as the norm on a repetitive basis, and it's just this mind. It's just ridiculous.
Why is talking about racial issues so offensive and
used to help when I had Tom do it.
It's not the talking of racial issues. It's the angle of approach.
If you come on a channel and you just say everyone's racist, and then they're sitting there telling you they're not racist, and I'm trying to convince you endlessly, and I know I'm not racist, and then all you want to say the whole time is that I'm racist, then how can I talk to anybody, right?
But particularly you yourself, I believe you think that you should anti-PC culture, like political correctness. You're against that type of rhetoric, correct?
Absolutely. Yes,
that's what I mean. So that's why you're the person who said they are all criminals.
Yeah.
Not understanding that when you say it in the context.
No, wait. I didn't say they are all criminals, meaning black people. I never said that. No, I didn't. I would never say that.
You explained.
No, I did not. I wouldn't say that, dude. I know. I said it was a bunch of different people. I didn't say it was black people. I said it was socialists, communists, Muslims. I said because they're terrorists.
Does not make you an alpha male. It's actually a female characteristic.
No, it's not, bro.
Okay.
All right, come on, man.
Well, gentlemen, let me make this suggestion. So here's because I go to a lot of Republican parties and I have these conversations all the time. I look at it like this. It all falls down to presentation, which I will give the panel this kudos. When people come on and they don't present their narrative or argument or solution very well, yeah, it does come. You do look at it like, what the hell? What is this? But then to a V-Dub's point, sometimes it goes the other way. People tend to throw out jabs that sound as if it comes across as a black people thing, but then later they got to explain it. And that's where it gets kind of convoluted. It's like if you got to explain your joke or explain your comment,
and then you might not get a chance if you're on a forum with 9 people.
Right, which is my point. And so people think you're one thing when you're not, or they don't understand what you're really getting at because you never finished your points. Which is why, ideally, it's nice if people can hold the floor, but at the same time, you can't expect that. There's going to be back and forth, and there should be back and forth when you have a panel of 9 people. That's what free speech is all about, but there's got to be some kind of order to it, is all we're saying.
My friend, hold on. You need a moderator. You need a moderator. I'm just going to be honest.
No, I don't.
Yes,
see, dude, that's right there. You talk about jabs, dude. Dude, I don't need my microphone cut off. So he's trying to silence my speech.
Let's not make it conversation. Let's not make it personal.
You have been cutting everyone off all night.
No, I haven't. Dude, bro, that's your opinion, bro. Okay? I can sit there and tell you right off the bat that you're full of it.
Let me moderate. Right. Yes, Steve throws jabs, but Steve doesn't realize that's cutting off. To other people, V-Dub, it comes across.
I'm not some dumb person who doesn't realize stuff either. I say what I say for a reason. I'm not trying to win a prize, man. That's all. I'm not trying to win a prize, dude. You know, I'm not trying to impress the Republican Party, so to speak. I don't really care about those optics. I understand how to be professional. I understand how to be quiet and take turns. I'm not trying to show you anything. That's the thing. You think I'm trying to show you something, but I'm not trying to show anybody anything. Well, that's fine. I like being alpha. I'm not one of the leftists who think that it's poison or toxic to be an alpha male.
To do with left or right.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying a general comment. I like being alpha, dude. I think it's good.
But that's your
personality. I'm not saying I even am alpha. That's fine.
Stop projecting it.
I'm not projecting anything. I'm talking. No, I can talk about my talking points. The left does these things, bro. That's
you can
talk
talk about
your
talking. Can you talk with others about your talking points?
I don't need to necessarily talk with everybody about my talking points. It's a matter of whether you can talk too. You know, it's obvious that you can't talk with people. You come on and you want to throw a jab at me, dude. No, bro. You're throwing digs at me, bro. Let's be real about it.
Of course, I'm throwing digs.
Right? Exactly. And you were talking about being respectful, right?
Alpha. We're both
right. That's fine. I commend you for that.
I want to show you something. You literally proved my point when that.
How do I prove your point?
That gentleman came on to explain something to you, and then you cut him off.
I didn't cut him off, dude. I listened to him, and we went back and forth multiple times. The person that I'm getting into it with the most is you. Because you start talking crap, though. To keep it simple.
But he's doing the same thing you do, though, Steve.
But I'm not talking crap. That's not what I'm here to do. That might be perception.
He's using the same talking style that you use. You're interjecting.
I already commended him for being an alpha. Did I not?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I didn't say it was bad that he was talking in the same style.
I'm quiet, Mr. Information. You see why I'm quiet?
Oh, now he's quiet. The virtue signal. Come on, bro. Come on.
No, it's not virtue. I'm letting you prove my point for me.
I'm not. You're proving my point for me as well because
you YouTube for about 9 years. Trolling is easy, bro. You are susceptible
I know.
to troll.
So you like to troll. That's what you're saying, right?
No,
for 9 years.
I just know how.
I mean, you just said that.
And
so you've been doing it for 9 years.
I know how to make people prove my point about themselves.
So why is that what your goal is in life? Is to try to make people prove points that aren't really the legitimate ones?
We're all having conversations, and you're not allowing.
Let's let everyone else talk, dude. I'm done with this. We talk. We disagree.
Now you want to let me talk.
I mean, Kelly, how Kelly it gets convoluted when we all try to have. Intellectual points, conspiracy wants to speak, pro wants to speak. But when we do jab,
I haven't spoke yet, though. I mean, you've come on.
We've been talking.
When we do jabs,
so I'm trying to let
jabs is my point. When we do jabs at each other, this is what happens in political circles, and this is why political circles.
I agree with him. I can't help it.
I don't think jabs are that bad, though. I don't think jabs are all bad, honestly. I think sometimes it's good to throw a little jab here and there, dodge, block, learn how to fight, learn how to talk, and then get over it. It's all good, man. It's all gravy. We don't have to agree on everything.
Gonna just get over it. We don't have to get along all the time or agree, but it ain't gonna be just that easy to get over. And I feel like we're at the point that we don't have.
I don't hate anybody on here. Do you?
No,
I know you don't.
I don't even use that word. I don't even use that word. Hate, I don't use that word. Dislike, yes, not hate.
I would smoke.
I'm just disagreeing with
him. All right. Hey, listen, I will indulge you with one of your sin times. All right, brother. Don't think it's
bad, dude. I'm bad. I'm bad.
I shouldn't do that. I've been here for 3 hours and some change.
More than I know Steve. One thing I do know is he's like suave. You'll get under your damn.
I get under your skin, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to.
It's weird.
I just
He doesn't
do.
get under my skin at all.
Michelle,
Steve, you're like
very
a
nice.
fungus. You're a
I'm like a
fungus.
fungus.
Steve.
I like
I'm
it.
like a what?
No, I'm saying
Steve's like a fungus.
Michelle, he said you have fungus.
no.
I'm just kidding.
No.
He didn't say that.
I'm just trying to give you some melanin. That's it.
I'll let him show you better than
He really doesn't.
better than I
I
can.
guess he doesn't know me very well.
Hey, let's get back on
They
track.
didn't say that, Michelle.
So, hey,
Help me out here, Mr. Research.
all right, we're getting off of the Steve show. It's all about Steve right now.
That's what it made. They made it about me for a second there. I was just like trying to defend myself. No, I didn't. I didn't think I did.
That was your creation, buddy.
I don't think so, man. I disagree with you there too. But can I say one last thing, and then you got the floor, Conspiracy? Just one last closing note on this. The whole Republican Party events and stuff, and being professional. I'm kind of over all that stuff. I think that's all like an act. It's like political theater in a way. Let's be around people who are real. Let's talk real conversation, not just like, oh, I'm
we can't
proper.
talk real conversation because, like I said, when you do jabs, the
You like the
conversation
jabs.
gets derailed. The conversation gets derailed anytime people do jabs. But go ahead.
Facts.
No, man, I'm just saying, like, your perception of it is a jab. I don't really think about it that way. I just think people are talking, man.
So,
That's
Steve,
how talking happens
like
sometimes.
I've talked to you before.
I know you don't always agree with me either.
No, but what I'm saying is that the assertiveness of how you talk
That
and
is really nice.
when you interject the jab and some of the jabs.
No, the jabs.
What he was saying, and it's something that I agree with when we're talking. When we're actually talking serious stuff, and it's not a pissing contest. It's just trying to get ideas out and opinions and whatever. It's best to allow someone to finish their thought, because if you interrupt someone continuously in the stream of trying to get out the one thought, before you know it, they've forgotten what the hell they were trying to say.
I understand that, conspiracy boss. But you do the same thing, and so doesn't everyone else. That's my point.
And no, it happens. It happens. And I'm observing, and I've observed in other things, and sometimes your assertiveness in your conversation, it starts to step on people, even when you're not intending.
I've observed that with you too. So what? It is what it is, bro.
It happens. It happens, but it's your mode.
Steve, you said you're an alpha male. Your characteristics right now, sir, I'm telling you, no.
Let's not make it a you thing, V-Dub. Let's not make it a you thing.
That's what I was saying. You see what I'm saying?
I know it's not a you thing, but
trolling. He's trolling. 9 years.
I'm not trolling. I'm just trying. I'm trying to get you to understand, because I want to ask: are you married? Were you married?
No, I don't choose to be married.
Here we go, V-Dub.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, dude?
Topic, V-Dub.
He's going at it. He's going at it. If I say anything, though, I might be hostile.
Is it that hard to be silent when someone is trying to finish a thought?
Finish the thought, bro. Finish your jab.
Not me.
If we're gonna
I don't
say
have a
jab.
jab. I'm asking.
Well, who else is talking? I thought I was talking to you. Should I talk to someone else?
So again, I'm interrupt this again. So when I was at the GOP party, this is the kind of conversation I used to have with these guys. When they would ask me these black questions, I would say to them, "Hey, look, why did you just say that?" Or I would friend them about it. Why would you say this? Or why did you make that particular joke? And then it would make an uncomfortable feeling, while we sitting up here holding wine glasses. Hey, bro, you didn't need to say that. You know what I'm saying? So in order for us to have a valid conversation, I always take it back to the days of unions, when our children used to graduate and be able to walk into a great $60,000, $70,000 job with no college. Back in those days before Reagan sat up here and messed it all up. So I look at it. I look at it like this, and I'm talking about Reagan and his policies, not anything else. So we had a period of time where even when blacks and whites were not necessarily liking each other behind closed doors in the safety of their homes, they dealt with each other at the workplace because it was all about being a teamster. It was all about being a union person, union and proud, things of that nature. We got away from that
because Ronald Reagan brought those liberal policies and those Democrat policies from his failed Democrat run when he switched over and finally begged the Republican Party to take him in, and he ultimately became a president. It was still Democrat policies. So I look at it from that standpoint. That's what I tell the people at these Republican dinners. Don't slick diss people. Don't say little slick stuff to people, because it is both sides at this point. At this point, people are going against their own agenda. Go ahead, Steve.
No, I just say it like it is to everybody. That's why I don't make a lot of friends. I'm well aware. I'm not really trying to make friends. I'm just trying to speak the truth. I'm trying to talk. You know, I do know about filters. I do know about letting other people talk. But I also know that there's a time and a place. And sometimes I don't think it's good to let people to continue to talk if they're saying a bunch of stuff that's going to be spread like a cancer in our
what does
society.
that have to do with the topic I just raised?
No, it has everything to do with it. I just responded. That's my response.
Does anybody correlate what he just said to the topic I just raised?
Well, if you really want to get technical, it's like, let's just take I don't want to biblical. Do you think it's rather for a pastor to lead his congregation to hell, or continue to tell him you're okay coming in my church even though you're a homosexual? Preaching, oh, you'll make it, you'll go to heaven, while lying to him and sending him to hell.
Well, I think that's a
What does
bad.
that have to do with the GOP?
So research.
You
How
get
do you
what
think
I'm
it doesn't
saying?
correlate?
No. I want to hear Miss Pro Life explain to me, what does that have to do with the GOP dinner?
No, I'm just like saying, when people talk about information, even just the news, if people saying something like the truth, why not hear it?
So hearing the truth has to do with the GOP dinner that I just spoke of?
Dude, what do you mean with the GOP dinner? We already know about the GOP.
Steve, I'm asking Miss Pro
I'm
Life.
responding to what Steve was saying to you.
Exactly. I'm involved as well.
Oh, so
That's why I'm
because
speaking.
Steve has derailed it once again,
No, I haven't.
and now we're going to Steve comments only.
No, it was you said something to me. You were almost implying that everything I was saying wasn't correlated. Then you went to everyone else to try to make me look bad, to make me look like a fool, bro. And then she intervened.
Let me please interject here, because when I was going to speak, it ultimately got hijacked again by going into another conversation that was involving Steve. Whether it was Steve or not, it was still involving
Stop talking about me.
So I will say this: the conversation that Mr. Research was having about the Republican dinner. Okay, I don't think that you responded to it, because I don't think he was talking in that direction, but he was trying to expose his experience and his feelings and where he's coming from, so that you would understand, you know, why he's speaking about this issue in the manner that he is. I believe that was the context in which he had brought that up, you know, and explain. I mean, partly at least. Am I correct? Am I missing something here?
Yes, sir. I was trying to speak about policies. I was trying to speak about approaches at this dinner, and nobody wanted to speak about any of those things. It got back to
approaches. Can I speak? Is that okay, or else am I going to get battered and bashed over the head?
So here's the thing. The idea, and I appreciate where Mr. Research is coming from, because he's actually trying. Well, hold on. I think and you correct me if I'm wrong, Research, but I think because he already stated at the beginning of his conversation when he got on that he does not like to involve situations and make comparisons or draw comparisons and use color as the basis for how he's going to explain it. He'll use something else to try to get the point across of understanding if there's a conversation about racial aspects, right? If these folks are asking him questions and they're immediately going towards racial parameters instead of talking about the critical things, which most of us speak of, and we say we don't want to interject color into this. We want to talk about policies. We want to talk about these issues that we're having, and in the process of doing that, we'll probably try to help create the solutions necessary to help those other issues. You know?
Fair enough. All I was
So
saying is,
I kind of think that's where he was coming from.
right, but my response was correlated because he was talking about approach, right? You mentioned approach when you just responded there. That's all I was saying. My approach is to tell people the truth. They might not like it. That's fine. You know, sometimes I feel like interjecting. What? Sorry?
Is Jesus weed high grade?
Say that one more time. I couldn't hear you.
Is your Jesus weed high grade?
Oh.
Oh, you guys, stop it, man.
If I can't even. Yeah. You know, I mean, I'm not.
You danced around this question. Let me just say it like that. You danced around this question and actually what he was getting to.
What
he
about
was
the hybrid?
asking, oh my God, not the hybrid weed, about the GOP and the conversations that they're having regarding policy. Like he's literally asking you about policy. Republican.
Dude, if he wants to talk policy, let's talk policy then.
But that's
what do you
what
want
he
to talk
did.
about?
That's what he
No,
did.
That's what he was doing. That's what he was
doing.
doing.
But I know, but he was also talking about approach. And I chose to address that part of the conversation. So if we want to also talk policy, we can move on from me, because God knows I'm done talking about me and there's other people here, and we can talk about policy or anything else.
Great. Can we start the policy conversation again?
Let's talk about it.
Mr. Research, are you able to reset that question?
Right. So I'll keep it under 10 seconds. So I went to a GOP dinner and we got to talking about policy. And I said, back in the days of union, we used to all be more together, even though certain people felt how they felt behind closed doors. And what I said is, hey, if you guys would try to understand that slick dissing doesn't really help in understanding how these things work for all of us, we would get back to those union days where our children got to walk into $60,000, $70,000 jobs without having to go to college. We've gotten away from that. And the policies have been created back in the days with Reagan, helped create, like in the first year, Reagan tripled the green cards. That didn't help us as America. It got us to the point where we are now. And then Clinton came along with NAFTA. So if we just reverse some of these policies, which is why Trump's trade deal was very good, if we would just reverse some of these policies that both sides have screwed up on, we would be in a better position getting along racially, because at the end of the day, everybody wants family economics.
Agree.
Absolutely.
But Mr. Research, one of the topics that we talk about is, and you guys are well aware of it, the media, the control of information and how it's dispersed and how it is actually being used to also manipulate and indoctrinate minds. That is a real thing. And it has happened, in the last at least 2 or 3 generations of school kids that are now, coming in, either adults coming into adulthood. And it's a struggle, because like a lot of this is, we don't have all common information anymore. Everybody, we got all the information in the world on the internet, and yet we seem to be all convoluted with all kinds of different splintered ideas with certain fundamental things or things that are going on. So when we talk politics on the surface mainstream level of things, a lot of times it's really just talking the game, when there's where there's actually a real world happening beyond that, out of sight, and what's been going on. There's many of us that believe that this has been a long time plan that's been implemented, and it includes the racial divide. It includes all these divisive things that, it's like there's an issue, but we're going to overinflame the issue by look what media has done. Media has portrayed the Black community in all kinds of shit ways, okay? By pumping out the bad things that happen in communities and turning a view, I guess, amongst everyone.
Which is why I use the Cleveland thing. You're absolutely right.
And so the struggle here is that there are reasonable men and there are unreasonable men. I come from this ideology, and I kind of developed it not a long time ago. but it was to explain the way I feel about things. Like, if I call you a black man and I call Steve a white man and
White boy.
and pro-life a white woman and so on and so forth, V-dub a black man, what I'm doing there, if I want to look into the actual aspects of language and words, I'm putting the man and the woman secondary at every turn, every time I say that, within the ideology and the understanding of the conversation that we're talking about within the country aspect, our country, our nation, the people of this nation, which are all colors and creeds and ideologies and sizes, you know what I'm saying? So when I kind of lost my train of thought there. I'm sorry, man. I've been on this damn thing
Let
for
me,
about
let me just interject this for 30 seconds.
Late, bro.
So you're absolutely right.
Go ahead.
I will say the fault of a lot of black people.
Hold on, man. I'm all
Go ahead,
froze up.
conspiracy.
Shit.
Go ahead, conspiracy. Okay, I will say this. In regards to a lot of black people,
I can't hear you, man.
Oh darn it! I will
This
say
always happens to him, dude. I don't know why it happens to you so much.
I will say a lot of black people that come on are not able to articulate their point.
I can't hear
going
anybody.
back to what Pro-Life Warrior said in regards to the truth, I will agree with her on the point that in regards to the truth, the black person who comes on or feels a certain type of way, they need to be able to articulate their point without the anger, without the name calling, or falling into any traps that people may come across. So there is a point that Pro-Life Warrior made on what's true and what's not true. But a discussion should be about sharing of ideas. That's just my thought. Anybody?
I'm back, and I'm sorry I missed everything because everything glitched out on me, and I was trying to hear your answer. Jesus.
If I can interject here, since I've been waiting very patiently.
Go ahead.
This is something that, again, a lot of people on both sides of the ideological divide do not want to acknowledge. The globalist elites view the world as something they need to control, and the easiest way they've learned through time is to treat the world like a prison. So they break everybody up into demographics, and they play the demographics off each other. When people stop hating their fellow man based on a demographic difference, whether it be skin tone or language, then guess what? The globalists lose a lot of their power and control. That's why the media is working overtime right now to foment a divide, is they wish for us to see our differences instead of what we have in common. Now, the point about the unions and Reagan was a very valid point, because I myself, having had a union job for 14 years, I saw one day in the, let's see, when did I left that company in 2012, around 2008 or so, I noticed our union newsletter now started being printed in Spanish. Now, it's nothing against people who are Hispanic, Latino, or Mexican, but if someone's coming into the United States to be a citizen and get a job here in the United States, the idea was you would assimilate and learn basic functional English. By the union changing its newsletter to be both English and Spanish, to be a bilingual newsletter, now they're saying that we want people from outside the country to not have to change over their way of life and assimilate into this melting pot. They can stay separate, which means they'll become a demographic block. That's the block that eventually grew up and became DACA.
You know what they really want, sir? Just they want people who are not going to argue. They're not going to argue with union policies and restrictions on pay like you would. They're not going to argue for increases.
I agree that's part of it. I agree that is part of it. You know, I'm a part of a union myself, so when I look at the bigger scope of what we're looking at as our nation, and I look at the union, and remembering that the structures are very similar. They come from the same idea, and so we elect people, we do this, but I have a chance in my aspect of union life to look at and see really the parallels that are drawn to what's happening in the grander picture. So within my union, yes, there are racial issues. Okay. I think what they are is that there are people that are bigoted and under their mouth about it that are white. And then there are blacks who are bigoted and bold about it. And then there are others a little bit more quiet and others that don't even think that way. But we have this going on in our local, and seeing what's happening in the country, there's similar things that have transpired in my local. And not just on a color basis, but just political and all that. So the ideologies of my union wanting me to vote Democrat on down the line without any real thought about it, just to toe the line of the international, and all these kind of things that go on. And so when I draw the lines of parallel, it's really the same thing, just in a smaller dichotomy, you know. And the truth of the matter is that most of the people in the union don't really understand how their union truly works. And so they treat the union in the same way that they treat government in normal life and in everyday life, as something that's not set up for them. People get into power, and the truth is, yes, there are factions, there are bloodlines, there are people wanting to hold controls, people making deals that are really screwing the union, and yet continuing on to play the game and fill their own coffers and work for whatever their future ambitions are. And
let me just interject this, because I think it's a valid point to marry what you and Sean are saying. The problem is, though, each year, or every 2 years to be exact, a politician may change their stripes. And this goes back to what Pro-Life Warrior is talking about as far as the truth. The truth moves every 2 years. So when because I used to be a Teamster, when someone asks, hey, vote for this Democrat situation or what have you, it's because sometimes the Republican guy has moved his position now that he's getting funded from whoever. And this Democrat, who we may not like, is actually pro-union at this point. And that's the unfortunate part of the game. Go ahead, Conspiracy.
You're right. Well, you know what I've told this to plenty of people. And because I view the union as like just a smaller dichotomy of what's happening in the nation. And so there's politics and governance in my local, and the way the people, which is the members, how they respond. They keep themselves ignorant of how things work. They don't go to the meetings. They don't apply knowledge to be able to change the system in the manner that we want it to work, and get the people in there that are going to do the job, or get the people out of there before they cause any more problems. So there's all this infighting and battling, because like I said, factions, monies, families that have been here for years, that have established themselves and have their connections, so they have their pool. And at the end of the day, when you're talking about the politics, it's not even just that. It's just that they're not looking at the grander picture. So to tell, especially in the environment that we're in a lot of ways, to tell the membership to vote on down the line, to see that the Democrats haven't done shit for the unions in many, many years, and regardless of what the politician is when it comes to the end of things, there's a lot of things that go on in unions. I believe that there's still, dark money going on in unions with mafia ties and things of that nature. It's just gone corporate. My union is acting like they're corporate. They're not acting like a workers' union, and part of that is because in my trade, I'm an entertainment technician, so I'm with the IA, and we do a lot of corporate stuff. So the mindset has changed into that corporate facility. The production companies that hire us, they're very much in sync with the corporate thing. So you see the corporations build. From my purview, I see the corporations actually building the cultural mindsets. And that's then being distributed and dispersed through the media and through the education to continue us through on a road that, like I said, has been plotted a long time ago. And there are a lot of people within that game. And I believe that there are good people trying to fight it within that game. But this stuff has been going on for a long time. And a lot of people in power are compromised, I believe that thoroughly. And through that compromising, whether they're complicit out of willingness or complicit because they've strictly just been compromised and being forced, I think that this has allowed that to propagate to where now this fictitious thing that was set upon us has now become a real thing within society, because now the ideology has finally been able to seep in to a large portion of the populace. And then we interject these things with inflating and basically pouring gasoline on issues that really, I believe, have been getting worked out. Probably not in the speed that they need to be, that we would wish for, we would hope for, but they have been. And it's a difficult charge to be able to try to focus energies on something that truly, like the issues should be spoken about, and there should be certain things done. But at the same time, many of us are looking at, like I said, once again, the grander picture of things within the policies and politics, where it's like it doesn't matter anymore if the factions that we're talking about, which is not just here in the United States, worldwide, including the major corporations that are playing into what has been being set up at least for the last 20, 25 years, 30 years, which is that whole New World Order idea, which is just the globalists. It's the one world government. It's that, so we're looking at, you see my name, Conspiracy Box. I've been a student of it for a long time. I've been tracking it. So it involves all the politics. It involves the social aspects. It involves the psychologies. It involves the medical and the scientific.
Don't forget biblical.
You have to have a bit of knowledge in a lot of these things. And if one has not taken the time, if you're at least 40 years old, because it gets difficult when you're trying to explain this stuff and get people that are a bit younger a lot of times, but it requires people to look into the information and open their eyes to see what is going on, because the game of politics, to me, is really that. It's a game. It's a show for us. There are things that are constantly being done, laws being passed, pork being added to these things that have nothing to do with what the main topic of legislation is about. And through this, and these people, like it's always been said, these people go in there not very wealthy at all. They come out millionaires and sometimes billionaires. Okay, overall, they exclude themselves from the laws that they pass that we're supposed to abide by. They steal our money. They have us paying taxes on our labor, and making us believe that is actually doing something for the country, when all it's doing is adding to the coffers of all the shit and the darkness that they're doing.
Hey,
So
I don't want to interrupt you, but I gotta lay down for maybe 2 hours because I gotta pick up my mom. She needs to pick up her free turkey. So,
all right, good night.
She only lives 5 houses down from me. But I'm sorry for crying earlier. But again, thank you for understanding and your words and your compassion, guys. That also strengthens me, and keep reminding me and of that. And and I love that all about you guys. And
I'm all right. You're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right.
Pro-life.
Thank you, guys. God bless each and every one of you. I have love for everybody here. I just know there's a reason for this, and I just got to keep reminding myself I'll be with Tom and Anna again. So
yes, take care.
Keep your head up.
All right, love you too.
God bless.
Talk to you later. I got to jet soon, man. I got to jet, but thanks, guys. I got to go do training in the woods later on in like 3 hours, so. All these crazies on the left might try to start something, so if they start something, there's going to be something. I'll see y'all later.
Right, peace out.
Bring some ice cream, man. Maybe you could share some ice cream with them, man.
I'll bring the popcorn if you bring the ice cream, right? All right, man. See ya.
Later. So that was my thought on what you said.
Sean brought up a good point, and Conspiracy said this. Kelly, I always say to people, my last political discussion I had on my channel, we were talking about jails, okay, and how it relates to Black community. Mm-hmm. And what happened is, Kelly, Does anybody realize that the holding tank in every city jail is only 1/5 women? And do we realize the significance of that?
I do.
Please,
basically, it means that women are human beings, and there's 3 times more women in every demographic, cultural demographic. Like
it's like 5-1, isn't it?
Well, in some other areas it's 5-1, but I'm just using mine. Mine is 3-1. But just like in Jewish communities, let's say it's five Jewish women to born to one guy. But here's the funny thing, and I just want to get Sean and Kelly's understanding of this. If a woman creates the same identical crime every month, so it's 3-1 in my demographic, 5-1, but there's no place to hold her, what happens?
House arrest.
Mm-hmm. They'll let her out.
Right.
I can say that having worked with loss prevention and still doing security contracting.
Right. So she'll either get a summons, let go, or some type of, like Kelly said, maybe house arrest, depending on what a county or state you're in.
Bond. Yeah.
Right. So what that does is for my Black demographic, that means that every time a Black woman does a crime, she'll never be on those crime statistics. She'll never be in those media discussions going what conspiracy box said. You'll never see her in that format, and the only narrative you'll hear is these Black men are getting arrested. Sean and Kelly, I say to you, when I was a kid doing wrong in the streets, I saw jail less than when I was a upstanding citizen just trying to get to work. When I was an upstanding citizen just trying to get to work and Biden passed that crime bill, every city I moved to was trying to lock me up to get that private jail money for overflow.
Yep.
They didn't care whether I was doing a crime. I got stopped for plates, running my using the Patriot Act when you're supposed to be looking for terrorists to see if my insurance elapsed or what have you. I'm like, are you guys serious? And so when we as Black people, and I understand, and this goes to V-Dub's point, sometimes we're not able to articulate that pain and that angst, but that's when it comes across as a Black thing. When you're like, hold on, man, I'm trying to get to work and you guys have stopped me 7 times. I've interacted with you guys more than when I was selling drugs.
Yep.
This is ridiculous. Oh, I lost my job again. I've been held. I've been held in jail. He must have been doing a crime. No, I was trying to get to work. But I'm feeling this crime statistic to those people who don't go through this, because when that same officer sees Kelly, she can be drunk. Well, we're going to let you drive home this time. She can have the same plate issue. Well, you're going to have somebody come and get you, Kelly. I'm not going to be able to let you drive the car. Here's a summons to. And you're like, what the hell? And now people who are not Black look at me. Oh, you guys are all doing this and you guys are all doing that. No, it's a systematic creation by Mr. Biden and his mandatory minimums that make officers now be told by City Hall, we need for you to bring in X amount of tickets to justify your paycheck.
Exactly. And this is what's good. And you realize that many in the Patriot movement also discuss these things because they know that the cops, especially specifically municipality cops, are pretty much just it's like extortionists. It's like pull you over, give you tickets. They're money collectors, and they're filling the coffers of the city with impunity. And there's
sorry, go ahead. No, I'm saying not to mention the numerous people that are invested in this. Bob Barker is invested in that when you purchase things off your commissary. I don't know if it's still a thing now, but I remember 5 years ago it was. So, this is something that I think needs to be talked about more and expressed, because I think it gets to a tit for tat sometimes, and that will never work. That's never gonna work if we do the whole, like he just said, I was going to work and then I turn around and say, well, I went to work and this happened to me too, and blah blah blah. Then we're kind of like negating it. You know what I mean? You see what I mean? Like it's almost like
there's a lot of times people's experiences are diminished when they're trying to show where they're coming from with their empathy and or understanding, and their experience is diminished within the context of some of these conversations, because like you said, people are trying to give jabs, or trying, and it's sad, because like I said, man, to me, man, that's like all just Jerry Springer freaking mentality, and it doesn't resolve anything. But I was going to say something earlier to some of what you were talking about, and I don't mean any kind of disrespect from this. A lot of times when I'm looking at the play of this big, sinister, program that's been underway for a long time, somehow I noticed, and I came to the conclusion that in a lot of ways, the Black community and minorities in general, but mainly the Black community, has been used in a lot of ways as a petri dish of the consistently testing of these control features and manipulations, and not that other people, even white people, haven't been worked on with that, the what is it called? Like I said, man, it's late. I'm losing my train of thought at this point.
No, I think you're absolutely correct. I think you're absolutely. I said this before. I think I said it to JB Gunner. Everything that they try to do or do with the Black community eventually translate or goes into the other communities of America. We, no offense, are probably the most influential, right? Even Forbes will tell you, when we want to sell, top 500 businesses say, when we want to sell our product, when we want to sell a Ford Explorer, or we want to sell a bag, we go through the Black community, or we use ethnic-oriented commercials. So in saying something like that, what you're saying is, yes, they use us as a petri dish. You are absolutely correct.
Exactly.
The problem is that the bad petri things that they create translate into other communities too, as well as the good.
Exactly. And so like within the spectrum of I'm not a racist. I'm not a completely white man. I have a lot of different cultures in my blood, so I don't approach the world from a color spectrum, because I realize the moment that I look in the mirror, if I do that, I'm going to be a hypocrite to my own self, and I'm not going to hate myself for someone else's joy. I know this though, that like I live in Vegas. Vegas is a big petri dish, man. Vegas has a lot. I mean, physically, and but on a psychological level, a lot of the stuff gets implemented, here, and we see a lot of the new technologies implemented here because the companies are coming over here, and I mean, as far as the states are concerned, the companies are coming over here doing the big conventions. We're seeing the rollout of the technologies when we have the big consumer electronics show, when we have the broadcaster show, when we have the auto shows that are out here, like I forget the name of it. Anyway, there's the big auto show that happens out here. What was that?
Because we refuse to keep it American. We refuse to. We thought Yugos were great. What happened? We thought Hyundais were great. Remember, we were chasing all that?
Yep.
What happened? But, going to the blood issue, and I'm going to let you finish, Conspiracy, but going to the blood issue, at this point, every white person is walking around with Harriet Lacks blood. Sean has Harriet Lacks blood. Kelly has Harriet Lacks blood. Every white person has Harriet Lacks blood who's been here for at least 40 years, or your parents were here in the 70s and 60s.
everybody. Harriet Lack cured so many white ailments with her blood.
Yep.
Everybody's walking around with it. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, that's actually news information to me, man. So I'd love to hear more about her, or at least read about her, discover.
Yeah, definitely. I've heard that.
No, but what I'm talking about is I've got black in me. I've got Hispanic. I've got Arabic. I'm actually more Irish. I'm Irish because I've got Irish on both sides. I've got all kinds of Anglo, and so like what I'm saying is that from my perspective, me as an individual human being, single man, just looking at the world from my viewpoint, I see this petri dish thing as something that hasn't been really acknowledged by a lot of people, as VDub was talking about, and that's an issue that we're all facing, because at this point now it's not even just a black community thing. It has spread into the real components of what they were trying to do, and it's not to diminish the issue, but we have a grander problem. How do we fix that? Because we're all so divided and in understandings of just basic principles of just our country and what we can do and who we are as individuals. And I understand that through the black experiences, there's a different purview to that. But if that one thing is removed in the context of the way it's talked about, and understood that there are a great many people that see it, that have been championing it, that have been fighting it, and a great many of them are white people that actually do care. And it's a tragedy. And it's a tragedy that we as human beings on this planet, in this country, that we're at the point, we're truly at the point where our greatness can manifest at the darkest of times that it seems like we've been experiencing. It seems to be going darker. We as a community of people can rally up with the things that we have in common, that truly are the things and the mechanisms that were put in place to do the very things that everybody is either fighting, complaining, yelling. You know what I'm saying? It's how do we do that beyond this panel and talking?
We got to stop name calling. We got to stop throwing jabs. It comes down to this, because even on my panel, I invite white people on my panel. I have some of the most intellectual people all the time, but everybody gets a chance to speak. And I'm glad Kelly allows everybody to speak. I'm glad Mo allows everybody to speak. I'm glad BMT allows everybody to speak. We need more situations like that. This is why I try to self-check by not taking up too much mic time, because I want to hear other thoughts. You know what I'm saying? But we can't have jabs, and we can't have television producers allow people to do jabs, because nothing gets solved that way.
Right. Hi, Arthur.
What's up, Kelly?
Welcome.
What's happening, Arthur?
What's good? Conspiracy. I just got a quick question. When you have these conversations, right, and you're articulating these points that you articulate, I'm just trying to get a better understanding of where you're coming from, because it seems like you're saying to black people, if we find this common ground, or if we look past what we've been through, we'll see the benefits of Americana, when in essence, the only reason why most of us stay here, because we do see the benefits in Americana, because we do have belief systems, because we do have ambitions for ourselves and for our kids and for a better future. We don't want to talk about racism all the time. We don't want to deal with settled racism all the time. And it just seems like whenever we have this conversation about racism, or black people being affected by racism, or how this thing works, it always seems like we're the ones that has to understand what the other side is doing. We didn't implement this infrastructure. We didn't implement this lifestyle. We didn't implement this cultural narrative, right? We are the people who bear the burden of it, right? We're the underclass that bears the burden of it. Even if we're lawyers, doctors, judges, executives, we still bear the burden. You got Tim Scott, which is a senator. This man openly speaks about how he was racially profiled by police as a sitting senator,
right? So even his ascension to being one of the 100 top legislators in our nation, even that doesn't absolve him from being affected by it. So I'm just trying to understand why when non-black people have this conversation about black people's effect or affect towards racism, it's like we have to be the understanding ones. It's always a but at the end. We didn't create this monster. We didn't bring Pandora out of the box. Right, so for this, and then everybody was talking about affirmative action, blah blah blah. Like, what the fuck do y'all be talking about? Like, everyday black people that go to work and work hard and have ambitions and live life, we ain't talking about that shit. We trying to figure out how can we be successful in the midst of all this nonsense, right? I mean, we talking about these globalists and all this and that. The globalists ain't flame the racism we see right now. One man is responsible for that: Donald J. Trump.
Oh.
One man, like, and
it goes beyond
intelligent
Trump.
people
That's a Mitch McConnell thing.
It's sad that intelligent people can't see that this man is the fire starter. His words, his inability to bring the nation together, his inability to have a cohesive plan or have a team that's willing to do it. They have these little forays.
Did you feel the same about Lyndon B. Johnson?
Y'all can have it back. Let me finish and y'all can have it back. He go into these little forays and get his little black mascots to come out and talk about the paragons of the GOP and what they could do. They ain't never did shit for black people, ain't gonna never do shit for black people. But my thing is, why the fuck do we got to keep having this conversation where black people have to understand, well, if you just find the commonalities and don't let the globalists, who the fuck are the globalists? White people, right? White people are the ones who hired fucking Mexicans to work in their factories and work in their places to replace who? Black people. The brother V-Dub made a great point. He was like, yo, who the fuck do y'all think they doing this for? Like, who do y'all think they making this competition for? Right? So my thing is, please stop having this conversation about what black people need to do if you're not a black person.
No,
like,
we're just trying to simplify. The only thing we were saying is simply, how do we face the scenario we have right now in this country? Because it is serious.
Acknowledgement. By acknowledging that the president of the United States is not helping the cause. By acknowledging that people riding around with Trump shit on the back of their fucking cars and acting like that shit ain't the same thing as ISIS or any other fucking racist ass terrorist organization. That's how you do it. By acknowledging that there's some fucked up shit going on in our country when it comes to racism, and we're not addressing it appropriately.
Not one side. It's not one side.
Show me on the other side. Show me on the other side where black people are being racist towards white people. Show me on the other side where there's a Democratic politician that's standing at the fucking forefront of the fucking government and telling fucking black people or other people to fucking hate other people or call them son of a bitches or try to steal a vote. Think about this. Right now, we're watching the president of the United States who fucking lost the election go into urban centers of Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Detroit, and try to get their votes taken away in Atlanta and get their votes taken away because these places pushed them over the top and pushed Biden over the top. So they're trying to fucking dissolve them.
Let them answer you, Arthur. Let them answer you.
Is it happening in the white district? Arthur, man, hey, anybody mad about the white district that he won?
Let them give you an answer, Arthur.
Hey, Kelly Ray, can I just say something real quick to you? I came in here and I saw the most beautiful thing going on. All people from all backgrounds. We're not letting the media or bad education control the agenda tonight. People were communicating. And just like that, boom, one showed up. And that's all I have to say. My name is Arthur. My name is not one. My name is Arthur. My name is not fucking one. And if you don't like what I'm saying, refute it. Without saying the bullshit that you're saying, if you don't like what I'm saying, listen, if you don't like what I'm saying, refute it. Don't say no garbage, drunk ass bullshit because you don't understand what the fuck I'm saying. You don't have the ability to articulate it in a better manner. So you come in and try to do like a bullshit, and it just makes you look like a fucking goofball. So if anybody really want to answer the question with a cohesive, articulate argument, I'm here to listen.
Okay, Arthur. I still want to know what you mean by one. What do you mean by one has showed up? One.
Yeah, here come one. Right, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, Arthur.
One dude suffering from cognitive dissonance, from a bad education.
Ma'am, you don't even know what cognitive dissonance means.
Calm down, Arthur. Let me talk to Arthur.
Nah, bro,
Chill out. Let
I
me
can
talk to
handle
him real
myself.
quick.
I don't need
I
no
got
partner.
you.
I ain't no tag team partner.
Oh my God, you
Arthur,
need to be hyped
how
2
old
days.
are you?
Don't be hyped.
Man,
I
it
have
doesn't
a
matter.
feeling
My
I
birthday was
fucking have a
yesterday.
clue what
My
cognitive
birthday was yesterday. Just guess how old I am.
But anyway, nice talking to you, Kelly. You had a great panel until dipshit Arthur showed up.
See, a racist white person, a terrible racist drunk white
Bitch,
person.
I'm not white.
A terrible
You fucking moron.
What color are you?
Fucking stupid
What color are you?
moron.
What color are you? What color are you? What race
None
are you?
of your fucking business.
You're a
I don't
racist
even
white
like
old lady.
you.
You're a
No, you're
racist
not.
white old lady. You're a
No,
racist
you're
white
Actually,
old
she
lady.
isn't, brother.
bitch.
She isn't.
You're a racist young bitch.
You're a racist old lady.
You are a racist young bitch.
And you're
You're
the
an
prime
ignorant
example of why
young
the country
bitch,
is fucked
too.
up.
You are an ignorant young bitch, but that's okay. Whatever.
Ma'am,
You're the people. Shut up with your fucking ma'am. You fucking faggot.
Ma'am, you can call me all the names you want to call me, but it's just proving my point that you have no intelligence and all you have is the bullshit name calling that you're using because everything I said was true and you don't have the correct word and context to refute it. So you
I would love to go back to the conversation that you were having.
Yeah,
so that
she derailed it, bro. She derailed it.
Anyway, I just wanted to say to Kelly that you were having a great panel until Arthur showed up. People were communicating, but he went to the same propagandist play games. The great Marxist talking points. This poor loser went right back to him. Peace out.
Thank you.
Bye, drunk old white lady. Have a good day.
Bye, drunk old black fool.
Yep, see?
Shut your cunt mouth.
So Kelly, when y'all say they not racist and Arthur, you're just making it up. This is example number one.
Hey, hold on, Arthur. Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Hey, man, I'm
just
being honest, brother. Look,
come
look
on.
look how she's jumping on the panel. Look.
Never shut up, Arthur.
Look.
You've been on this panel a million times.
Arthur,
I rarely come on.
Listen,
but you are
whether
lame.
I agree with you or agree with her or disagree with both of you, I can look at this from
I'll agree with. But anyway, you were having a great conversation. Conservative was making great points. Everybody up here was making some great points and moving along in a conversation. But Mr. Controlly, Marxist puppet, came right in and fucked it up.
Do y'all hear this goofball dumbass shit?
Hear me out. I'm gonna give. Listen, Arthur. I've had more productive conversation with you, and we've only had maybe one altercation, and that was nothing. But and I know you go. You know, I believe if I remember correctly, you're like partners or friends with RBR, or you guys chatted up. And you come across in the same way, except I prefer you because it's not the same. But your approach is very similar, and so I'm not downing you, brother. I'm just pointing that out because it gets frustrating. You were going on and on and on, and I wanted to answer your question because I've heard you go on that rant before in another using slightly different words sometimes, but pretty much the same thing. So I would say this to you, bro. I wasn't part of anything that you have a problem with. I was born into this bullshit just like you. Okay?
Right, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What in what I said anything about me having a problem with? I was just simply asking you, when you reference black people in your conversation, why is the onus put on us, right, to understand and try to find commonality with the white race? That's all I was saying.
Because the conversation was in that direction at that moment in time. So I was specifically addressing it on that level of it. My personal opinion, I think everybody's got a fucking issue. We have all been susceptible to the shit that they've thrown down. Okay? Some of us more than others. I think ideology streams, which, your ideology is based on your experiences, what you know, and where you grew up and all these factors that play into it. Okay, but none of that has necessarily to do with truthful, factual things that are affecting all of us that most of the time people have ignored. It's only in the last, from my purview, in the last 10 to 15 years that people have even approached all this conspiracy ideology, which is basically people doing fuckery. Are a lot of them white? Are most of them white? I agree. Yes, they are. And it's global. Okay? But the problem is that remember, this shit is filtered down to the people. The people are just mimicking shit. They got us chasing money. They've taken black culture. They've infused it into Americana. We love that. But then they've taken some of the worst parts that you might find in black culture, and you know, because there's worse parts in white culture. I'm sure there's worse parts in all cultures. But they'll take the worst parts and they amplify. They started doing that in the 90s. Y'all know how they did that. And they started pushing the negative. And the negative was like a repetitive play. And the music was there, and the music got more hostile, more angry. And it was infiltrating not just in the black communities, it was infiltrating all over. Hip-hop culture exploded. And I'm not talking about the overseas hip-hop culture, which is usually lagging behind in where hip-hop is in the States. Not anymore. And so you got places all over the planet emulating those things that were being totally pushed in the 90s and the 2000s.
You know, 30 seconds. I just want to say, I think that sometimes we as black folks, we want folks to understand that it's white people making those decisions to push that stuff forward. We would have been happy just keeping it at Jungle Brothers. But it was white folks who embraced NWA more than black people did at the time.
Yo, believe me, man.
It is white people who consume hip-hop more than black people do. I still love jazz.
At this point, man. I mean, I would say that's a lot.
I'd like to thank you two gentlemen for bringing the reality to the table for him.
No, hey, I appreciate that, but I think that's happened in a grander scale, not necessarily just because it's white. There's a larger population, and remember, you got to remember pop culture influence. They've been pushing it. Okay, regardless of what
I keep. This is the petri dish that you mentioned earlier, of me saying that whatever they try on us is affecting your community, and they associate the negative part, not the part. They don't associate anything positive that we do with your community. Light bulbs, they don't associate that.
And I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement with that. I'm in agreement with that because
I think we understand.
Right. And so my agreement is because what community am I in?
Yeah.
Are you talking to me, BMT? What do you mean? What community? I live in Las Vegas.
Okay, and I know. So what kind of community?
I don't. My community of people that I know and engage with is multicultural. So I don't have a necessarily specific grouping of people. Now, yeah, I mean that's the truth of the matter. You know.
Oh, okay. So
I'm kind of a lone wolf, man.
Okay, no. So what? Okay, so what I sat and listened all night to everybody talking. Kelly, you did a good job, even though you didn't bring out the dog. So, since y'all know all of that, and you know the rest of the stuff was just interesting entertainment for me. Does that mean that y'all willing to own up and just say, "Hey, man, time for us to pay the black community reparations"? Since y'all know that everybody been doing all this shit.
I would like to see something happen in the way that puts this whole issue to rest. I'm not. Look, man. I'm the kind
of. He's boring.
Well, I'm saying
if we make an agreement, whether it's man to man,
if y'all want to start making some stuff right.
Hold on. They don't gotta make it. He didn't answer my question. Like you didn't answer my. Hold on, everyone. He didn't answer my question, and now that's the point I'm trying to get to. My question is, why, when we have this conversation about race, the onus is always put on black people
to understand and find commonality with the people who have issues with us, and not vice versa.
I would say it's more like this. I would say it's when I'm having a conversation with someone with your particular idea, perspective on the world. It's a constant fight because, look, man, I'm not responsible for any of it. Okay, I'm living in a world right now where everything is my whole career is gone. Okay, and so when I'm looking at the realities of my own situation, knowing full well that all this was coming, it's just who knows when they're going to drop the fucking hammer. Well, they've dropped a lot of hammers this year, haven't they? And so when we're talking about these issues like that, and you're saying why is it? Well, first off, it's because the conversation itself pooled. So that's why I'm talking in measure this level of it. See, for me, I look at it as priorities in a sense of all of us. Okay. Many of us are aware that there are issues in all of manners.
Let me be helpful. Black Brown. Here's my answer to your question. White folks come from family structure. White folks come from not all of them, but most of them.
Yeah, I
And-
just want to say most.
and they come from very tunnel vision type of realities. Like they can't tell the difference between a German, a Irish, and a Russian person standing next to each other. You had Jewish guys in the mob. You had all type of cross references, and they just saw themselves as white to a degree. Now they can't see it, Black Ground, because when it comes to a conversation about black folks, I always point to the Buffalo Soldier. Racism would not exist without the help of the Buffalo Soldier. The Buffalo Soldier, Oklahoma and all these places would have been Native Indian forever if it hadn't been for the help of the Buffalo Soldier. So the answer, I'm going to turn it around a little bit on us as black guys. Number one reason, Black Ground, we let too many of our women get on the microphone and be the strategic analysts, which they are not great at doing, to push our black message. And more of us black men, like me, you, and B-Dub, need to get on the mic so we can ask these questions. That's part of the answer. Second part of the answer.
Damn, bad as I want to disagree with you, I think you're correct.
Second part of the answer is when we do get on the mic, Black Ground, as black men, we need to be able to ask challenging questions just like you asked. And my final thing, I'm going to agree with you, Black Ground, because white folks constantly look things on an international, i.e. globalist level. And unfortunately, not many of us black people look at it. We look at it as the immediate county, country, or nation. And they're looking at it stuff from a globalist national level or international level, because that access is easy for them because their family structure gave majority of them the opportunity to do so. So it becomes very tunnel vision. That's
Right,
my
so
view.
they reference back to their Eurocentric roots and use that as a global narrative. And I can agree with that somewhat, but I also think it's a deflection. I think it's a deflection to have a more macro look at life instead of the micro look that they should have with their fellow American black citizens.
But pushback, you can't take their, and this goes to Conspiracy's point, you can't take away their version of their answer. And that's what we as black folks do.
I'm not taking away anyone's version of their answer. I'm in no way, shape, or form am I doing that. What I'm simply saying is in their answers, it's a deflection. It's not necessarily addressing or acknowledging the micro of the situation. It's a macro. It's a view from 5,000 feet above, right? And it's like,
may I inject here, gentlemen?
Before you do, let me just explain something to Arthur real quick. What you're saying is that every time we acknowledge something or we try to tell them, hey, we feel this kind of way about this situation, they say, well, we feel this way and I'm not responsible for this. I get it.
But we have to understand that their perspective is they're not responsible for slavery. So what I want to ask conspiracy before the other brother asks this question is, we're not responsible for the Holocaust. In fact, some of us black men saved these individuals, and America saved these individuals. Why do we pay Israel reparations?
Hey, reparations every year.
And are you opposed
You know
to that?
what? I could.
May I interject again,
personally,
gentlemen?
I personally, yeah, please. I personally can't answer that. I don't get it myself, but
the thing is, we don't necessarily pay
on a purely fiscal level. I don't understand it. But
let me just clarify that we don't necessarily pay reparations as a nation. The money that we give Israel is just more like a dowry, right? Like you're our outpost.
What Hitler did? We're not Hitler.
Huh?
Whoa.
For what Hitler did? We're not Hitler. We're not Germany.
No, listen. It's not necessarily based on the Holocaust. We're not paying. Listen, bro, we're not paying tributary about the Holocaust, right? We're basically giving aid to Israel as being an outpost for us, as a nation that we can partner with and align with to keep. We're an empire. Let me finish, please. We're an empire, right? So as an empire, we use allies to give us eyes and ears and land and locations and observation points so we can watch the other countries that are not aligned with us, that want to undermine our empire. So what we do with Israel is just an agreement, right? And it's a payment. It's like, yo, thank you for allowing us to fly jets and be our ally. And if we need you to bomb Iran, we need you to do proxy shit, you can do it for us. And that's what that's about. We don't necessarily have an agreement with the Israeli people to pay back, because most of the people who are in the Holocaust don't live in Israel. They still live in Europe, or they live in America. A lot of people that went through the Holocaust don't live in the nation of Israel. They still live in Germany. They still live in Austria. They still live in France.
Documented information. So 1941, documented information. Forget my opinion. 1941, Israel.
Israel wasn't even a nation in 1941.
1941, the Polish
Israel wasn't even a nation in 1940.
Okay, I'm trying to.
Brother, just listen. Just Mr. Research.
Documented information. 1941, the Polish people came over with the help of Britain and America and got on the shores at the top of Palestine. You know this because there's several YouTube actual films showing how when the people got on the waters, they immediately had wars with the Palestinians, 1941, 1942. Forget my opinion, ladies and gentlemen. This
is what I'm saying to you. I hear what you're saying, but the majority of the people, listen, brother,
these people came over from Poland.
The majority of the people,
sir, you have no
Israel, are not Holocaust survivors.
Do we pay Israel money based on 1945's decision after World War II? Do we pay Israel money based on that, Brother Arthur?
No, we do not. We pay Israel money based on them being our ally. That's what the money is for. The money is not for. We didn't do the Holocaust to them.
Brother Arthur, let me ask you another question. What is the nation with the most offenses of spying on America?
Israel.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sean. Speak, Sean.
Because they have issues too. They have shit that they want to do. They don't want to just be tied to America, so they're double watching.
Arthur, let me ask you another question.
Listen,
somebody let Sean speak, man. I mean, we've already established that he believes that's what he believes. We believe what we believe. Let's hear.
Okay, gentlemen, for those who were here earlier, you recall I referenced putting the world kind of together like a prison. Hence the term prison planet. What we are doing is debating who owes who money for things in the past that none of us were born for as another point of contention. If you think of it like prisons with different demographics sorted into their gangs, the attitude is essentially everyone is supposed to look after their own demographic and keep themselves in check or elevate themselves.
Let me stop
you, The one problem is the one group that created that system, we have to admit, are the blue bloods of Europe, the Anglo-American establishment who created that. The problem for a lot of people, though, is the media, as we are throwing a big stone around the media's neck. Check this out. If the media cannot be believed about the lies it tells about the African American community, can it be believed about what it tells about the president? If you have not done a lot of deep diving, don't believe the straw men you see in the media. I live here in Riverside, California. I'm a little bit closer to LA than anyone in Vegas is, okay? We get to see some of the fun that comes up from the border as well as from LA. I remember the Rodney King riots because I was at Corona High School. We had a riot there. We had a lot of Hispanic and Black crime here in SoCal, and that has been changed. The Hispanic demographic by the FBI has been changed to white crime or Hispanic not of white origin. That's the classification now. Well, guess what? The Hispanic versus Black rivalry, MS-13 versus Blood and Crips, things like that, have inflated this new combination of white crimes on the Black community. So there's always ways they're going to try to make it look like problems are worse, whether they change the labeling of one demographic or whether the media focuses on one killing or another killing. It's to get us fighting. The good news is we are having discussion. But don't believe the straw man you're thrown at first glance. Deep dive on these things.
Sean, you are welcome on my panel anytime.
Sean, I get it. Sean, I get it. You went from compensation to what's going on in California and Spanish people being classified as white. That's a whole nother that's two different conversations. Let's go back to the compensation portion.
Precisely.
See, I feel offended by people saying that Blacks or foundational Black Americans, ADOS, should not be asking for compensation when there is a list of other nations and other peoples who have been compensated for lesser offenses.
Lesser.
That's understandable. But here's the thing. Do I have to get my great-great-grandparents reparations for the Trail of Tears? I got Cherokee blood, Navajo, and Blackfoot. Basically, my families were natives.
Anyway, sir. You already give them tax breaks and burdens. So what is the problem? What is the problem with your African American community? Those who built who helped the founding fathers build this goddamn nation. What is the problem with asking for compensation?
No, are you ready? Are you ready for a little wisdom
My
here?
grandfather fought in World War I and helped build the railroads here in America.
You're almost on the point with Israel. You're almost on the point with Israel. Israel is the foothold to the Middle East for the petrodollar. Without the petrodollar, the dollar collapses, and then ain't nobody getting paid. We don't have a gold standard. We don't have a silver standard. We have the petrodollar. We needed something to keep Saudi Arabia in check. That's Israel. Now, I don't agree with Israel. I think Israel should just be a helicopter base. But until we get off the petrodollar, we have to have something in the Middle East. That's what Israel is.
But here's the strength of V-Dub's point. We just, ADOS people, we just find it very weird that all of a sudden, when we come to the discussion, we can't get the same consideration the Italians got in Louisiana. We can't get the same consideration the Nazis got in 1965. We can't get the same consideration. And it's like, it's weird as a fellow American who fights for the country for people to say, hey, you know what? We did pay, we were caught paying some Nazi generals reparation money all these years. We've stopped it now that you've caught us. But you Black people who helped us, come on, man. We don't, that's the strength of what V-Dub is saying. I'm sorry.
It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful. Benjamin Banneker is a clockmaker. The shit is in England right now. It's disrespectful, bro. The Statue of Liberty has shackles on her ankles right now because of slavery. They changed the depiction of her. It's disrespectful. And at this point, we're asking for compensation from America, the country, the nation we help build, the votes we help suggest. We can sway it with our demographic, and we can't get compensation for helping to build this nation for over 300 years. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, so let's I hear what everyone's saying, and I'll help piece it together.
I've said it. I've personally said in this forum, any agreements that have ever been, any decisions that compensations and all those things that have ever been done should have been paid a long time ago, and they're due in some form, and they're due in some way. I don't have the clearest idea on how that would be done. I would only say that
it can only be done one way. That's through legislation.
It needs to be done fairly and thoughtfully.
It can only be done one way, and that's through legislation. The only way we can be compensated if the United States Congress was to approve
but hold on. That's the legislation.
The
the details is what I'm talking about. What is that?
The details will be compiled by Genesis, by economists, by historians,
by social scientists who would compile and think about all the families and all the things that happen. And it would take years. It wouldn't just be a thing that happened in one day. It would take years to compile all that information and figure out. It would be a lot. It would be a lot of data mining to really come up with a figure. So, looking at all this stuff that like I said, listen what the white lady said. She said your compensation is living here, school, hot water, and education. That's what they think of us. So, okay, so listen. And she said she's not racist. Long before most Negroes even knew to come over here, and I was talking to Mo about these things a long time ago, and I like I try to tell y'all, a lot of conservatives this don't person want said to work, foot, you lazy person. Wow. a lot of conservatives don't want to foot the bill. They feel like that's not their fucking problem. And It's then just not conservatives, it's Democrats too. It ain't just conservatives. No, but hang on. I'm telling you, but you're over here on the conservative Republican side right now. You're over here. So I'm trying to let you know. I know where I'm at. I know exactly where I'm at. That's why I so come. let me tell you where you're on my neck of the woods. They don't feel like this is their problem. That's not something that they did. And so whenever I hear where Conspiracy and Striker and different people will say, hey man, you need to get over that. But on the black side, they didn't say you said that, come. But when I hear about when you talk about the unifying, the unifying clause, where you'll tell a V-Dub, hey man, we need to come together. B-Dub is going to be constantly in the back of his head reminded, why the fuck would I come together with y'all, but y'all never paid the first debt? If you didn't pay me the first debt, then I'm just working for free.
Who was the first person killed at the Boston Massacre? First person killed Boston Massacre.
Black man, he's on the front of the boat, bro. I got the picture in my fucking fingers.
Okay.
But
listen.
talk about that.
You see that?
Let BMP talk.
You saw you just did that. You literally think. See, this is the thing that really. That's how people get irritated, especially black people. And I got to tell a lot of black conservatives and shit that say that they never been done wrong. Just saying, hey man, I've never had this issue. I never had that. That's not white, and listen, man, I've been doing this shit long before a lot of these motherfuckers. Telling somebody, hey, Christmas addicts, that doesn't mean shit to goddamn Red Summer, goddamn all the other atrocities, all the patents stolen, all the things done. Like, they're not, listen, man, telling us about because trust me, if one person is very patriotic in this country, it's the Negro. He's been too loyal. He's been too loyal of a dog. So when you're trying to tell him to pick up the rifle and fight and, hey, don't see race, he's going to be like, well, shit, I was already born with 2 stripes of things on me. So this is why it's hard, because everybody's already been paid their fucking due. And so whenever I come up sometimes, I'm always like, listen, man, are you going to pay the debt? If you're not paying the debt, then literally the conversations about us versus them, well, shit, I'm telling you already where them blacks are going to be. Whoever's offering them the check, they are mercenaries for hire. So they're going to be like, well, shit, you're offering me the check? Well, then fuck the rest of y'all. I'm confused about where we at now. I'm confused.
We're not even talking about
I'm confused where we at. We're talking about acknowledgement. We're talking about understanding.
Listen, Jesus Christ.
You wasn't here earlier when Stryker, I think a few other people, we were talking about the us versus them. You wasn't here. So I'm literally surmounting what me, Kelly, Stryker. See, we've been here for a while.
You going in the past?
No, we're actually adding it all up right now. So when we're talking about this right now, when y'all talking about this coalition of, hey, the laws and everything, that shit right now, you want to know why a lot of these black people didn't fuck with Trump? But they were like, yo, what are we seeing getting out of it? You can't tell us of the few good black stories, but then everybody else ain't really doing too hot. Like, we can honestly look at this male space we call the the black manosphere. Look at it right now. Look, it's a piece of shit right now. So we honestly can tell black men ain't doing too well. Black women really ain't doing that well. So they ran to the first people. That's why they ran back to Biden, because they said, well, shit, I'd rather go back to the familiar goddamn handout of cornbread and meal and water.
Come on, man. Why do y'all do this fuck shit, man? Like, why do
Hold
y'all
on.
do that fuck shit, man?
Hold
Like,
on.
that's fuck shit, man. That's fuck shit. That's fuck shit, man. Jesus Christ, man. Like, oh my God.
Arthur, we listen to you. We listen to you. I'm telling you why a lot of black people I know, it's different when you have to be your own boss. Why? Because that means you're not depending on any other system but yourself. So if you fail on your own and you fall on your own face and you have to get back up.
Yo, but what does any of that have to do? I'm trying to understand, how does that correlate with anything or the cohesion? I mean, hold on. It just gets back to a right-wing talking point. Like, at the end of the day, all you did was pivot back to a right-wing talking point. Well, you go back to the people who gave you cornbread and handouts. That's mockery, man. That's fucking mockery.
No.
It's sad to me that you guys don't even see the obvious mockery that you have in your words when you're making a point, and all you do is just pivot to a right-wing conservative talking point to demonize the Democratic Party for some shit that the fucking conservatives told y'all about them, right?
What have the Democrats gave you?
Precisely.
I'm
just
unbelievable. Vida, would you not want to be your own boss, Vida? Would you not want to be your own boss? I'm working on that right now, BMC. But my question to Arthur is, what have the Democrats given you? What did we win with as black people? What did we win with this vote for Biden and Harris?
Listen. We didn't win anything because Biden and Harris hasn't taken office yet to show us what we'll win, to show us what they'll do. To show us what their programs will be, to show us what their legislation will be. Like, we're not fortune readers, right? The future hasn't come. We're in a position where the president that's in office now might not even leave. So we're talking about, we're not even dealing with that. We skipped over that.
Valid. Long game, guys.
Now, I gotta ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question. Now, you brought that up. Now, what honestly has Biden offered you as a black man?
But listen, what he's offered me is 4 years without Trump. Like, listen, let me explain something to you.
Wow.
That's it. Listen, you guys can laugh. Listen, you guys can laugh sound like kindergarten all you want, but let me explain something to you. Arthur Clarke don't need no politician to do anything for me. My whole life is based on what I do. My innovation, my integrity, how I go out and work. I don't need no politician or no political party to feed my family.
You just said you need a Biden to get rid of Trump.
Brother. I do it. I don't do it. I don't lean on no party to make sure me and my family is good. I make sure me and my family is good. I go out and work. I started my business to make sure me and my family is good. I don't play that game where, what is Biden going to offer you? He ain't got to offer me shit, because what I got to do is feed my family on my own. Trump ain't give me shit, and I fed my family on my own. He didn't offer me shit. That racist piece of shit fucked our country up and fucking embarrassed us on a global scale. Fuck y'all talking about? I don't need no fucking politician to offer me nothing for my life to be good. Fuck y'all talking about?
Let me ask a policy question. So Biden wanted no cash bail. This is from Biden's 2008 crime bill.
I don't give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not a criminal. I don't commit crimes anymore. What the fuck?
All I know is the observation here, and then I want to point out. I mean, I'm already aware of this, but even within the black community,
there's racist white old lady. What the fuck? I ain't said nothing about reparations. That's these other niggas talking. See, that's what's wrong with y'all. So you motherfuckers are so stupid that y'all think all black people want the same fucking thing. You fucking ignorant, stupid motherfuckers. We got different minds. We're not a monolith.
Same thing Steve did.
You're getting triggered, bro. You're getting triggered. You're getting triggered. Come on, Arthur.
It's nonsense.
Arthur, we're having a good conversation. Listen, Arthur, you're having a good conversation.
No, my bad. I need to take my chat shit to the chat. My bad. That's why I fucked up that.
Look, but I do want I would like to point out an observation which I think is obvious. Even in the black community, look at the diversion or the diverse aspects of thought and the perceptions of looking at it. And therein lies its own problem. Like when I was talking about the Union being like a smaller dichotomy of the country, I can apply that kind of sensibility to any community and then derive certain things. So one small thing that I derive is that there are multitudes of opinions and perceptions, whether they're based on factual things or
conspiracy. You right, but let me ask you a question. Hey, Arthur, if they give us reparation checks, are you going to give yours back?
No, I'm not going to give mine back.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. Then that's part of legislation. Am I going to give my stimulus check back? Am I going to give that back?
I'm just asking you a question.
Like, what sense did that fucking question make? Me saying on one hand, I don't need the government for shit, and then if the government comes up with legislation to say that black people owe reparations and we're going to give you a check, I'm supposed to deny that because I live my life on my own individual way, my own individual.
Now, hold on. Your rhetoric states that you should put it back into the pot. Now, hold on that beat up, Arthur. Think about this.
Hold.
Who stopped the stimulus check coming in? Who stopped their family from getting their stimulus check, the last stimulus check? Who stopped?
Nobody.
Nancy Pelosi.
Nobody.
Actually,
Nancy Pelosi stopped it. The Senate.
Nancy Pelosi.
This is the disinformation and the right wing nonsense that black conservatives. The Senate stopped the bill, not the House.
Do you watch C-SPAN, sir?
The Senate stopped the bill. See, this is what I'm talking about. Shit like that. The Senate stopped the House. Your fake ass right wing talking point failed miserably. Mitch McConnell was the one who stopped the bill. The guy, the economic advisor to Trump is the one who didn't go further. He was the one who said, no, we're not going to go further. We're not going to put any more money. This is what we're offering. If you guys don't take this, then we're not giving up. It wasn't Nancy Pelosi.
Arthur, do you think, what is your opinion? Look. Now, this is away from just a color thing. This is this is just plain and simple, man. Are you cool with the when legislation is going through any of these sides, adding the pork that slips in there last minute anonymously, and because the bigger picture is at stake, they pass it?
Bro, listen. Pork earmarks have been a part of democracy and legislation for years. The earmarks are basically just kickbacks to people that finance their campaigns, that gave them donations, things. That's what earmarks.
I dig. But that's not my question.
Hold on. Earmarks usually go back to communities or their particular communities for bridge projects, for special projects, for buildings, things of that nature. That's what earmarks are for. Earmarks aren't necessarily detrimental or undermine legislation. They're just kickbacks to people who help them get where they're going or help them finance or win their elections and things of that nature. So I understand the context of earmarks.
Yeah, but I disagree with the context that every time there's an addition to a bill that's being legislated and being passed at the last minute, when they slip in things anonymously that really have nothing to do with the bill, okay, and slipping it into something that has nothing to do with it, okay. Now, I disagree with the fact that you're saying that, oh, hey, it's about earmarks and it just goes to these small things. It's not just those kind of things. And herein lies part of the problem of the economic aspects of the fuckery that's been going on between our income tax. You think our income taxes is a legitimate thing? You think it's a good thing because it's been sold to us? Because it's not. It's a lie. It's based on.
We have our. I can't listen.
I go to the argument we made earlier.
Hold on. Let me just answer this real quick. I can't refute that conspiracy. I can't make you be acceptable of pork. There is nothing I can do to make you acceptable of earmarks, right? I understand what you're saying, but I also understand the context in which earmarks are developed and implemented. So, I understand what you're saying. But
I understand that as well. But it's not all of that. That's the thing that I'm saying.
But
So
back in
we go back.
1970, white folks could have stopped white folks from doing it. Back in 1980, white folks could have stopped white folks from doing it. Back in 1990, white folks could have stopped white folks from
Hey
doing it.
man, check this out. Check this out. Personally, I think the majority of this country, of this nation, is ignorant. I've got a level of ignorance about me because I grew up in this country. I went to school in this country. I've watched television. I've been fed all the shit, just like everybody else. Okay? I took a different course to try to inform myself, and boy, was I informed. But at the end of the day, we're I'm sorry, what was that?
Thank you for informing yourself. I mean, not a lot of people like to admit that, but thank you.
Okay, I mean, I did my best to, but look, man, I consider myself a better than average intellect. Okay, I'm not going to tell you I'm a genius. I'm a know-it-all. You know, I can think. I got a bit of TikTok in his brain, but I think part of me, part of where I'm coming from, and where the issue is difficult because we are still talking about the issues in Black America, the reparations. We've been talking about the reparations for the last bit, you know, and within the understanding of all that, my concern is still, and I say to this, really, my brothers, my American brothers,
right?
We're in a mess, bro. We're in a mess as a country. We're in a mess. Okay, and obviously we're all going to individually do the best we can. Some of us are more take charge than others. Okay, but we're all going to have to do what we have to do in order to feed our families and all that kind of stuff. The problem is that the direction that we're going, okay, while we are arguing these substantial things, they are substantial. I'm not diminishing them, but there is a grander thing at play. And that grander thing is part of what we argue about because we're like those of us on my side when it's discussed in terms of well, white people, this one. I mean, I'm not a fully white person, so first of all, it doesn't apply in that way. Okay, I grow a beard. I grow a beard. I look like a white person. I shave my beard off. You see my indigenous aspects, my more cultural. Diversity type of aspect.
Your more ethnic facial features.
My more ethnic features, my whatever, however we apply it. I'm whiter than I've ever been in my life in Vegas because I stay inside like a cave.
My friend, let me ask you a question. Based on what you said, right? The black problem is an economic problem, and we're all telling you the same thing, that it's an economic problem. Be it we say it all in different ways. It's an economic problem. If you want progress in America, being that we are influential people, we're saying reparations is the answer. We're telling you we got powernomics. We have different avenues of telling you how to facilitate and encourage your black community so that it rises from the deprivation and poverty and the situations that it faces with the crime rates, right? Out of that, into a prosperous situation, that way bringing up not just us, the nation.
And V-Dub, a little pushback, V-Dub. I also think it has to do with us as black men not being in the positions we should be in, not pulling our black sons in, and having these women take a anti-male narrative in our community. I will be honest about that part.
I'll never argue with you on that.
Where's the anti-male narrative in our community? Where is the anti-male narrative in our community?
Sir, if you would like to go to my channel where I can show you all of the divestment videos, if you would like to listen to all the women
segment on YouTube. You're talking about some dingbat bitches on YouTube.
No, would you like to go to Twitter? Because we can go to Twitter. You can go to Twitter.
Come back in the manosphere.
You want to go to Facebook? You want to go to Facebook?
Come on, man.
Okay. First, no. Let's answer this serious question. First of all, just so I can meet you in the middle of Black Ground, what do you consider an anti-male talking point? Just so I can give you a great example.
That man ain't shit. I don't need no man. Goofball shit.
Okay, no. So anti-male is deeper than that. Let's do political. Anytime you have the help of the black collective
and then your woman speaker gets up and make it a woman only conversation with no mention of black or men, that's a problem.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
Okay, let me
But
say it again.
so individual, so particular individual people that may be speaking for a particular party or a particular platform is extrapolated out to be
What I said.
representative
Stop
of
you right
all
there.
of
No,
us.
no, I'm not going to do it. Stop you right there. That's not what I said. If you go quote me,
No, I'm
quote me.
asking you. That's what I'm asking. I'm trying to get a
No,
clear understanding
verbatim.
of
What
your
I'm
point.
saying is verbatim. What I'm saying is, anytime we talk black or ADOS or foundational black, anytime we
Yeah, I
talk,
don't rock with none of that. So I don't
okay,
rock with none.
so that's part of the problem. Okay, so
First of all, sir, you putting a moniker that some
you
gay
tell me what
dyke chick made and some scam artist named Tariq Nasheed made, and me not being a part of that is not a problem. The problem is you buying into somebody creating them shit called ADOS. We was that before they gave us the label. So were you proud of your black heritage? Did you think you were a foundational black American prior to them coming up with their
I'm not
scam
going to go
labels?
down that derail conversation. I want to get
No,
back
I'm
to our.
asking you. No, because you said
No,
that
I'm
you
not
try to
going
take
down
a
there. I'm
shot
going
at
to
me and
wait
say
for you
that's
to
the
finish
problem, right? Like
so we
most of
can
you
get back to our
hate
real
whatever you
conversation.
want to call yourself do,
Calm
right? You took
down,
a shot and
Arthur.
was like, that's the problem. So here it is. You believe in some shit that just came up 2 weeks ago and added it to your name, right? Or some scam ass people who don't have our
Get
fucking
back
best
to the
interests at heart
original
at all.
topic and
And then
not
you're going
the
to tell me that
derail
I'm the
conversation.
problem. Okay, I got it.
Let's get back to the real conversation. Thank you. Thank you. Now let's get back to the real conversation. So no matter
Mr. Information, can I ask him a question? Are you of West Indian descent, sir?
No, brother, I'm African American. Both parents black.
You're
One
African
parent from
American.
South Georgia, one parent from
Holy,
North Carolina.
interesting.
so here's the thing. Regardless of what title we want to use, let's just remove all that. Okay. Anytime you talk about a group narrative, then the women in that group make their speeches as a woman only narrative. You, sir, don't have a problem with that.
I'm not familiar with people who do that, and I don't know what their
Oh,
context or the premise of it is.
Hold on. Watch this.
Listen. I mean, listen. Like, you can't fault me for not
No,
experiencing that, bro. Like,
watch,
I might.
Arthur, watch this. Arthur, watch this. You remember when Ice Cube was talking to the women online about the advancement of black people?
No, he's going to turn it into Ice Cube. He's not going to hear that part.
Come on, my man. What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't it sound like I can speak for my motherfucking self? Don't it sound like I'm articulate enough to speak for my motherfucking self?
Now,
like, what the fuck is wrong with you niggas, man? What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Okay, Arthur. Okay,
what the
right here.
Fuck?
Come on. Battle buddy. Come on. So you remember when Ice Cube was talking to those women on the YouTube show?
Yeah.
And he was talking about, okay, these are the things that we need, and the women were like, well, what are black women getting out of it? And he stopped and he was like, why are you only asking what black women getting out of it? He said, I'm talking about black people, not just a gender, but just black people as a whole. Mm-hmm. So it shouldn't matter about your gender if we're all getting something. If you separate yourself from us, that doesn't look wise. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
There, right. See what I'm saying? So right here,
the feminism shit is sunk deep in the black community as well. You know, you guys are suffering from aspects of that as well.
But see, this is the thing, BMT. I understand what you're saying, right? But I put that to the conversation that me and you were having a couple weeks ago on Reg panel, where it's a thing of the feminism where black men and black women don't understand the banners that they're jumping under. Now, I can agree with you guys that feminism has begun to take a hold in the black community, especially and politically.
Listen, man, both feminism, LGBTQ, all that shit.
All right, hold on, conspiracy. This is the thing. I don't think black women understand what white feminism is about. Just like I don't think black men understand what white conservatism is about, right? And I think they're putting their eggs in a basket that they don't understand, because white feminism is about saying to the white man, listen, I want the same power you got, and I'll fight you tooth and nail to get that power. And that's what black women are doing. And what you guys are saying, I can agree with, because it's undermining us as a people. But I don't give those people any credit street is. I don't give them any relevancy because I understand that they're just on some individual shit. They're just consuming some shit that they really don't have no idea about. So eventually it'll fail them. Eventually they'll understand the error of their ways. Not to say that they'll come back to the pack, but they'll understand the error of their ways. And we got to keep going forward. We can't worry about the appendages. We can't worry about the outsiders and their false contexts and their false narrative where they don't understand. So that's
in a conspiracy, because I'm about to jump off. Here's what you just noticed, Striker, in conspiracy. This is why in our Black community we can't move forward, because it's the I don't care what's happening type of approach. You guys talk about policies. Republicans, we talk about policies and what have you, but a lot of times when we're trying to be researched or well read on a particular topic, we get the whole it don't matter, just deal with it. And this is why we get so much
First of all, did I say it don't matter, just deal with it? Did I say that?
I'm talking Striker and conspiracy.
But you're not gonna mischaracterize my words because you a fucking prick, my nigga. Like, you're not doing that. Like, see, this is why I don't like Black conservatives, because y'all fucking ignorant pricks. Like, y'all can't have conversations without taking attacks, without saying goofball shit. Like, if you're gonna have a conversation, don't talk about me in the third place like you're not sitting here, motherfucker.
Arthur, he said he wasn't
Tranquilo, amigo.
He said he wasn't talking about you.
I'm not talking
he
about.
He was talking about me. He was talking about me, and he was talking about what I just said. Like, come on, conspiracy, don't do no goofball shit like that.
Well, what the hell were you talking about, Mr. Research?
Anyway, so it's just hard for us to move forward because we constantly have this type of stuff in our community where anytime we ask people, hey, what are you saying that's documented? What are you saying that I can go view for myself? The person says, you know what? Don't even worry about that. You know, I don't even consider that. We have those type of things going on, and this is why it's harder on our side. Last point. Reparations is just a study at this point, gentlemen. It's not even guaranteeing any money, but people are blocking the ability to study it. That's amazing to me. So that's all I want to say. Hey, Striker and Conspiracy, you guys are welcome anytime. Kelly, you came over to my channel one time before. You need to come on back over.
Did you change? Is that the same name?
What's the name of your channel?
I changed CA Latre. I'll put it in the chat room.
Okay, yeah, so that we can all sub and
right. That I'll put you guys over. Thank you much. Peace out.
Thank you.
I just want to put this out for train of thought, though. Half of my family is Irish heritage. The other half is Native American heritage. That they all married in because they were, Catholic and kept together. So my family's been screwed by the British on both sides. So there you go, guys. So the Striker name
I
is
guess
just
that's equivalent to
the
what
wrestling
African Americans went through in America. I guess that's what I'm
saying. I will humbly and say this. I'm gonna say this.
So what your people went through is similar to what African Americans went through in this country.
Hold on, Arthur. Let me say something humbly and respectfully.
My bad, bro. My bad.
A lot of Black people, right? When it comes to others claiming Native American heritage, let me speak for me. I look at it with skepticism because I know I can trace back to Native American blood or heritage and lineage. So sometimes we already understand the mythos of the $5 Indian, and we also understand that a lot of Native Americans had slave charts. So when some of y'all say that, just have that recognition in your mind that not all of us agree with you saying you're Native American. We look at you and say, okay, well, there are treaties in place where half of your heritage owes Black Americans money too.
Yeah, that could be a possibility.
That was a mic drop, Vita.
I just want to know if I get anything for the Trail of Tears.
I don't.
Thank you, Andrew Jackson.
They've been. I think some compensation has been paid for the Trail of Tears, but no compensation has been paid for slavery. And this is where we ask, why is it offensive when we begin to mention, okay, what happens with our compensation? I think that's the problem. Me and Big J go at it. He's in the chat, but I'm still gonna ask. What is with our compensation? You can tell the Jewish
community. Did you catch some trivia? this may interest you. They have a case going in Oklahoma where a large portion of that state may be added to the reservation that's already there.
Yes,
So if
they
they
want
can
their
revisit
land back.
things like reservations, that means reparations could be reviewed as well.
You know what's weird? I live
Somebody
in
said
Trenton, New
you can.
Jersey, right?
Somebody said, "Wait, hold on. Let me
All right.
answer." She said, "You can come and try to take my money, ma'am. You're not going to go fight Israel, Russia, or in Saudi Arabia right now, and America is giving them money, weapons. You're not going to go fight Taiwan or China. So shut the fuck up when I'm asking for reparations for building your nation." Okay, back to the regularly scheduled program.
Now, that's an interesting construct, though. Did you physically do that labor? See, that's the thing. Are we entitled to the labor of others? That's going to be the
No,
argument.
see, I don't. I honestly don't argue. I honestly argue for the rest of African Americans. Since my grandfather fought in World War I and helped build the railroads, I actually do have land to go to. So I'm not complaining for me. I'm complaining for them. I can go to my acres of land. I can go to see the farm. I can go to the house that's been there for over 100 years. You dig? I'm not arguing for me. I'm arguing for them. My passion comes from advocacy.
Well, that's going to be the hypothetical they'll throw at you is, can you argue for the labor of
Hey,
others?
V-Dub, you see that's what it is. They don't want us to advocate for our ancestors. Like if we wasn't there in real time, then we're not owed anything. That's
You're not part of the
It's all right. It's all right. But
at that
listen,
point.
a lot of us, like myself, can go back and trace my lineage back to the plantation. In fact, I can tell you right now specifically where the documentation for my family's plantation history is located, and it's located on a university. So when it comes to reparations, I'm ready for the fight. Who is? Listen, I would like people to have compensation. That's all I'm asking for Black Americans. So,
like before there was like ADOS or FBA and all that other
My
stuff.
information is in South Carolina, sir. Did you guys know historically that the oldest genetic or genome found was in South Carolina?
Hey, that's where I'm at in South Carolina, and I'm
It's black. It was from a black man. But the oldest genome found on Earth, living, was from a black man in South Carolina. Y'all do know that. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Go ahead and get your Google on.
Nobody's
there
ever
are some immortal.
your door. The government will take it out of your money, and nobody will ever do. No, like they take it out for everybody else.
Yeah, that's the question I always ask. Like, I always hear people always complain about it, and I've done talks with whites. Kelly was there, and a lot of different other people about how to do the reparations check. I've actually went over that, actually a whole plan, and whites actually agreed with it on how to do the money, the surplus of schooling, and different other stuff for help for trades and tuition, and actually pushing minority, especially black descendants of slave blacks, into certain jobs and trades, stuff like that, to help them restart the pulse to their to the economy. That's one of the big things. Everybody's a win-win. That's how it works.
Let me ask you something though, man. How do you expunge a lot of the thug mentality that's been built in over the last 20 years?
Okay,
how do you get past that?
See, because that was crazy. I'm talking about reparation, but you brought in thug mentality.
Let me handle that, BMT. Let me handle that, BMT. Let me handle that.
Were you correlating thug mentality to blacks?
No, let me handle that, BMT, real quick.
He's correlating it to no economic value. We don't have economics. We don't have economical structure. What are we going to build with no money? What are we going to build with no incentives? Why is it that when the country was built, free land was given to others, not us, who built the country, who were free? We were let go and not given 40 acres and a mule. Irish people and others came to this country and was given free land.
I'm in 100% agreement. No, that's not.
So it's the economical problem.
But see, that was very curious because here, I'm curious about why you said that conspiracy.
I said that because based, on the conversation, and I was thinking, and I'm looking at it from perspective of that is a real thing. Okay, yeah, and it is. It's all over the place in the different cultures, but we're talking about the black community right now, right?
So the black community,
the arguments that are always posed based on the supposed black on black violence, the issues of
there's no such thing as black on black.
No, I understand that, but remember, a lot of this stuff, and I'm not going to argue whether it is or not. I'm just saying that this is part of the optics, part of the language diatribe that gets put out there.
I blame the black manosphere. I blame Tommy Sotomayor and the black manosphere for that man thinking that way.
Yep.
I blame them because he got that from them. He got that from listening to them.
So
because that's what they talk about all the time: the thug mentality, Pookie and the Ray Rays. And see, let me think about it quick. You know how that changes conspiracy. You know how that changes conspiracy. You know how that changes when you educate yourself. When you become educated and you become informed.
At the same time, man.
So here's the thing about conspiracy.
BMT, hold on, a quick second. Black Round, in a short summation, man. Please just finish up what you're saying. I want to finish here.
It changes itself when you educate. It's a self thing, right? But you have to be motivated by something. You have like V-Dub said, right? What's the incentive, right? So for me, right, the incentive was not going to jail anymore, right? Starting my own business, not losing my family. So there has to be some personal responsibility.
No, obviously, there's an incentive, and to me, what that actually spells out to is, and you just said the word as well, is this self-responsibility, this acknowledgement that you know, like from my
there has to be a catalyst. There has to be something that provokes that thinking, right? There has to be something that sends you, that gives you the introspect to begin self-accountability. And it's usually some incentive, right? It's usually whether it's economically based, whether it's socially based, whether it's family based, there's usually some incentive, right? Whether you want to get off drugs, you're tired of being this, that, the third, there's usually some incentive, but there's some support system outside of that, right? That'll allow you to get in that and mature and grow and matriculate into a better person and get past that. Right. So what BMT and V-Dub is talking about, when you add the economics and then you add what BMT was saying with school and things of that nature, those things begin to chip away at the thuggery, begin to chip away at the primitive behaviors, because that's all thuggery is. It's a primitive behavior. It's you just lending to your primitive ways of thinking and being because you haven't figured out an advanced way to get past where you at.
Okay, so let me ask you something. So you believe that if the resources for the way that the reparations will be paid back, going into the communities directly, harnessing the power and building the power of the schools, because that's where your education is, right?
Not necessarily building the power of it, but just putting the right information in the right people to disseminate the information.
Well, that's why I call it the power of your schools, because
Hold on. Everybody, calm down real quick. I just want you to understand something, right? When this nation was being founded with the founding fathers and being built, you had a lot of inventions that were built by black people. Do you understand unlocking the potential of the black people inside this nation? Hold on before you. All I'm saying is unlocking the potential. Right now, as a collective, we are prohibited as a people from being productive parts of society. We are chastised. We are what the Indians, we're in the caste system, and we're being put at the bottom when we give so much. We're asking for compensation. Leave us alone for a little while. Let us build ourselves, and with that comes the nation.
So, here's the thing about it. That's a lot. That's a lot. It's not too much of a lot, Arthur. Because he's correct though. He's 100% correct. He's right about that. But I'm saying that's a lot. That's a lot for them to swallow. Like they ain't ready to swallow that.
But here's the thing about it. So I'm all right with what you said. I'm not. Right now, I'm not interjecting opinions. I am listening to you guys. All right, I'm listening.
No, that's fine. You want to know how we can handle the thug problem, right? And I'm gonna show you how to do. I'm gonna show you how we can I can show you how to kill the bacteria. You cut off. You say black people for 8 to 10 years, we're not going to give you welfare, but we're going to give you your reparations. What you just did was you just told what you just did. You cut off me, Arthur, and V-Dub from the governmental white system, and now we're on our own system that we have to self-contain and build ourselves. In other words, our women and our men and our children are not depending on the system. It's a self-entity. When you look at the Native Americans, they have their own self-governing entity of how they do stuff. Look at the Mormons, they have their own self-governing entity of how they deal with themselves and their own finances and stuff. Once we do that, let us do that. I promise you'll be surprised at the innovation of stuff that we do. But the thing about it is, we're not looking. The thing about it, our problem is when people start asking us, so what are y'all gonna do with the money? And the simple answer that we answer is, that's none of your fucking business. What we do behind behind that doggone blockaded gate, that's on us. Now, we're not saying, I want other people to understand in the chat, but people start freaking out. Oh, look at black people talking about segregated. No, what we're talking about doing is just leave us the fuck be. We'll fund our own police patrol. We'll fund our own medical. We'll fund our own stuff. But at the end of we'll check in. We'll check in. And people say, well, that's not possible. Well, the Mormons do it all the fucking time. The Native Americans do it all the time. The Asian community do it all the time. We'll pay taxes.
Can I ask a question quick?
Yes, ma'am.
So, if I just said that me and a group of people, we were going to branch off and do something similar, just leave me the fuck alone, okay?
Yep.
There'd be no complaints that we're doing that too, correct?
No.
Why
does anybody
white
bother?
people do it all the time?
Wait,
White people
do
do it all the
anybody?
time.
Does
The
anybody
Amish,
bother the
the
people who
Amish
built
live off the
Earth
grid.
ships?
Don't nobody fuck with the Amish. Don't
Right.
nobody tell
No,
the
no, no.
Amish they wrong for living
Well,
within
I'm
their true reality.
Nobody bothers
Right.
the people who built Earth ships. Like, nobody. They got their permits. They got their laws. They got their roads. Nobody bothers them. They just build ships made of tires and old bottles. Nobody bothers them. Just leave us alone. 19 black families buy land in Georgia, and the fucking world freaks out. What the fuck?
Freaks out.
That's
Freaks
stupid
out.
to freak out. I could care less. I got 5 acres.
I don't know anybody that freaked out about that. Really,
No,
honestly.
But here's the thing
That's
about
not
it.
a news story, BMT. It's that's not a news story.
No. I know what you're talking about, but I put it out there just like so.
No, I'm
the thing
aware
about
of it. I'm just saying that in spectrum of common dialogue and information,
This is the
it's
thing.
not a topic.
This is the thing. This is the thing for me, right? This is the thing. I feel like the conversation about reparations, how is accommodated. I think that conversation really needs to be held within Black America, but within greater white America. And I think that it needs to be done intelligently. I think that it needs to be done with historical analysis. I think it needs to be done with economic analysis. And I think that it needs to be done with all seriousness. It just can't be like watered down to a general thing. It's a complex thing. It's a very, very, very complex and intricate thing. It's interwoven with race, gender, economics, history, guilt, remorse, success, failure, and it's a complex thing. And I think when we keep having it, we keep dumbing it down to suit our own individual aspects of it, I think we're missing the overall point of what it is, right? Where you've handicapped 50 to 60 million people and put them in a position where they live this double conscious life where it's like a part of them really want to be Americana, but they know America don't love them, but they still got to get up and feed their kids and live their lives, but they're living with this double consciousness, this understanding that these people really don't fuck with me, but I gotta keep going. I can't give up. I can't quit. Now we see some of us give up. We see some of us that don't keep going, right? And we hope to create a narrative where we can pull them in and go further. But my thing is, the conversation has to be had in a more complex and nuanced way and not in a simplified way, because that's where we lose the ground. That's where we lose the traction. That's where it starts getting into the surface shit and what y'all gonna do with the money and all this bullshit. That's not fucking important.
You know what? I wonder sometimes if it's the idea that the perception is that there's no real structure to create that mentally in the community, in large terms, because of all the stuff that's pumped out, showing basically all the negatives, even
But
though
who's pumping?
they're
But who's pumping that out? But I want you to honestly think about it.
yeah, it's media, man. Straight up.
Here's what's funny. Look at the chat room right now. You have someone named John Swa. V-Dub is going to be decked out in Gucci and Prada. Why would I wear racist products?
I don't even know who that is.
Right, but that's my point. That's my point, V-Dub. That's my point, V-Dub.
Hold on. Even the suit that I'm wearing in this picture, I wear it because, you know, it presents me in the suit, but my other pictures of me in hood. I'm going to burn this suit soon because it came from H&M. I'm going to burn it publicly. At the end of the day, I don't think I'm going to spend my money on Gucci and Prada. No, I'm going to buy land that you cannot access. Yeah, I don't know why.
And so that, but that was kind of like where I was hinting at, is that the idea, essentially, if the community is going to squander the wealth that they're being given, then I think maybe in some people's minds it might seem like, well,
who's saying that? Like why would you just jump to that? See, and this is my thing.
I'm trying to illuminate it for you. I'm trying to give you. I'm trying to give you a purview of possible other thoughts that are going into it, of why you experience many people who will say no. Perhaps in their head, number one, they're talking about their own money, more taxes. Obviously, none of us wants more money taken out of our shit. Okay, I mean, we don't. Even though it might even go.
I know you about to go into a real soliloquy. Let me say something. Have you ever had like a Sony product or PlayStation? Yeah,
I got both.
Do you know? I think if I'm not mistaken, the dude who created that and went back to Japan, he got reparations money for that.
But this is the thing. I don't want to. This is the thing, right? I hear everybody, right? But this is the thing. Y'all deal with us in stereotypes. Like at the end of the day, that's what all this is.
That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm not dealing with you in stereotypes.
Even what you said.
What I am is
hold on.
Conspiracy. Don't be offended. Just listen.
No, I'm not offended. I'm not offended. I'm not offended.
You don't have to defend yourself. Just listen.
I'm not defending myself.
Okay.
I may be over explaining because maybe I'm not explaining it correctly, and I'm trying to have you understand that what I'm only doing.
We hear. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I know you do. But I'm not just talking to one of you right now.
Right,
there's
we all
people
hear you. We collectively
about
hear
this. Right, I know, but the answers are varying different degrees. So I'm posing
because we
a
have
question.
Varying different degrees of our own.
I know, I understand that, but I'm posing a question in the idea of that perhaps in some segment of the no reparations ideology, that some of it might be in concerns of that. You know, I mean, there has to be. But so I'm just.
But even that's a stereotype, though, bro. That's a stereotype.
But that's why I said the optics that are being sold. If people are being fed optics and that's what they believe, and it's wrong.
Okay, I don't.
Okay, so then, if that's one of the,
listen, bro, you gotta listen.
Well, Arthur,
I hear you.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? I have to switch headsets. Arthur. Okay. I mean, not Arthur. Conspiracy. We're not trying to jump on you, and I'm not trying to say you are offended. What we're just trying to do is explain our perspective. I'm asking if you could back down just a bit, just to listen.
Yeah,
because you're basically being defensive for your perspective, and we all are here. We listen to you, but what I'm saying is, back down a bit and just listen to what we're saying on our side. That way, you have an even better understanding. That way, the next time you walk into your perspective, you can see where we kind of came from.
No, like absolutely, brother. Like I said, I respect all the conversation that's happening. It's not defensive-ness. It's just that so many people, all of a sudden, everybody's talking, and
I'm trying to get it out.
I'm trying to. So like I said, the question is just posed from an understanding that there are optics that people believe, and if that affects their decision making, okay, what do you say about that particular aspect? How do we change that mindset?
So here's the thing about it.
Okay, and again,
You want me to go, Arthur, or you want to say something real quick? Okay, let me hit it out. Okay, so me and Arthur are both veterans. Okay,
Okay.
we did our time, our travel. We
Thank
done
you,
fought
gentlemen.
the fight. Okay, now
Thank you, gentlemen. By the way, thank you.
No, you think you're welcome. You're welcome. There's not. Listen, V-Dub is he's a very strong capitalist and very strong independent. Like
Mhm.
now, it amazes me, and I want to show you this. People widely praise Candace Owens.
Right.
Candace Owens is not our best and brightest in the black community. Us three can tell you that. Like she's not. She's kind of at the lower tier.
Yeah.
But people like to listen to her like she's the speaker and she shines a dark light on our community. See the bad imagery she put on us because she'll only point out the negativity, just like the media. You have people like that will keep on, will look at what they do, or y'all need to start doing this and that. But we're not. We've been fighting since we've been here, and we're still fighting. Like we take part in voting, in military, and government, social. If you go into most social programs that literally are for the states, you'll see black people there. Most black people that have money, they take care of their family. If they have the finances and they can be independent on their own, they most likely are independently taking care of their families. Like, a lot of us are family men. But the thing about but the imagery that's put out there is black men don't want to be with their kids. That's a big lie. We literally, if a black man finds out about his kids, he's going to fight harder. He'd rather die. That's another issue is about doggone. We're getting all these stereotypes and things thrown on us. See, it's kind of hard to control your imagery when nobody wants to tell the good parts of your imagery. One person does bad, we all get the slap for it. 100 of us do good, you'll never hear about the story. Now, when it comes to when you ask about the thug, how we're going to combat that? Well, if we're giving the opportunity to self-independently govern ourselves, and people say, "Well, don't y'all do that already?" False. We don't. We don't. It's hard for a brother like B-Dub to compete with a system when there's a system that is thrown in his woman and child's face to oppose him. Okay, it's hard for Arthur to get a fair shake that whenever he starts talking about, hey man, I am not really being justly treated. Mind you, it was funny that a few people with positions of power spoke about how they were treated well. But then when they all of a sudden drove their car, I think there was a police chief. She was driving her car, literally got hazed and harassed by her own department. And she said, wait, this is crazy. I'm the goddamn chief. Do you not know who the fuck I am? Until she showed up in uniform and they're like, oh my God. And they're like, oh my God, that's right. You're fucked. Because now I'm going to attack you. So that literally shows you that all forms of no matter how much money that we get or what we do, it amazes me as much money as LeBron has done for impoverished people, they still clown on him and still tell him to shut up and dribble a ball. But literally, he keeps giving to the community. So the imagery that's put on our people is astonishingly staunching. Whereas, like, no matter what I do, I will get judged for my dreads. I would get judged for the way I talk. I mean, the one guy was jumping on me earlier when I was on the platform. I don't get up here and yell and curse and be belligerent, but I'm honestly saying that, listen, if you would like to doggone fix the issues, one of the biggest things you can do is just pay the debt. Now, the problem is poor America has a problem with the black part of America saying, hey, it's time for you to pay your debt. Now, the reason why people have an issue with that is because, let me tell you why black America got really angry, why they had a right to start turning up. They told us we have no money for reparations. Suddenly, COVID happens. Hey guys, we're going to write $2 or $3 trillion check out of nowhere, and black people were like,
Instantaneously.
now,
But this is
black
the thing.
people,
This is the
It
thing,
was
BMC. We gotta
massive, sir.
understand that they
and
putting that
black
on the
people were
backs
like,
of
how
future
the fuck did
generations.
you get that money? Where did that money come from?
No.
But they're
It's
putting that on
fiat
the backs of
currency.
future generations.
No,
That they putting that
no.
money 10 years down the line. Somebody gonna
That
have to
was
pay
a
for that in the
magic. That
budget.
was a magical.
Right. And
That came out of nowhere.
sir, you and I both know that Social Security we will not be really getting compensation for that. Why? Because it was based on multiple children. Right now we have 2.3, even less. In fact, the birth rate is going down by the year. So Social Security will die because it
Will
is
be
a
solvent.
Ponzi scheme. So yeah, they have fucking fiat currency and money that they can manipulate and make out of the air, aka Bitcoin. So yeah, no, they can give us our bread. Give me my check.
But this is the thing, fellas. I understand what y'all saying, but like we gotta have a true conversation about reparations. This is what I try to say.
I can help you. I can help you. Let me stop you before. I know you're gonna talk about the money. We have a $1 billion military fund.
No, I'm not gonna talk about the money.
Wait. We have
No,
$1
but I'm
billion
not,
military
brother.
fund.
I'm not gonna talk about the money.
But let me talk about the money. We have $1 billion military fund that we fund every year. We have maybe 7 to 10 aircraft carriers out in deployed, which means that we have 2 to 1 submarines out there, nuclear deployed. These are $1 million vessels that cost $1 million per day to run. If we fly an airplane, that's about, I don't know, $3,000-$4,000 an hour in gas that we spend. Bro, they have the money because they give money.
Nobody's
to
saying
Russia
that they don't have the money.
today.
See what you guys are not understanding is this ain't about no
understanding.
damn money.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's
Why
not
is it
about
not?
money. Them not giving us reparations has nothing to do with money at all. At all.
No, it has to do with power and confidence. It has to do with us being able to. Well, then what the fuck are you trying to tell me it is? Why are they keeping
reason
black
why they
people
won't
down?
give us the reason why they won't give us reparations is because the people don't have the will to do it.
No, I'm not. Why do we always see? And I'm just asking the question.
The American government, the people, the citizens. If America was to give black people reparations, this nation would go up in flames.
Now, would that be inflamed because they're mad we got it finally?
Yes.
Okay,
it would be inflamed because
I've been going watching John. John is stirring in the chat. He's stewing in the chat like, why should I pay you?
If they give us reparations, this nation will go up in flames.
Big J says the same thing. I'm asking, why is it offensive to give black people reparations when we have a list over 10 of other people who
they
have
think
been
black people are
compensated?
offensive.
Okay, so why the fuck did we build this country? I'm gonna tell you what.
Because we were slaves and we were put in because we thought that it would benefit us.
Let me stop you. Okay. How about they kick us out this country? We go back to Africa, but we take the patents to everything that
we don't even have the patents for those things.
Yeah,
they denied us the patent. If we had the patent to those things, you know how many black families would just be rich off the residuals?
So then stay here and be a slave. What are we arguing for? Why?
No, I don't even know what you're saying. Stay here and be a slave. Like, this is my home. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's your home, but your home doesn't respect you. It won't compensate you.
And
I have a lineage of building this motherfucker.
I clearly said that. I clearly said that there is a double consciousness to understand that where I live at does not respect me.
Sir, you got mad at Trump, but our checks are about to go up because of his policies.
Our check is not about to go up because of his policies. If you don't make $400,000 a year, you're not going to receive anything from his tax breaks. Anything.
But if you make that, God bless you.
If you don't make $400,000 a year, but what you will do is you will benefit from Obama's permanent tax cuts, but you won't see any of Trump's tax cuts because you don't make $400,000 a year.
Yeah, because he took the structure and the tax burden and took it from like 5 different tiers and turned it into 3, nigga. That ain't me. That ain't my problem. That's Trump's tax burden, and everybody who thought they was getting money.
But you just said that.
Go read the tax.
You just said I want Trump gone, and your paycheck going to be more because of his tax
Trump
breaks.
Gone. You said
I do want Trump
gone. I want him here. I need this money.
What money he gonna get you? He's not gonna get you
Nigga,
anything,
I
and he's
need
definitely not gonna
capital
get you
gains
reparations.
tax cut. I need cap. No, I'm not asking him for reparations.
He's not gonna get you anything.
We're not asking. We didn't ask Republicans. We
Trump
asked
is not
Democrats.
gonna get you anything.
Listen, sir.
What legislation has he passed? What legislation did he pass that
Sir,
got you anything?
do you know before this election happened, black people across the board were asking the Democratic Party all the candidates, we asked them what they would do about reparations. They all told us nothing. And
okay,
so what
the fuck?
collectively,
name me one politician in the history of America that said they're gonna get reparations. Name me that politician. What either party?
And so my question is, why do they get our votes?
They get our votes because we benefit locally sometimes. We benefit regionally sometimes.
No, stop it, sir. Stop
what you mean, stop it? Like, see, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm gonna give you a prime example. You said that. Let me give you a prime example.
Eric Gardner got choked out in Staten Island up the street by me. Niggas is getting shot down the street.
I live in Trenton, bro. I'm right down the street from you. I live in Trenton, so I'm right down the street from you. I was born and raised in Brownsville, Brooklyn, on Livonia Avenue, Tilden Project.
Bro, so I'm with you, fam. New Jersey Drive, Brownsville ain't shit. Nigga, you already know. Stop this bullshit. Come on, bro. I get it. We conservative, you make bread, you a businessman, and these niggas ain't shit sometimes. They should take care of their own community. I get it, but they need economic stimulus.
I'm not a conservative at all, brother.
Shit, nigga.
Anybody can tell you, anybody that's in the sound of
black
my voice.
people are
conservative. So you don't know who I am.
Oh my God, Arthur is a liberal. He is a Democrat.
I'm not a Democrat either. I'm not a liberal or a Democrat. I'm an independent entrepreneur.
You lean that way.
I'm an independent entrepreneur. I don't lean any way. I want Trump out.
Do you believe in gay marriage?
It's none of my business.
Oh, do you believe
I don't give a fuck.
gay
I'm not.
marriage?
It has no effect on me. I'm not gay, so I'm not marrying a gay person. I don't give a fuck. It's not. Has
in your
nothing to do with
household, do you believe in gay marriage in your household or family structure? If you
if somebody in my family was gay and they married somebody else, I wouldn't have a problem.
Do you go to church and believe in God?
No, I don't believe in no religion, no God, no none of that shit.
Okay, never mind. I take it back. You might be a liberal.
I don't believe in any of that shit.
You might be a liberal if.
There's nothing conservative about me whatsoever.
Gentlemen, man, I want to tell you conversation. You know, some of the questions that I'm asked, it's not necessarily out of ignorance. It's just to stimulate a little bit of other thought in different mindsets that are probably out there. And I mean, some of them that definitely are, and some of them that aren't. I mean, I'm not the guy to purvey you about any of that stuff because I don't look at the world through that lens, right. And I'm looking at the situation in the world from a different perspective as well. But I will tell you that I love you guys as a human being, man. I love you guys, and
hey, listen, bro.
I'm glad that we were able to have a conversation that didn't.
You know what conspiracy? How would you like to host on my show? And you can ask black people any question you want on my show. And literally, I will let you have free reign on my show. I'll let you have free reign. Nobody. You will be the one. You will be the one. You will be the voice for that show. You could ask black people anything, and if they got too rambunctious, we'll cool them down. But how would you like to run BMT?
Are you talking to me?
BMT is a proud boy.
Yep.
BMT is a proud boy.
Yep.
Are you guys? Was that directed at me?
Yes,
yeah. Because I mean, it threw me off. I was just telling you. You know, I want to let you guys know.
I know.
I really appreciate it. Got a lot of love for you guys as a human being, as a man. I respect y'all, and I want you to know that somehow. I know if we can have conversations like this and eventually be able to talk about the things that are actually affecting all of us together. I mean, you know, the reparations issue, obviously I'm not the guy that's going to come up with the solution. I feel the way that I do. I'm a man that if I shake your hand, we make an agreement. That's just, word is born, you know, it's word is bond. And that's where I come from. Word is bond. If we made agreements and we reneged on them, and I've never been cool with any of that. I've never been cool with the stuff that's happened early on. But I also look at it from a point of view that I'm here I'm just trying to struggle through this damn bitch, man. And the shit that they're doing is affecting me as well, you know? And I've got issues that are similar, perhaps not as extreme, but are similar when it comes to the law, when it comes to justice, and all these things. I'm not necessarily some far right person at all. I'm not necessarily right in the sense of what that might mean to some people. I am a conservative to a high degree, but I find myself more in the middle of things because I'm a musician. I'm been into music all my life. As far as Black culture and music, I've been immersed in that a lot in my life, and I'm still immersed in that. And at this age, I'm no longer, I don't have the street dialect anymore. I've been doing a lot of corporate work, and I've seen the world from a different perspective. And I've seen this issue rise up in the last 10 years in a big way, slowly, but especially in the last at least 5. I'd say because it was coming around during Obama as well. So the issue has been rising and mounting, but it's not just the one issue. There are all kinds of issues that have been mounting, and I hope that maybe at some point, whatever transpires here, that we don't fall into some kind of crazy ass civil war. I hope that we can maybe figure out a way to battle back against these individuals that are really trying to ultimately enslave us all, because we're not part of that group. And
yeah, I don't believe that there's a group that's trying to slave us all. I don't believe that. I believe, for me, this is just a situation where we have two white groups fighting over which white group and which white Western civilization understanding is going to prevail. And unfortunately, Black people, we're like at the end of that, bottom of that spectrum. And when we have these conversations about race, it's always, the onus is always put on us, and we're always supposed to understand where people are coming from. And it's weird. It's really weird, because it's like it's almost like it's paternalistic in the sense that it's like we're seen as these entities that's like, well, why y'all do this and why y'all do that, and everybody's always trying to find similarities with their struggle to ours and say, I can relate because I got that same struggle. Y'all can't relate because y'all not Black. Like you can have your little issues with the justice system based on individual actions and things of that nature, but your progeny hasn't went through that for 500 plus years. Right? Okay,
but you do understand though that it's the avenue of the empathy to be able to assimilate the two different experiences, to try to be better have an empathetic view of it, to be able to discuss it on that level.
Assimilating and correlating are two different things. Well, you can assimilate.
Whoa. So again, I'll ask, is there no empathy for the 300 years of free labor and building that Abraham Lincoln?
Well, I mean, look, man, from this individual here, yes. From this individual here, yes.
Hold on, V-Dub. That's the point that I'm trying to make, V-Dub. Like it's like they're trying to equate their lives with that, right? To say that something they
no. That's not that. I'm talking
right?
about.
There's a correlation, right?
Well, here's the deal. I'm talking about the current things. I've only lived on the. Well, I'm going to be 50 on Monday, man. So I mean, I've lived on this.
40, my birthday was yesterday, so happy birthday, brother! Coming up.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, guys.
I can acknowledge because I think you came up here and said you're like of Cuban and Puerto Rican descent. If it wasn't you, I'm sorry, but I can acknowledge.
Yeah, on one side of it.
You had nothing to do with slavery. If you're of Cuban descent, you probably went through some other shit. If you lived in Miami during that time, you probably went through some extra shit. Point is that Black Americans are asking for compensation for building. Florida, the Seminole Indians, like literally killed and slaughtered in Florida. Like there's just towns named after this shit. We're just asking for compensation for a legacy of not only building, but being slaughtered, killed, maimed, and being the foundation of America. Because if you
I'm in agreement. But that's the whole thing. It's like I am in agreement. I know what you're asking.
Yeah, if you subtract Black from America, you don't have America.
I think one of the things about it.
I dig the histrionics on it, you know. And when I'm saying like the similarities between context of human beings, this is where I'm saying like in some of the conversation when it's just trying to look at it from a strictly black perspective without looking at it from a human perspective, from an individual's and human perspective, looking at it from that end for myself. I'm looking at another human being, another man. You're telling me about the problems. I am searching my references and my ability to understand and also interject my thoughts on either what I believe or just curiosities, you know,
And so
to
what I'm
expound
going
on.
to tell you,
Hold
what I'm
up,
going
hold
to
up,
tell
hold
you
up,
is
hold
if
up.
you, okay.
I'm falling asleep, so I
You
gotta wrap
wanna-
this up.
You want to end the broadcast?
Yeah, I'm tired as
man.
fuck, man.
Hey, yeah, let's go
We
to
can
Books
still
of
talk a little bit
Moses
longer
channel.
if you want.
Let's go to Books of Moses channel. Books go throw up a live. Let's have fun over your channel, man.
Yeah, well, check this out, man. I'm actually on a late one, man. So I want to go to sleep, but I'm willing to stay on here just a little bit longer after the broadcast and talk with you all
I
for
don't know if
a
I want to
little bit
throw my
longer.
live up right now. Kelly, should I go live? I don't know.
Go ahead.
Well,
right.
I hate to
Let me
powder
stop
out, but I got a
this.
class
Stay
on the
live.
fundamental orders of Connecticut to
I
give
got
tomorrow, so
Hey, you know what,
I got to
Sean
dip
Stryker.
too.
Sean Stryker, I definitely want to sit down and talk with you. You definitely are interested, especially from the military perspective. I definitely want to sit down and talk with you. Email me, man, so we can sit down and have a discussion. Sound like you definitely can sit in the chair and have a good discussion. I definitely want to pick your brain on the intricacies of the network of how you see the world and without putting the race into it, like just people. So I definitely want to have that conversation with you. So let
I'll
me know.
recommend Tragedy and Hope by Carol Quigley then, or the Technotronic Era.
Well,
take a look at both of those when you get a chance. Lots of reading, lots of reading, my
Hey,
brother.
we can't put him in the backstage, man. Yeah, man. Email him with those book titles. That way he can reference them.
Roger that.
Yeah, Conspiracy, I just want to have a conversation with you about the idea of stereotypes and myths of black They're people. not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that, Arthur. I'll just let that one go. Just stop, Arthur. That's a talk for me and you on Reds. Just leave that alone. No, that's not gonna Man, happen. bro, but the thing is, if they're gonna have such contextual conversations about our behavior or about the surface issues, why can't we question them on it and have a better understanding of how they This is derive? more so because not this on channel is us. more so of a safe space for them to talk to us. This is So their you safe talk to space to so talk. you talk to me through stereotypes, and then I'm supposed Yeah, to. that's how they connect to us.
Yeah,
That's
no.
how they-
Hey, listen, man. I'm willing to talk to you about it. It's but let's talk about it and let's not be accusatory or any of that. I wasn't trying to throw stereotypes at you. I don't think I have. I've asked questions that may seem coming from that stream, but they're legitimate on the other side of things because you guys notice them as well. So when I ask what the other side either talks about or maybe thinking, that's why I was like theorizing what, trying to take myself as a human being, how maybe some people might perceive something. And that's why I talked about the optics of things that are pushed on society in general. So, so please, ask me your question and I'm happy to talk to you about it.
But see, that's the point that I'm saying, right? When you say the optics, right? The optics of what's being pushed, right? So do is critical thinking theory not apply when you see a group and you automatically lend to the stereotypes or lend to the optics of that group, and then that's how you contextualize your conversations with them? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the
we're talking about these issues, and since I was dialoguing with you, and within the conversation, I'm the spectrum on the lighter end of the color scheme, okay, and I'm just one individual. I'm different than Sean. Sean has different ideas than I do, I'm sure. So I'm just coming from my perspective to have the conversation, okay. My relationship with people in the black community, okay, I have long relationships. I mean, like I said, I grew up in Miami, man. I mean, I'm an old school b-boy. I got into hip hop back in the freaking early '80s, and that's where my world, my childhood
Marco
friends.
Rubio said the same thing, and that motherfucker.
Literally,
my
childhood friends.
Marco Rubio said the same thing you just said. Marco Rubio said the same thing you just said, right? And Marco Rubio, right?
Hold on, I got a real
Hold on. Marco Rubio right now is trying to take the votes, the legally casted votes of black people in in the cities of Atlanta, Detroit, Philadelphia, Milwaukee. He's literally working with the president to take. So when you say that you got relationships with b-boys and you listen to black music, I'm
not looking.
That doesn't elicit.
I have a disagreement.
An allegiance from me, right? That doesn't elicit that you have an allegiance with my group.
I have a. Here's where we
okay,
part.
Yeah, I am out. I gotta go to bed. So thank you. Deuces.
Right on. So
VW is continuing it on his stream. I dropped the link. He streamed it. He put the StreamYard link in the chat too. So if you guys want to continue the conversation, you can go over to his channel.
What happened with where is he? Where'd he go? Well, shit. I was gonna have the conversation with him, but
yeah, the links are in the chat.
Well, no. I mean, I was just trying to end the conversation up here tonight so that I can get to sleep, and sun's starting to come up, so I'm gonna try to lay down. You still here, B-Dub?
He's probably
yeah, no, I'm still